accidents. She was a big girl, but she started having these issues with her bladder, with her bowel movements. And you'll hear that when they moved into that vehicle, when they started living there, those accidents got worse and they came more often. She wasn't letting the defendant know when she had to go, and she was creating a mess each time. And that rage, the defendant's rage that you'll hear about in this case, grew and grew. And he would hit her, he would strike her each time she had one of those accidents. And that was Harmony's life for 10 days. For 10 days, she lived in a car. For 10 days, she had bathroom accidents. For 10 days, she was unable to control her own body. For 10 days, she was in fear. She was scared because each time she had one of these accidents, the defendant would hit her. The defendant that you saw 2 days ago, a large man, he would hit this. She was 35 pounds in June of 2019. This again is in December. She was tiny. He would hit her. He would strike her with a fist over something she had no control over. And those accidents were getting worse and they were coming more often. And she was so bruised before her murder that the defendant had to hide her when he went out in public. He would literally take a blanket and cover her up so that she couldn't be seen and that so no one would know what he had done to her. No one would see those bruises. And that brings us to December 7th of 2019. That day began like any other day for Harmony. They were living in that car. She woke up and she was scared. She was scared because she'd wet herself. She didn't want the defendant to know. She'd wet herself first thing that morning, and she was afraid. And just as she feared what happened, the defendant smelled what she had done. And for that, he hit her. He struck her in the face, and he drove his car. He continued on with his day as if he had done nothing. He struck this little girl in her face, on the side of her head. He continued on as if nothing happened. He drove to the methadone clinic, the clinic that you saw yesterday on The View. And there he and Kayla took turns getting their treatment. You'll hear that Kayla went in first, the defendant stayed in the car, and then the defendant went in. And when the defendant came back to the car, he was hungry. And so he started driving the family's car to the Burger King that you saw yesterday on The View. And as he was pulling out of that parking lot, he smelled something. He smelled that Harmony had had another accident. And that rage that had been building inside of him, it was there. Remember, he was still upset about the earlier accident, that first thing in the morning. And he looked back at Harmony as he was driving, and he said, "Really, Harmony? Again?" And he began striking her. As he was driving, holding onto the wheel, he began punching this little girl repeatedly for something she had no control over. He struck her blow after blow after blow to the side of her small head. And he didn't stop. And you'll hear me say that. He didn't stop. He didn't stop with that first barrage of assaults, of strikes to her small head. He continued. And when he pulled up to a light, he continued hitting her, hit after hit to her small head, blow after blow. Now, during this barrage of strikes, Kayla, who was in the passenger seat, seated next to the defendant, seated in front of Harmony, she put a hand up. She tried to block what this defendant was doing to Harmony. She tried to stop him. You'll hear that in that moment, he looked at her as if to say, "You're next." And she was scared. And she looked forward and she put her hand down, and those strikes to Harmony continued. And when he pulled up to another light as he was driving to that Burger King parking lot, he continued striking her. And after that last strike, he looked at Kayla and he said, "I think I really hurt her this time. I think I really hurt her this time. I think I did something."
Hello, everybody. Hello. Right there was the opening statement by the prosecuting attorney of what really happened to Harmony that day when she was at the
Montgomery, I just remind you that you remain under oath.
Oh,
Thank you, Your Honor.
it's already started. Wow.
I'm going to have a lot of questions, but I do want to go back to some of the stuff that you said at the end and make sure I understand.
Wow, y'all.
I think you said that you were never alone with Harmony once you were evicted.
Right.
And I think you said pretty much the whole family unit stayed in the car.
Welcome,
Yes.
everybody.
And that was from the time that you were evicted.
Yes.
And I think you also said something about from the time that you were evicted, every time you were in public, Harmony had to be under a cover.
Yes.
Okay. And you talked about an accident that was on November 29,
Yes.
and that's the day after Thanksgiving,
Yes.
a couple of days after you got evicted.
Yes.
And after that, on the same day of that accident, you actually went with the family to your mother's house.
Yes.
And so you, Harmony, Declan, and Seamus are there with your mother and her boyfriend and Adam.
Yes.
You were not in the car at that time.
No, we were inside the apartment.
And Harmony was not under a blanket.
No.
And on December, what is it? Second, you and Adam got in another bit of a fender bender, right?
Yes.
And that was out near Market Street, right?
Yes.
And the kids were not in the car that time, right?
I don't remember.
You don't remember that they were not in the car?
I don't remember if they were in the car or not.
Okay. So do you remember talking to the police about that traffic accident
Yes.
and telling them that you thought, where'd it go? That Harmony was being babysat by Tabitha Scott
Yes.
because Harmony and Declan and Seamus.
Guys, I'm sorry. This was last week's. This isn't the new one. I'm sorry about that. I thought it was, but it's not. So let's go back. Sorry about that. I thought court had already started, but it hadn't. So let's go back and see. Law and crime. This one is not the one that. Since I've been having this has been. Okay, this is the one right here. So we'll do this law and crime one right now while we wait. Sorry, everybody. I thought that was actually. I thought, whoa, that's quick, but it wasn't that. So this is the actual one. So anybody that joined us, I just showed you guys just a little glimpse of what the opening statement was from the prosecution on what Adam Montgomery done. Will Adam Montgomery show up for court today? Probably not. But that's nothing unexpected from him. I want to say hello to Zigzag, Hillbilly 29, King Can, Sarah Taurus, Mama, Mustang Mama, Crystal, Gail, Sweet and Sassy. Let's see who we got in here. Rain Girl. Hello, Rain Girl. Lucky Charms, Miggy. Y'all, I slept all night. I know, Saratoga. Lucky Charms, Miggy. Come on in, everybody. Welcome. Court is getting ready to start. I actually scheduled this for 9 o'clock this morning, but I thought I'd give y'all a little bit of a preview before court actually starts on what actually happened to baby Harmony. It's just so sad, and I'm just really curious to see if Adam actually shows his face up to court today. He probably won't, because they'll still be talking about what he done to his daughter, and of course he's not going to show his face for what he did to her. Y'all, I've been up this morning, ate me breakfast and everything. I slept all night last night. He probably brainwashed her, or either she's just flipping idiot. She's just a heartless soul, in my opinion. I think she's very heartless. I think that she didn't care two sheets about Harmony because Harmony was not her biological child. I actually think that she protected her biological children. Who knows though? She could have let them she could have let him hit on them too. We don't know. We don't know if the other children were abused or not. they stayed with her mother, and obviously that didn't work out. I guess her mother and Adam didn't get along because they only stayed, what, 2 weeks with her mother, and then they went right back to a shelter. So I don't know. Evidently, the mother had had all she could take of Kayla and Adam's bullshit. And to be honest with you, the way it sounds, if Adam wouldn't have got caught, Kayla would have probably been right back with Adam after sending that love letter in jail to him. Nope, his weak ace won't show. No, he won't show up. I guarantee he won't. There's a lot of heartless pa- patents out here. Oh yeah, we see that on YouTube. That there's a lot of them that are like that. Um, and unfortunately, our children are at the mercy of them or their children. These monsters have children. What I thought was weird was that they got married on Harmony's birthday, but that was before Harmony ended up with him. Yeah, that was weird, I thought. I never understood how some people's minds work. It's so scary and so sad that there is so many sickos like this in the world. It really makes you scared for your own babies. Exactly. That's why we got to pray for our babies, y'all. Daisy, I was a little bit of Matt's live last night. I was watching from the outside of his live, and Lady Seven Up was on there saying that you, Daisy, and everyone in chat is a bunch of goons. Well, guess what, Gail? If she's over here talking ish, just get rid of her when she comes back in here. Go ahead and block her. Lady Seven Up has always been kind of a troublemaker. That's why I blocked her before, because she's a troublemaker. So, no big deal. I unblocked her because I was asked to. But I'm not gonna unblock people from now on, because listen, if they're gonna be like that, they're not gonna change. So there's best that they just stay away. You know, I didn't listen, y'all. I slept all night, so I don't know who went online, who didn't go online. I didn't know. I don't know anything. That seems to be her unusual behavior. Yeah, she runs her mouth. She's a little old lady, though. Y'all, like that sad about Ziggy V's daughter, Amanda. She passed away. I don't know if that was the one that lived by her or if that was the other child, her firstborn. I'm not sure which one it was, because there was one that lived by her. There's a lot of heartless parents out here like Adam. Some flat refuse to tell where their children are when they know, and it's selfish. They only think of themselves, not even care about their children. Yeah, Adam would have went to his grave if Kayla wouldn't have told on him. Well, he would have still been charged with murder, because they were going to be like, "Where is Harmony?" They knew he did something to Harmony. He would have went to jail eventually. Sorry about that. But yeah, Adam. If Adam could have, and Caleb was. She was not going to tell on Adam. It was not only until she was forced to tell on Adam, but she was not going to. And I swear, I hope they back up and get her for those other 20 perjury charges, because I feel like she really needs to spend some time in jail for assisting Adam and sitting there and letting Adam beat that baby to death. I mean, if two people go into a robbery, right? Even though one's holding the gun and the other one's standing there, they still charge both of them for that robbery because they were both there. So why not charge her for the death of Harmony when She was there. She witnessed it, and yet she let it happen if she didn't participate herself. And I don't know if they're going to make Adam testify against her or not, but if he does, is he going to testify that he witnessed her hitting on Harmony? Oh, God, that just the thoughts of it, what he did to her. We are all, as parents, as supposed to love and take care of our children. We are. Ugh. Went hiking yesterday and it hurt my ankles. Uh-oh. Justice for Harmony. Oh, yes. Loves to lurk. Did you get to go there this morning? Are you there? Loves to lurk. Diamonds Creations. Michelle Tucker. Welcome, everybody. Come on in. My peeps are in here. Loves to lurk. Are you there at the courthouse this morning? I wonder if Adam's going to show his face today. He's going to have to. If he's going to sit there and say that Kayla was involved, he's going to have to show his face. Good morning, Daisy. I'm late. I slept all night, too. I have the day off, so I get to be here all day. Yeehaw, Michelle or Mindy. I'll be there Wednesday. Can't get out there until then. Okay. Well, you can just hang with us today. Good morning, always late. Y'all come on in. The hello to Julianne. Come on in. It's the hearing is getting ready to start at 9 o'clock. It's 3 minutes till. I've been here since about 40 minutes till. I slept all night last night, so I shouldn't be falling asleep on y'all today. So hopefully I won't fall asleep. I can't guarantee anything. Dolly is there. I'm so proud of him for going to show some love for the true crime community. That's awesome. Yes, 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 Dolly. That's good. Dolly's boots on the ground. You think he'll show up today? So I always like saying I should probably do a poll if Adam will show up today. Because Always Late thinks he will. I think maybe justice for the missing children who deserve to be found and loved, even if their own parents don't give them to people that can't have children. Well, I don't understand why Kayla just didn't suggest that Adam give Harmony back to his mom, her mother. Okay, Diamonds. Um, Instead of hurting her, he could have just gave her back to Crystal. I don't think he will show until his testimony. I think he doesn't want people judging on looks. Well, I think he should be there. I think that the jury should see his reaction when they're talking about what he did to his baby. Hey, Cindy Graves, she is not going to jail. She turned on him to not go to jail. Right, right, Cindy. I know. I know. We had to find out. I mean, at least she let us know what happened to Harmony. I just feel like I feel angry towards her because she didn't stand up for her and she let him do all that and she participated in it. You know, that's a sad thing that at least she got some time out of it. Maybe she'll get more time for lying to the grand jury more than what she did. Christine! Hello, Christine! I think he should be there too. Sadly, being on the outside looking in, do they have enough proof to say he did it rather than Kayla? I pray they do. If not, he can't be tried again and continued. I know, But I do believe by him not showing up makes a big statement, in my opinion. I think it makes a big, big statement. Daisy, do you think that the court has Adam's video camera? I don't know. They wanted to keep that check coming in. Money was more important than that sweet baby's life. You're right. You're so right on that one. Always late. Do you have a nice Sunday? I slept most of the day yesterday and night. I slept all day and all night. I was running a fever yesterday. They treated her like property and not a little girl. I know. I know. And with the proffer, she can't be charged unless there is proof she lied. Well, she's told a little bit of different story than what the original story was. There is some that's off a little bit. How would you feel if he did that to your baby? Let me tell you something. Y'all don't even want to know. If I would have been in her shoes or I would have been a witness of him hurting that littles, I would have busted his face. Me and him would have he might have whooped me, but by goodness, I'd have give him a run for his money. And then I would have screamed for Harmony to get out of the car and run and get help. That's what I would have done. I would have said, baby, get out of the car, go get help, go get help. There is no way I would have sit there and let that baby get. No. No, 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 no. Hey, Rain Girl, how are you? When I first met my husband, his boys were little like Harmony. The youngest one was 6. And I was very protective over them boys. They went everywhere and did everything with me. And they're adult men now, and I'm still close to them. They think of me as a second mom. Hey, Mandy D. Kayla couldn't run when it was Harmony, but as soon as she was getting beaten by him, she left him several times. Yeah. Good morning. Y'all come on in. It's getting ready to start. But yeah, there's no way I could have hurt my stepsons at all. I adore them and Bub, and they're not my biological children. And then my stepson's children, I adore them. And they're not my biologicals, but they are. I feel like they're mine anyway. So I don't get it how people can do that. Uh, to sit and let somebody hurt a child like that. I just don't. I don't get it. I just wonder if he was hitting around on the other children. It was never mentioned that he hit the other children. I don't know why they're not bringing that up in court because that would be significant in court to show that he was abusive, but that would also look even worse on Kayla for letting him hit on her children. Unfortunately, there are people out here that do that and beg for funds. Parents treat their children like property. Yeah, they think just because they are their biological parents that they can do whatever they want. Uh-oh, there's the judge. There's the judge, y'all. Is Adam's big butt going to show up? I bet not. That's usually one child that catches the brunt of the abuse, sadly. I know. It's so sad. There's a book being released about Harmony, the retired judge that helped place Harmony's brother Jamison. Oh, wow. Well, at least they're going to keep her story out here. And maybe, just maybe, she can make a difference for other children. Laws can be changed in her name, and she could make a difference for other children out here that maybe the CPS system will be able to track it from state to state to where a child can be. One of the worst things that you could do as a CPS worker is take the word of the parent. especially if there is an abuse being alleged and you have a parent telling you, oh, well, she's went to live with her mom and you don't go to check it out. I mean, that's just ridiculous, if you ask me. He beat the baby, then covered her with a blanket as she suffered from each of her beating sick. Yep. And God said, enough is enough. I'm taking her with me. Not too good. Go back to the cancer doctor in the morning to find out if I got to have chemo. I hope we're praying for you, Michelle. We are. We love you. We love you. Hey, God is love. Miss Christine, hope you're feeling good this morning. Yeah, cancer's a butt, y'all. But we're gonna let you. We're gonna keep praying for y'all. We're gonna keep praying that cancer leaves us and that it goes away and rebuke it. This case is very hard for me to hear. That poor beautiful baby girl. I would have did nothing but love her and took good care of her. She's with Jesus now. She's with Jesus. Jesus probably came himself and packed her to heaven with him. Good morning, Mama Four. Y'all come on in. It's getting ready to start. Last year, provisional placement agreement with the state of Massachusetts, which creates a deadline on information that is swapped between the two states if a child is crossing borders and law for harmony. That's awesome. That is awesome. Loves to lurk. I don't think Adam's going to show up. I think he'd already been there if he was. Maybe there'll be better laws than that for harmony. Maybe harmony will make a difference in another child's life. But guess what? I hope that Jesus came and got her himself and packed her to heaven with him. Unfortunately, a lot of CPS workers are there for paychecks and didn't really care about the children. Well, that kind of seemed a little bit obvious with the one that handled her, the male guy. I mean, when you're there to investigate a possible black eye of a child and you see that father run in a car with that child and take off, and then you wait another week before you come to check on that child and there's still evidence there that she had a black eye, and then you still don't do anything, to me that was just that was just totally like, oh, I bet he's here. Well, that's Kayla. That's not that's not Adam, that's Kayla. Oh, and I thought he was going to be here today. He ain't going to show his face. He's too shamed.
Right, if everyone's ready, please rise for the jurors.
I hope these jurors have common sense. With this being said, I'm going to back away a little bit and let y'all listen to the case. Looks like she's getting ready to um, testify this morning. That's the stepmom, Ruby Slippers. The stepmom that let him hurt Harmony. She was there and did nothing about it.
You may be seated. Ms. Montgomery, I remind you, you are still under oath.
Yes.
I
Ooh, that
believe when we left
yeah.
off on Friday, Morning, by the way. When on Friday, we were talking about getting ready to sit down and talk to police after you were arrested on 2 charges of perjury.
Yes.
And you told the police that you wanted to talk to them, but it took a while before you actually talked to them because they had to contact your attorney and write up the letter that set out the terms of what would happen to you based on what you said.
Yes.
And essentially, those terms were that what you said couldn't be used against you, but would be used as a gauge for whether or not they wanted to enter into an agreement with you, right?
Yes.
And so if you said something that hurt you, they wouldn't be able to say Kayla admitted to this and charge you with a crime, right?
Right.
Okay, loves to lurk.
But at the same time, if they found evidence independently to support what you said and that you committed a new crime, they could charge you.
I don't remember.
Okay, that's fine. And so this agreement did not include those conditions that you had written while you were in your jail cell thinking of cooperating, right?
Yes.
Because they had not come to you with any sort of cooperation agreement.
Right.
Okay. Now, you knew in going to talk to them that they wanted information about Harmony being missing, right?
Yes.
Whether or not she was alive,
Yes.
when she went missing,
Yes.
under what circumstances she went missing.
Yes.
And these are things that you had been thinking about since the time of your arrest, right?
Yes.
And when you first told the lie to the police and to the grand jury that the last time you saw Harmony, she was driving away with Adam to be taken to her mother, follow-up showed that not to be true, and you knew it, right?
Yes.
And one of the ways that you knew it, other than what you had lived through, but you knew they had found it not to be true, was that you had seen and heard Crystal Sorey talking on the news about her missing child, right?
I didn't see that right when they were questioning me.
Okay. It had been going on for a little bit, though, right?
Yes.
And also, while you were in your jail cell, you got what's called discovery, right?
Yes.
And that is police reports and searches and the results of all that stuff that is sent to you as a part of you being charged for a crime, right?
Yes.
And that discovery included the investigation into Harmony being missing.
Yes.
And it included the charge of the reports and stuff on the charge of second-degree assault against Adam.
Yes.
And so you knew what people had said to the police and stuff about that second-degree assault charge.
Yes.
And you also knew that the charge was for Adam striking Harmony in the face.
Yes.
And you knew that there was a claim of black eyes from that, right?
Yes.
And when you told the police,
You're welcome, Christine. Love.
Your story of what happened to Harmony, the allegation that you had was striking her in the face, right?
Yes.
And you included a story of black eyes.
Yes.
All right. So next thing I want to talk about is the timeline of your accusations against Adam. So on June 3rd, you met with the police for a pretty long time, right?
Yes.
And it was the meeting that you had was audio and video recorded.
Yes.
And your lawyer was present,
Yes.
and the police were generally the ones asking questions,
Yes.
but there was somebody from the Attorney General's office who was also present.
Yes.
And then after that interview, and it was fairly long, right?
Yes.
There was a break in between, but between the two of them, it was really long.
Yes.
And then you got booked for the perjury charges.
Yes.
And during booking, you said something to Detective Dunleavy about Portland pie,
Yes.
and that Adam had taken the body to Portland pie from the freezer and then returned it to Union Street later.
Yes.
The plea agreement, well, then you talked again on the June 23rd.
Yes.
And on June 23rd, that was also audio and video recorded.
Yes.
And about the same amount of people were there,
Yes.
and generally the same people.
Yes.
And after that, you did reach your deal, right?
Yes.
But, and you were out for the interview on June 23rd. You were back out on bail, right?
Yes.
And then, as we talked about, sometime in September, you got arrested and reincarcerated.
Yes.
And then sometime after that, you and your attorney you got an agreement with the state.
Yes.
And under that agreement, you could serve a minimum of 2 years.
I don't remember.
I think you testified on direct that you got a 3.5 to 7 suspended and a 3.5 to 7 to serve, but you could get out. You could get 1.5 years suspended off of that, right?
Yes.
So that would be a minimum of 2 years.
Yes.
And you also got credit for the time that you had put in while on bail.
Yes.
And so your parole hearing comes up in a month or two?
May.
May? Okay. Now, after you reached the agreement, you pled to that agreement in November of
Yes.
2022.
Yes.
And then in March of 2023, you had another meeting with the same group of people.
Yes.
And where was that meeting?
At the Attorney General's office in Concord.
And you were housed in the New Hampshire State Prison for Women at that time, right?
Yes.
And you were transported from the prison to the Attorney General's office to talk to him.
Yes.
And that interview was also recorded and video recorded.
Yes.
And generally the police were asking the questions,
Yes.
and the prosecutor from the state might ask a few,
Yes.
but he was there for the whole thing watching.
Yes.
And then, so that was March of 2023. And then this December of 2023, you met with the state again, right?
Yes.
And was that the same sort of thing where you were transported from the prison to the Attorney General's office?
No.
Where was that meeting?
at the women's state prison.
Okay. And who was present for that?
Myself and Chris and my lawyer and Amy.
And Amy's somebody who works with the Attorney General's office?
Yes, she's an advocate.
Okay. And there you were not recorded, right?
No.
And that meeting was also a long meeting?
Yes.
Reviewing things that you had said before?
Yes.
Reviewing what your testimony would be at trial?
Yes.
Questioning some things that you had to say?
Yes.
And I think I said it, but it was not recorded.
Right.
And then you met with them again in January?
Yes.
Same sort of situation?
Yes.
And that was around January 10?
Yes.
And was that about as long?
Yeah.
Going through all the stuff that you had said before?
Yes.
Questioning you on the stuff that you had said before?
Yes.
And getting ready to testify here.
Yes.
And then January 19, you met with them again?
January what?
19?
Yes.
And same situation?
Yes.
So that you're going over what you had said before,
Yes.
going over what you're going to say to the jury,
Yes.
and there might be some questions about what you said before, and so you kind of go back through it and work through that.
Yes.
And that was that it as far as meetings?
Yes.
Okay. And during all that time, you had plenty of time to review in your mind your memories and talk about things that you had said.
Yes.
This is Adam's lawyer.
So we're going to talk about some of the things that you've said to the jury
This isn't the
and-
judge.
before the jury trial, okay?
Yes.
So you talked about after your eviction, which was November 27,
Yes.
you lived in your car for about 2 weeks.
Yes. A few weeks.
Commercials.
From November 27 to the day it broke down on December
Hey,
7th.
senior citizen.
Little under 2 weeks.
Yes.
Okay. And as you're evicted, you take some items with you,
Yes.
take some clothing for the kids.
Yes.
You take the toothbrush for Harmony.
Yes.
Make sure she can brush her teeth while she's in the car.
Yes. We all had toothbrushes.
Huh?
We all had toothbrushes.
Okay, so Declan and Seamus also were brushing their teeth.
Well, they had baby toothbrushes.
Okay. And so you made sure that you packed those things that the kids need for their hygiene
Yes.
and some clothes for each of them,
Yes.
in addition to what they were wearing.
Yes.
And then you probably got some extra bibs and stuff for when you're feeding Declan,
Yes.
and diapers
Yes.
and food.
Yes.
Okay. And extra underpants for Harmony.
I don't remember.
Okay. You had outerwear for the kids,
Yes.
coats and shoes,
Yes.
and socks.
Yes.
And the next day was Thanksgiving.
Yes.
She's definitely
And do you recall where you stayed on Thanksgiving?
No, I don't remember.
You didn't celebrate a Thanksgiving on Thanksgiving Day, right?
No.
Okay. And the day after Thanksgiving, you went to your mom's house.
Yes.
And you went the day after Thanksgiving to see if she could put you up,
Yes.
and she wasn't able to.
No.
But you were there at her house for a while,
Yes.
and you used that time to clean up the kids
Yes.
because they had been in the car the night before,
Yes.
and to clean them up a lot better than just wiping the boys when you changed their diapers, right?
Yes.
And brushing their teeth
Yes.
and changing their clothes.
Yes.
Did you use her laundry while you were there?
I don't remember.
Okay. And your mom took that time to get to know her grandchildren,
Yes.
including Harmony.
Yes.
And she couldn't put you up, so you had to leave.
Yes.
And you stayed in the car that night.
Yes.
And then that was, by the way, November 29, the day after Thanksgiving, right?
Yes.
And that's the same day that you had a car accident, right?
The 29th. Yes.
Okay. And that was a car accident with Tabitha Scott in the front seat, you in the back seat with the kids,
Yes.
and Adam driving.
Yes.
Sorry. And police came after the accident,
Yes.
and you had Declan in a car seat.
Yes.
Seamus was in some sort of
I was in a car seat.
okay, and Harmony was not.
No.
You did not have a car seat for Harmony, right?
Right.
And you were in the back, so she wasn't in a seatbelt either, right?
No.
And that was a problem when the police officer came, right?
Yes.
And blanket was thrown over Harmony, and she was told to hide so that the police officer wouldn't know that you had too many kids in the car that were, and one was unrestrained.
No.
Okay. You were hiding the fact that you did not have Harmony restrained in the back seat at the time of the accident.
Yes.
And then Adam had his license at that time, right?
I don't remember if he lost it then or not.
Okay. Well, he was able to drive away from there after the police officer talked to you all, right?
Yes.
So he probably had his license, right?
Probably yes.
Okay. And Tabitha Scott, your friend that was in the car at the time of the accident, she was a friend, right?
Yes.
And she really liked Harmony, right?
Yes.
She would play with Harmony, right?
Yes.
And sometimes play dress up and stuff like that with her, right?
No, but okay. I don't remember that happening.
Okay. Remember taking photographs and like photoshopping them to put stuff on them and stuff like that in
Yes.
photographs? Okay. And Tabitha was somebody that you would have babysit the kids sometimes.
Yes.
And sometimes it would just be Harmony and you would take the two boys with you, or sometimes she might do all three.
Yes.
And your accident on the 29th, do you recall that being in the afternoon?
I don't remember.
Okay. And do you recall if you went to your mom's before or after that?
I think I went to my mom's later that night.
Okay. And Harmony did not have black eyes when you went to your mom's,
No.
right? So she did not have black eyes when she was in that accident, right?
No.
Pardon?
No.
Okay. Now, December 1st. Well, that was an accident on the 29th. And you made up a lie about November 30th. What did you actually do on November 30th?
I don't remember.
Okay. How about December 1? Do you know what you did that day?
No.
Do you know where you stayed?
In the car?
Do you know where the car was?
No.
Was it at Colonial Village?
I remember that's where we would normally park and sleep in the car.
Okay. Um, you said that Anthony Bodero, and am I pronouncing that right? Bodero?
Yes.
Okay. That he would come down to the car while you were in the parking lot.
Yes.
And I think that you said that he would give you drugs.
Yes.
And that he would see Harmony during that less than 2 week period that you were in the car.
Yes.
And that when he would come down, she would wave to him.
Yes.
And he would wave back.
Yes.
And Harmony was not undercover when she would wave to Anthony Berdera.
Good morning,
No.
believe.
And she was not hidden from public view or Anthony Berdera's view when he would come down in the morning.
No.
And I think that you said that he might come, maybe not every day, but pretty frequently.
Yes.
And he also brought you some Thanksgiving leftovers.
Yes.
And when he did that, he saw Harmony.
Yes.
Good
Now,
morning,
there was
Nikita.
another accident on December 2nd. Do you remember that?
No.
Do you remember that you had another accident outside of the clinic after the accident on November 29?
Yes.
And that was what, during a time that you and Adam had been going to the clinic, right?
Yes.
And the kids were not with you at that time.
I don't remember if they were there or not.
Okay. So it is, and I think you said reviewing the accident report would not refresh your recollection? Or would it?
I don't remember.
If I gave you the accident report, do you think it might refresh your recollection?
I will try and remember.
She's on some Xanax or something. She's high, in my opinion, right now. Y'all think she's high? And she's very ill.
One, two,
That lady.
3, 4-page document, and I've actually highlighted the date on the first page just because there's so much information. But do you think if you review the accident report, it might refresh your recollection that your kids were not in the car?
I remember the accident, but I don't remember if the kids were in the car or not.
Okay.
Quit lying, Kayla.
Even looking at this, I don't remember. I just remember we were in an accident.
If you have an accident, you can
Upside the
remember
clinic.
if your kids are there or not. Hey, Lisa.
And I think we talked about that a little bit on Friday, that the police asked you about that as well
Yes.
during your interview, right?
Yes.
And that you said that maybe Tabitha or maybe your mom was babysitting the kids.
Yes.
So if you were in the accident and the kids were not with you, they would have been with somebody that you trusted to babysit them.
Yes.
Harmony would not have been hidden from whoever that babysitter was.
No.
Harmony would not have been hidden from public view.
No.
Harmony would not have been hidden under a blanket.
No.
Now, do you recall it snowing at all while you were staying at the Colonial Village parking lot?
I know that there was snow on and off.
Okay. There was actually a bit of a storm. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And that was when you were parked at Colonial Village.
Yes.
And did you go inside to the Bodero's residence during that storm?
I don't remember going in there.
Okay. Did you ever take the children into Mr. Bodero's residence to brush their teeth or to clean them up or anything like that?
I remember bringing the kids up to his apartment, but I don't remember when that was.
Okay. So let's talk about living in the car. You got a couple of boys that are quite young.
Yes.
One is about 11 months,
Yes.
and your other son was 2.5-ish.
Yes.
And they can only stay in the same position one time for a certain amount of time, right?
Right.
And then they start getting pretty rambunctious, right?
Yes.
Thank
And
you,
fussy.
Carmen.
Yes.
And
Thank you.
Declan, if he gets fussy, will cry.
God
Yes.
bless you.
And that'll make Seamus cry.
I don't remember that.
Okay. And Harmony, also, maybe not as rambunctious, but would get pretty fussy about being in the car for a long time, right?
Yes.
And so you would try and find ways to entertain them.
Congratulations.
Yes.
Place it.
And one of the ways that you entertained
you,
them
Mom.
was to go to a public place like maybe the mall, just to get them walking around inside for a while.
Yeah, I don't remember that.
You remember losing your phone at the mall while you were walking, you and Adam were walking around with the kids?
No.
Okay. One of the ways that you would entertain them was to take them to places like Walmart when you were shopping for more food.
I don't remember going there.
Okay. What were the ways that you entertained them?
I don't remember what we did with them. I just remember living in the car.
She is
Okay.
lying.
But you didn't have the children in the car 24/7, right?
I don't remember.
Okay. Did you play or take them to walk on those balance beams and stuff on that little play center at the back of the parking lot at Colonial?
I don't remember.
Okay. Let's talk about the food that you had. You would eat things like tortilla wraps,
Yeah, we had tortilla wraps.
bananas,
Yes.
peanut butter,
Yes.
apples,
I don't remember apples.
baby food,
Yes.
cereal,
Yes.
formula.
Yes.
And if you had cereal, you had milk.
I don't remember keeping milk in the car like that, but
Okay.
possibly.
So if you had baby cereal, Seamus would just eat it dry.
Yes.
And what was Seamus eating at that time? He was doing a mix of baby food and real food.
Yes.
Okay. And sometimes you'd feed him your food,
Yes.
little bits, right?
Yes.
And you'd have to make sure that he took it and put it in his mouth, right?
Yes.
Instead of dropping it on the car floor.
Yes.
And Declan had formula. Did he also
Baby food.
baby food?
Yes.
How about the cereal?
No.
So you would have to turn around and feed Declan in the back seat, or would you put him on your lap and feed him in the front seat?
I'd turn his car seat around so that he'd be facing that direction so I could feed him.
Okay. And diapers?
Yes.
So when Declan or Seamus would go to the bathroom in the car, they would be
Yes.
going to the bathroom in diapers, right?
Yes.
And Declan, his diapers didn't smell too much, right? Because he was still just a baby.
I don't remember.
Okay. But Seamus's diapers would smell, right?
Yes.
And so Seamus and Declan are both going to the bathroom in the car in their diapers,
Yes.
and you would change them where?
In the car.
And all the time?
If we were just living in our car, yes.
And then you would throw the diapers in the dumpster?
Yes.
And certainly in Colonial Village, you had a dumpster nearby.
Yes.
And then you would try to clean them up more than just the wipes when you change their diapers, right?
Yes.
And that would be in public restrooms.
I don't remember going to public restrooms.
Where would you clean them more than just wipes?
I don't remember.
But you remember that you would.
I remember cleaning them with wipes. I don't remember bringing them to any like restroom or stuff like that. I don't remember that.
Okay. So you talked about going to your mother's on the 29th of November. Is that the last time that they got a thorough cleaning?
I don't remember.
Okay. Well, you wouldn't do that to your kids, right?
I wouldn't, but if I
Jeez.
was stuck in the situation I was stuck in, then
She's
yeah.
lying.
Okay. You had your own hygiene to worry about in the car, right?
Yes.
And I think that you said on direct that you would ask Harmony to come with you, and sometimes she wouldn't,
Right?
sometimes she would.
Yes.
And where would you go for your hygiene?
If we ended up going to a gas station that had a bathroom.
Okay. So one of the places that you used to clean yourself and Harmony up was public restroom in a gas station.
Yes.
Perhaps convenience store,
Yes.
perhaps Walmart.
I don't remember going to Walmart.
Okay. So sometimes she would come out of the car with you and go into the convenience store, and you would clean her up, right?
Yes.
And she would not be under a blanket.
No.
Right. And sometimes she didn't go with you.
Right.
And if she had not gone to the bathroom for a long time, would you insist?
I would ask her.
Uh-huh. And she would say what?
She would say no, she doesn't have to use the bathroom.
Okay. And if she hadn't gone to the bathroom for all day, would you insist that she go to the bathroom with you?
Yes.
And when you insisted, did she go with you?
No.
Okay. Okay. Now,
She's lying. She's trying to save her ASS.
you talked about sometimes Harmony would go to the bathroom in the car.
Yes.
Was she wearing underwear during that whole time?
Yes.
Where did you clean her underwear?
We didn't clean her underwear.
Okay. So and I think that you said it was urinating and defecating in the car.
Yes.
And I'll call it pee and poop. Okay.
Yes.
And so you said that she did both.
Yes.
And then, so suppose she peed in the car. What would you do to clean it up?
We would change her clothes.
Okay. What else?
That's it.
Would you clean the car?
Wipe the seat. Yeah.
Okay. And would you clean the underwear that she was wearing?
No, they'd get put in a bag.
Okay. So you had like maybe 7 or 8 or 9 pair of underwear for her to wear?
I don't remember.
Okay. And you said we would clean her up. That would be you and Adam?
Yes.
And when she, how many sets of clothes did she have?
I don't remember.
Probably just a couple, right?
Yeah.
Sustained.
Okay. Do you know if you had more than a couple?
I don't remember.
Okay. But if she urinated in her pants, you would have to not only change her underpants, but also her leggings, right?
Yes.
And do you know if you had a bunch of leggings as well as a bunch of underpants to replace them?
I don't remember.
Okay. And then when she pooped, you would clean her.
Yes.
You would wipe her with the baby wipes.
Yes.
And then would you take her to a public restroom to get her more clean?
No.
Overruled.
Pardon?
I don't remember.
I'm sorry.
No, I don't remember.
Okay. So, and you would sort of understand that she was going through a difficult time because of so many changes in her life.
Yes.
And so you would understand and tell her, Harmony, I know this is difficult, but you really have to tell us when you go to the bathroom,
Yes.
before you go to the bathroom, right?
Yes.
Because, and you try to encourage, come with me, we'll take care of it, we'll be in the bathroom, come with me, right?
Yes.
And did you ever buy pull-ups for her when it became more than a one-time thing?
I don't remember.
Okay. Something you might have thought of, right?
I don't remember.
Okay.
She's so high, she
And
can't keep her eyes open.
being cooped up in that car for so much time with the kids was a little bit difficult, right?
Yes.
And it was difficult for the kids too, right?
Yes.
So sometimes chaos would just erupt, right?
Yes.
Declan crying, Seamus crying, Harmony crying, right?
No.
Okay.
They never really cried that much.
Okay. But when they cried, it would sort of cascade, right?
Kind of, yeah.
Okay. And it's like what's happening to one would go to the other and the other, and it would just be chaos, right?
Yes.
And how would you sue them?
I don't remember.
Now, you said that Badero didn't want you staying at the Colonial Village parking lot, right?
Right.
He was actually afraid somebody might notice and he would
Yes.
get in trouble.
Yes.
But you also said that he came down daily or every other day or so to give you drugs.
Yes.
So you didn't want to come down and in public hand drugs over to a car that's squatting in a parking lot where it shouldn't be.
Right.
Did he? He came down to meet with Adam.
Yes.
And Adam occasionally would drive him places because Adam had his license.
Right.
And he would drive Badero's car and you would be there with the kids.
I don't remember that.
Okay. But he would have Adam driving him places.
I remember he did that when we were staying at the house. I don't remember him doing that when we lived in the car.
Okay. Well, Badero wasn't. Did you have money while you were in the car?
Not really.
Okay. So you pretty much had to count your pennies when you bought more food and stuff like that.
Yes.
And you couldn't splurge in anything because it was pretty tight, right?
Yes.
But when Adam would meet up with Mr. Badero, he would be able to get some drugs.
Yes.
And Anthony Badero was not giving him drugs for free.
No.
Right? Adam was doing Anthony some favors.
I don't remember that.
Hold on. A Approach.
Boy, oh boy, is she lying today, y'all. She is lying. And she's so high she can't keep her eyes open hardly. She loaded down on something this morning. Look at her. She's trying to save her ASS.
Objection is sustained. The question can be rephrased.
So when Adam and Anthony got together, after a while, Adam would be able to come back with some drugs.
Not when we were living in the car.
Anthony Badero was not giving out drugs for free, right?
Overruled.
Right?
Sometimes you would, sometimes you wouldn't.
Okay. And actually, on the day that your car died, and you described going to the clinic and coming out and going to Burger King and then going back to the parking lot, Adam asked you to go up to Anthony Badero's to get some drugs, right?
I don't remember.
Okay. And he asked you to do it because Anthony might front you a bag because he never says no, right?
Approach.
Why don't they just let her hang herself? Why are they trying to defend her? She did this to that baby too. She was just as bad. But yet they're not letting her ask her the questions. She don't want to answer because she knows. If I guarantee you that Harmony was being used to get money.
And that he asked you to go to Badero's to get drugs that day because Badero would front you.
Overruled. It's cross-examination. You may proceed.
Would front you a bag because he never says no to you, right?
That's not true.
Which part?
That he never says no to me.
Okay. But on that day, that's why Adam asked you to go up to Badero's to get some drugs.
I don't remember that day.
Okay.
Overruled.
I'm going to show you
She's such a liar.
a copy of the transcript of the interview that you did with the police on the 23rd.
I bet they were using that baby. I bet
And
they were
it's
tracking
marked,
that baby. That's why they were hiding the body.
Defendant's Exhibit 2, D2 for ID.
Could you say that? Could you just repeat the ID?
Exhibit number D2 for ID.
D2. Okay. D2. Thank you.
So may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
Okay. Now, we talked about your interview on June 23rd with police. I'll come up in a second, right?
Yes.
And that interview was recorded, right?
Yes.
And Detective Jack Dunleavy was there,
Yes.
and Detective Max Rahill,
Yes.
and a U.S. Marshal was there,
Yes.
and an Assistant Attorney General was there,
Yes.
and your attorney was there,
Yes.
and you were there.
Yes.
And that was June 23rd. I'm going to show you a copy of this transcript and point out some stuff so you'll know that's what I'm talking about, okay?
Mhm.
She's so high she
See the
can't keep her
date?
eyes open.
Yes.
And the people that were present.
Yes.
And so I'm going to point you to page, and like with anything that I give you, I'm going to point to an area that I'm interested in, but you can read before and after to sort of orient yourself.
Okay.
I'm going to point you to to that area there and ask you to take a look.
Yes?
Your recollection about what you did that day?
I remember saying that, but I still don't remember that happen. I don't know. I don't remember that day. I don't remember that happening that specific day.
I'm going to unpack that a little bit, okay?
Good morning, y'all.
And
Morning, Nora.
I pointed you to something
Good morning, Deborah
that you
Ann.
told the police officers and everybody else that was there on June 23rd, right?
Yes.
And on June 23rd, you were present to let them know, maybe to correct some stuff from June 3rd and talk more about what happened
Good morning, Nora.
back in December of 2019.
Yes.
And they wanted you knew they wanted you to talk about your memory, right?
Yes.
They didn't want you to make something up, right?
Right.
And you had had plenty of time to think about it, right?
Yes.
And to remember what happened, right?
Yes.
And some of the details that they were interested in, they sort of they talked
You're
about in
welcome,
June
Brooklyn.
3rd.
Yes.
And so are you saying that you didn't remember that day when you spoke to them on June 23rd? Or that you did remember it in June 23rd, but you've forgotten now?
I don't remember that specific thing
Uh-huh.
on that day. Like me actually going to see Tone and asking for a bag of drugs. I don't remember that.
But it is something that you told the police that day, right?
Right.
And that you and Adam were in the car and you went up to Tone's to get a bag of drugs. That's me. I knew that tone. But let me actually check because I don't know that I checked it when I walked in. So it was not me, but if I could make sure mine's off.
I think so too, Christine. She's on up. She knows that this woman's trying to trick her into
You're
lying.
not disagreeing that you did tell the police that, you just don't remember telling the police that.
Right.
And if you did tell the police that back in June of 2023, you would have been telling them, this is what I remember.
Right.
So you don't remember it today, but you told them that you went up to get
Approach. Oh, asked and answered. Overruled. Go ahead.
drugs from your friend Tone Badero.
I don't remember that specific thing happening that day because I've done it a lot of times.
Okay, but you're not disagreeing that you told them that that's what you did that day.
Right.
Okay, and Tone sometimes will give you drugs for free,
Right.
but that's not what he normally does.
Right.
And okay. And throughout the time that you were in the car, Adam would do things to find ways to get money to buy drugs from Mr. Badero.
Yes.
And one of the ways that he did that was to do things for Mr. Badero.
Not while we were living in the car.
Okay. Now, there were a lot of people that parked at the Colonial Village parking lot, right?
Yes.
And it might not have a whole lot of people during the day, but in the morning before work and in the afternoon after work, it was pretty full.
Yes.
And you did not want to be noticed in the parking lot
Right.
because somebody might tell on you and you'd have to leave.
Right.
And you wanted to be there close to Mr. Badero's apartment.
Yes.
Good morning, everybody coming in.
But especially in the morning and in the afternoon when people were moving around more before work and coming home from work, you wanted the kids pretty quiet.
If they were quiet, I don't remember.
Well, you didn't want your children screaming in the car, right?
Right.
You wouldn't want that cascade of chaos where Declan might cry and then everybody starts crying.
That's not a normal thing that would happen.
And you wouldn't want it to happen, right?
Right.
You would want them, especially during that time period, to be pretty quiet so nobody notices.
I don't remember that.
Now, almost every morning, you went to the clinic in the morning.
Yes.
Maybe you missed one, but certainly not. It was a regular daily thing, right?
Right.
You would get up and you would leave the parking lot, go to the clinic, get your dosage, and then go off somewhere else.
Right.
Might go to Burger King,
Yes.
might go to a gas station,
Yes.
might go to some other place and use the facilities and restroom.
I don't remember
Had to
that.
make sure they got their drugs, didn't
Okay,
it?
if you went to a gas station, you would use the facilities, right?
Right. But never mind.
Okay. There were other places that you went besides a gas station and Burger King, right?
Right.
Okay. And if facilities were available to use, you would take the opportunity to take the kids out and clean them up.
Yes.
Okay. And if Harmony had messed her clothes, would you hand wash the clothes?
Overruled.
No.
Okay.
We'd change her clothes.
Okay. But if she peed in her pants, her clothes would still smell like urine.
Right.
And if she did it a lot, you had a limited amount of clothes, right?
Right.
And if she pooped her pants, you'd also have to remove the clothes and change them with something else.
Right.
And you didn't have 2 weeks worth of clothes for Harmony.
No.
As a matter of fact, you described what Harmony was wearing, and it was pretty much the same thing the whole time, right?
No.
The leggings that you remembered that she was wearing,
Right.
those were the leggings that she was wearing when she left the house.
No.
Okay. And I was talking about money, that Adam would find ways to get some money. You were not working, right?
Right.
And you were not pulling in any money, right?
Right.
You were watching the kids.
We were staying in our car.
And you were watching the kids, right?
Yeah.
And you were not working.
No.
And you talked on direct when you were being questioned by the state, and you said that you had confessed to your crime of theft at Dunkin' Donuts, right?
Yes.
And you said that you had taken responsibility for that crime, right?
Yes.
Well, you actually got caught in that theft, right?
Yes.
And you were given an option of writing a confession and reaching a restitution agreement, or the police would be called.
Yes.
And so accepting responsibility was taking the lesser way out of the problem so that you wouldn't get a theft charge.
Right.
And you reached an agreement to get out of criminal charges.
Right.
Okay. You were held responsible for that charge, for that
Yes.
crime, right?
Yes.
Just in a different way. By the way, when you used drugs in the car, you wouldn't use them all. You would sort of spread out the usage as much as you could.
Yes.
And so you may not get that as good of a feeling as you would get if you had more money and a better situation, right?
No.
Okay. Doing the drugs sort of eased life's worries.
Not really.
Okay. Yeah, because life's worries still intruded even while you were using the drugs, right?
Yes.
And especially if the kids were fussy and everything, you couldn't just sit back and relax with the drugs. You still had to pay attention to the kids.
Right.
And if they were crying, you still had to soothe the kids.
Yes.
And if they needed changing, or Seamus, Peter pooped in the car, or Harmony, Peter pooped in the car, you couldn't just sit back and relax. You had to do something.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, methadone is addictive. She's lying. She don't remember anything, according to her. All they was worried about is getting their drugs. That's why they stayed in that parking lot where that man was, and the methadone clinic. They wasn't worried about them kids.
We talked about those several statements that you gave to the police and the prosecutor from the Attorney General's office about the death of Harmony.
Yes.
And those stories changed a bit over time.
Yes.
And when you first told the story, you said that Harmony was peeing and pooping in the car, and Adam punched her 10 to 15 times in the parking lot of the Colonial.
Yes.
And that it was like at 2 or 3 in the morning.
Yes.
And when the officer asked, you mean in the overnight hours? You said, yes, it was in the overnight hours that this happened.
Yes.
Because something did happen at 2 or 3 in the morning on the day that Harmony died.
Hi, we're Good Measure, a food company on a mission to help make it easy and delicious.
What happened at 2 or 3 in the morning on that day?
Harmony had an accident and Adam kept punching her in the head.
Okay. At 2 or 3 in the morning.
Yeah, it was still like, it was the middle of the night.
And so in the middle of the night at 2 or 3 in the morning, you're saying that Adam punched her 10 to 15 times.
Yes.
And Harmony was crying,
Yes.
screaming.
Yes.
Declan would start screaming.
I don't remember what Declan and Seamus were doing.
Well, that cascade effect that when one of them is crying and there's chaos in the car, all of them were crying,
I
right?
thought they just got out of the methadone
Not
clinic.
really.
Fine.
Okay. And then what did you do?
What did I do?
Yeah.
I tried telling him to stop, but he doesn't listen.
Okay. What did you do about the mess?
I didn't do anything about the mess.
Did you clean the car?
No.
Did you clean Harmony?
No.
Was it a pee or a poop?
I don't remember.
Smells are considerably different, right?
Right. But
Both
the
of them,
car already stunk.
it stunk from all the kids living in the car, eating in the car, peeing and pooping in the car, and food being left around the car, right?
Yes.
And body odor.
Yes.
And so if Harmony peed in her seat at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, are you saying that you left her sitting in a puddle of pee?
Yes.
And if she pooped at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, you're saying you left her sitting in her own defecation?
Yes.
Why?
Because I was scared of Adam.
Did he tell you don't clean her up?
No, but when I told him to stop, he gave me the crazy eyes that he has. And I just didn't want to do anything because I was scared of him.
Okay.
It
And
did-
then things calmed down and everybody went to sleep?
No,
Everybody stayed up?
I don't remember if everybody stayed up, but I know I didn't go back to bed.
Okay. So you were up till 2 or 3 in the morning until you woke up, until it was time to go to the clinic.
Yes.
And I think the clinic was 7 or 8 in the morning.
7.
Okay. So you sat in the car and did nothing until 7 in the morning.
Right.
And you don't remember kids crying and screaming?
No.
I believe that you testified to on direct that Adam woke up and smelled pee or poop.
Yes.
Do you know which that was?
I'm sorry.
Urination or defecation, do you recall?
No.
Okay.
He said
And,
earlier, too.
He got mad at her for peeing or pooping in the car.
Yes.
Was it a fresh pee or poop?
I don't know.
Okay. So you don't know if she peed or pooped in the car from
She
2 to
said
3 in the morning.
the other day, poop.
Okay. And one of the things I think that you described, Adam saying at one of the things was, why don't you let us know?
Yes.
Like he's surprised at Harmony that she's smelling in the morning.
Do y'all remember when she testified Friday?
So you're saying he struck her in the morning before the clinic because I think that you said before to the police because she peed herself while still in the parking lot,
Yes.
and that made him mad, you said?
Yes.
And so she peed before you went to the clinic?
It just smelled like urination all the
Okay.
time.
Okay. And
She said last
she didn't
week.
have any injuries that you saw that morning, right?
No.
And you go to the clinic, right?
Yes.
And at the clinic, the two of you have to go in one at a time, right?
Yes.
And the reason that you have to go in one at a time is because somebody had tattled on you at some time earlier for leaving the kids in the car while the two of you went together.
Yes.
And so you were parked in the clinic right out front,
Yes.
and other people are also getting their dosage.
Yes.
And at least at some point, people were paying attention about, well, I'll take that back. So you're right out front of the clinic. I think you, looking at that paperwork, saw that you went in first,
Yes.
and then Adam went in.
Yes.
And did you take that time to clean the car?
No,
Why?
because I didn't.
Okay. I think you testified that when Adam got in the car, you said, I'm hungry, and I'm sure the kids are hungry.
Yes.
And it was you that wanted to go to Burger King for food.
Yes.
And did you want to go to Burger King because you were hungry?
Yes.
Did you want to go to Burger King because you wanted to clean the car?
No,
Why not?
I didn't.
Okay. Just you were hungry and you thought maybe the kids were hungry too.
Yes.
Okay. And Adam drove to Burger King to get you food and food for the kids.
Yes.
And Adam was not interested in food, right?
That's not true.
Why not?
Because he was hungry too.
Okay. Do you remember telling the prosecutor that Adam, I'm sorry, on March 16 of 2023, do you recall telling the prosecutor that Adam was not interested in food?
No.
All right, I'm going to take a different exhibit.
Boy, is she lying today. Let that baby, according to this, she let the baby sit in stool and feces for hours and hours and hours, and they didn't get up and change her. So who did? Nobody. That's horrible. She lied last week and said that Harmony pooped first in the morning, and then she urinated before they went to Burger King. Remember her saying that? Smelled like urine, and that she had pooped that morning. Now she's saying she don't know. She gonna get in trouble for lying. I know. If she didn't change Harmony, she probably didn't
Actually, I'm
change
going to
those
use a
babies either.
different copy.
That's disgusting. Well, she's got caught lying up on the stand because she said last week, right when she testified for the prosecutor, a different story, and now she's changing it because she's so high she don't remember saying it. She wasn't in diapers. No, she had panties. No, she was already potty trained. They just wouldn't. Adam would hit her every time she said she had to go to the bathroom, so she was terrified. It's disgusting how they done this baby. Horrible. She didn't care about that baby. That's why she let her sit for hours and poop and pee. I mean, from 2 o'clock that day until that morning, until she died, and then they throwed her in a bag with poo and pee, soiled with poo and pee. That's disgusting. Because she, according to what she's saying, Harmony was never cleaned up at all. So that means that her story's not adding up at all. That means that Harmony sat in stool and pee for hours until she passed away, and then they threw her in a bag like that. Disgusting. Yeah, she's had some kind of something to make her drowsy today. That's why she can't keep her story straight because she forgets what she said last week. Oh, I bet they did too, Mustang Mama. And why didn't Adam hit them? Why ain't they asking if Adam raged at the babies when the babies cried? I don't understand that. Like, if he raged at Harmony, wouldn't he have raged at those babies too? I think she has been drugged. This morning, yeah, they gave her some kind of something. It's wore off now. It's starting to wear off now, but she's still high, you can tell. Hang on just a second, yeah. She has so much in her system. She has to give her.
I'm going to show you a copy of a transcript of the interview of March 16, 2023. And like before, I'm going to ask you to read a portion of it, and then I'm going to ask you a question, okay?
Okay.
So here it is. Not quite as pretty. I'm going to be asking you about this, but you could read before or after,
Okay.
okay? You know when you're ready.
Myrtle, I think they gave them to her mom. Her mom's got them, which I don't think that her mom should keep them. I think that she shouldn't even be allowed around her children for what she let those babies go through and what she let happen to Harmony. I mean, she's practically admitting right now to letting Harmony sit in clothes for hours, pooped and peed up clothes. I mean, it's disgusting. Like, even when Harmony died, they Just throat are soiled. Oh, it's just disgusting. This woman makes me sick. Probably just as sick as Adam makes me. They both make me sick. So, when people reported them for leaving the babies out in the car, did the social services or the police come and look at the babies? Did they check the babies out? Somebody must have called the police on them for leaving the babies out in the car at the methadone clinic.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so you, during that interview, told the police that Adam didn't care if he ate or not, right?
Right.
He wasn't there because he wanted to eat, right?
Right.
And if the prosecutor said in opening that he went to Burger King because he wanted to eat, and he did eat while driving away, that's not your recollection, right?
No.
Okay. And that's not something you ever told the police, right?
Right.
It's just plain wrong.
Thank you, Nikita. Thank you, thank you, thank you. God bless our children. Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much, Nikita, for contributing to
And one of your claims is that on the
that.
way to Burger King, and I think that you said that he gets in the car at the clinic and smells
Urine.
urine and says, Harmony, why do you keep doing that? Why don't you tell us when you have to go?
Yes.
And he got angry outside the clinic
Thank you,
Yes.
and
Nikita.
he struck her in the head
Yes.
in front of the clinic,
In the car. Yes.
in the car, right?
Yes.
Where people are going in and out of the clinic.
Yes.
And where at one point somebody had noticed that you left your kids alone in the car and told on you, right?
Yes.
Okay. You said that he was also yelling at her.
Yes.
And you told the jury that she was making weird noises on the way to Burger King.
Yes.
Okay. And you said that there were 3 different events on the way to Burger King, 3 different times that he was maybe at a stoplight or something and would strike her again,
Yes.
and yelling at her
Yes.
and striking her 3 to 4 times each event.
Yes.
And Harmony's crying,
Yes.
and Declan's crying,
Yes.
and Seamus is crying.
No.
Why not?
Not just because somebody's crying doesn't mean the other one cries.
Adam yelling in the car did
Yeah.
not cause Seamus to cry.
No.
And Adam striking Seamus's sister right next to him didn't cause Seamus to cry.
No. He didn't.
And
know what was
Harmony
going
crying in pain didn't cause Seamus to cry.
on. No.
Okay. Okay. You said the final time that Adam hit Harmony in the head, he said he felt something.
Yes.
That, and I think you claim that Adam said, I think I heard her this time. I did something.
Yes.
And was that in a scared voice?
Yes.
Okay, so Adam thought perhaps he went overboard?
Yes.
And this was pulling into the parking lot at Burger King?
Yes.
And so, being scared, he drives up to the drive-in window.
Yes.
He orders the food that you want.
Yes.
He pays cash.
I don't remember.
Okay. When you spoke to police back in June of 2022, you recalled that he paid in cash.
Objection.
basis? Okay.
She can't remember a lot, but she said it. I think she said it last week. Didn't she say last week that Adam paid with cash when they asked her? I think she said it last week that he paid with cash. Why is she lying now? I don't understand why I believe her mother wouldn't take those kids. She's got them kids now. I don't know why she wouldn't. She has an expression I could not stop. See, there is now that he hit that baby girl and those boys kept quiet. Every mother knows that. She's lying. They've caught her in so many lies. Daisy's farm. She is probably a pathological
This is a
liar.
good time for a break. I'm going to ask the witness to stay there. We'll
Can't
take
tell the
15
truth.
minutes, and then we will resume the testimony. All rise for the jurors, please. Same reminders, ladies and gentlemen. Don't talk
Did
about
Adam
this.
show up today? No. He ain't gonna show his face. Man, oh man, she's catching her in a bunch of fibs today, ain't she? I wonder if they'll charge her for lying, because last week she was saying all that stuff that she remembered, and now she don't remember. That poor baby.
You may step down. All right, 15 minutes, everybody.
What a shame, you guys. What a shame. Oh man, I'm telling you what. She she is a pathetic piece of I don't know what. I guarantee she didn't even change them babies. If she let Harmony sit back there like that, she let her baby sit back there like that too. She doesn't remember her lies. Exactly. Looks like she didn't miss a meal. You guys, that don't look good for the prosecution. No, it don't. It don't look good for the prosecution. But Adam, I don't know if he's going to have to testify or not, but what are they trying to say? That she unalived Harmony? I mean, kids was probably scared to cry with that monster. I know. So if the car smelled like pee and poop all the time, that means that they didn't clean the kids. They didn't bath them. They didn't change their diapers. They left Harmony in a horrible situation. All they cared about was their drugs. That's it. Their next high. That's all they cared about. That makes me sick. And why? Why wouldn't the law called if they were leaving the babies out in the car in the parking lot? Why didn't they call the law and report them leaving the babies out in the car in the parking lot? It was in the wintertime. She needs a good old country blanket party. Sorry. Country blanket party. What's that? Hang on, y'all. I don't know, y'all. She's Lord have mercy. She's got an attitude. I don't even think she cares right now. I don't even think she cares now. I don't have hats in I don't have hate in my heart for either of them because they are not in the human race with me. I agree. We don't want to put them with animals neither because animals don't even treat their babies like that. Animals wipe their babies and keep their babies clean. They take care of their babies. They fuss over their babies. They love their babies. Majority of animals love their babies. My little cow, my little dairy cow, that's the first thing that she did is keep her baby clean. She kept her little baby clean and fed and took good care of that baby. And still to this day, and that baby's 6 months old, about as big as she is, and she still mommies her baby and takes care of him. She is guilty as much as Adam. Yes, she is. Why wouldn't they drop the kids off at a safe place if they didn't want to deal with them? Sounds like they were sadistic and enjoyed hurting them babies. Let's see who's calling y'all. I don't know who that was, but somebody just called. But yeah, hey, C Butt, how are you? I'm so sad. She's guilty. They're both guilty, in my opinion. They're both. I bet she was slapping her around too. I bet both of them was. If she was letting that baby sit back there and soiled for hours and hours and hours, and she sit there on her big butt and ate a Burger King while that baby was sitting back there moaning and groaning and covered up with a blanket after just being beat. Oh my goodness, you guys. I'm sorry. Yes, Daisy Farm, my cats is a better mama than human garbage. Yeah. She stated the car smelled before clinic and claims Adam smelled it. So why would he piss him off after coming out of the clinic when he already knew? Thank you. Thank you. You're absolutely right. Love the Eagles. Thank you. Absolutely right. She's lying about a lot of stuff. She better start remembering things. Her deal is on the line. She is definitely guilty of neglect. Yes, ma'am, you're absolutely right, Christine, on that one. The country blanket party is getting the oh, okay, everybody 29. I see it now. If you can't care for your children, if you love your drugs more than them, give them to a church or facility. See, they were getting a check on Harmony though because of her disability. So that's why they wanted her because that's probably the only income they were getting in besides food stamps. Hang on, guys. I'll be right back, okay? I got to get my phone charger. Yeah, that's why they wanted Harmony. They wanted Harmony because they were getting a check on her, probably a few $100s a month to buy their drugs with. And yeah, they weren't getting their drugs for free. I'm curious to think of what was really going on and how they were actually getting their drugs. Almost makes you feel like maybe they were both selling Harmony. Maybe both the kids, who knows? That's maybe why they hid Harmony's body and don't want nobody to find Harmony's body because it would have showed that she was possibly SA'd. If they were neglecting that baby and hitting that baby like that, there's nothing that they wouldn't have stopped it doing. Why doesn't she ask her what did Harmony eat? I guess because they already know nothing. Oh yeah, She said that she didn't even look back there after Harmony was on a, hit on. Okay. Okay, Crystal. I'm sure they were probably selling their food stamps for drugs, more children, more food stamps. Yeah. If Manson went to jail for life, then how could she not just the same? She's no better. He did not actually kill anyone, but was a compliant, so why is she any different? And these were little children, babies and children. Yeah. Harmony was just a little bitty thing. She was a tiny, tiny, precious, precious child. She was a little tiny thing, like Summer. She was precious, you know? She was just. When they covered Harmony after every man punch beating with a blanket to cover their shame of what they did, as though she didn't exist. Of course. So many people are appalled that she's not going to be charged. She is a liar and involved in everything, in my opinion. But her being like this and now forgetting in court could possibly stop Adam from getting a murder charge. Exactly. She might be charged, but I don't think that's up to the prosecuting attorney to charge her. They only want those children because the state was given a check and they needed the money to buy their drugs. Yes, I agree. I bet they could have left those babies with her mama and still got the money. They enjoyed hurting this baby. You probably were right. Good morning, Vicky. I bet Adam didn't even order Harmony food that dro- at the drive-through. He knew he hurt her bad, so didn't want to waste his money. I wish someone would ask Kayla that question. You're right. Can't believe them hanging out in the parking lot that nobody else noticed this and wouldn't call the police. Well, I mean, I'm curious to know if that when they reported them for leaving the kids out in the car, like, did they call the police or did somebody come out there and confront them? If she gets off, she will get hers eventually. That bet that. Maybe. She didn't care about Harmony because she wasn't her baby. Right, Cassie, you're right. In my opinion, Grandma failed baby girl and those boys. No way my G babies would live in a car. For those two adults can, but not my babies. I know, but some grandmothers do it. Honestly, I don't think they had any shame at all. If there was shame, she would be crying on the stand while remembering all this. No emotions at all from her. That's right. And let me tell you something. I guarantee you, when it came to Harmony, I can just envision her sitting in that front seat doing her drugs and not giving two shits what Adam did to that baby. She was probably telling her to shut up too. She was probably scolding that baby herself. After Harmony died, he stated to turn on Kayla to punch around. Kayla got help for herself. Adam enjoyed dominating and being very violent. Okay. Good morning, y'all that's coming in. Justice for Harmony. Yes, ma'am. Good morning, everybody coming in. We are waiting. They're taking a small break this morning, and we're waiting for them to come back. And actually, I think they're getting ready to come back. So, I'll take this picture of Harmony down. I I can just hear Harmony asking Daddy to stop hurting her. She probably knew it didn't do any good. She cried the first day of testimony. She's too drugged right now to even know what she's saying. She's just reacting to the questions. You know, and that's what's getting her in trouble because she's too high to remember what she said, what she told him before. And so she's lying. Because when you lie and you tell a lie and then you get impaired by drugs, you're not able to tell the truth about what really happened. I don't know where my phone is. There it is. So, you know, you get mixed up on your lies. I still believe the story about him. I believe that he did hit her and unalive her, but I think Kayla was involved somehow. I believe Harmony was being abused in different ways. That's why they did not want her body shown. That's why they wanted her to be gone. I don't believe he beat on Kayla. I think she's lying to make her ace feel better. You could be right. He may have left her for another woman. I don't know. Wasn't it said when they went to Burger King, they went through the drive through and covered Harmony with a comforter? Yes, that's what she said. She said that last week. Now, let's see what she's going to say now. You know, she's telling different stories, you guys. That's what's getting me. She's in jail, yes, but she's not doing very much time. I think she only has a little while till she gets out unless there's new charges. Well, she's been caught lying on him.
Seated. Wait.
There could be new charges coming her way.
Attention, please. Parties in the matter with Stacy Adam Montgomery.
Pretty cut.
Courtroom 1.
You notice how nice the judge was before this started, and now the judge is getting more and more hateful because she knows Kayla's lying. The judge is a little more shorter with Kayla now. So, yeah. Notice how the judge is. She is overruling those objections like right now and making Kayla answer those questions. I think Adam is a monster. He enjoys causing pain and boasts his ego by causing pain and fear. I do too. Look how he walked in the court the other day, smiling and sticking his tongue out. Right, Sailor Rose? I date Diana. They say you can find more drugs in prison than in the streets. Oh, yeah. I wish I could have 5 minutes with her. I know, Hillbilly 29. A lot of people. Hey, Barbara W. The judge obviously knows this woman is a horror. I would think
We're
the
bringing the
judge
witness
would
now.
send Kayla back to her call because of her drug addiction. Is that Adam? Is that going to be Adam? Oh, that's Kayla. She gets out in May. Oh, I hope they get any charges on her. Look at her. She don't care. She's as bad as Adam. Hey, Angela. She's as bad as Adam, if not worse.
Everyone's ready. We'll bring in the jurors. Please rise for the jurors, please.
I did see she looked horrible. I seen her when she got arrested. Yeah.
Please be seated.
right before we took the break, I asked you if you told the interviewers, police or whoever, in June that you thought you paid cash.
Yes.
And you didn't remember, right?
No.
If I showed you a copy of your transcript,
She said it last week, y'all.
I'm going to ask you again to read what you need to, but this will be what I'm asking you about.
I agree, Sailor.
So you told the police in June of 20, June 23rd of 2022 that you thought you paid cash.
Yes.
And that would make sense because Adam was doing little things to try and collect cash, right?
Yes.
And you certainly had no money in the bank on your card,
No.
right?
Right.
So after this panic that you say that Adam feels, goes up to the drive-through, right?
Yes.
And the jury was at the Burger King, and you sort of make a roundabout way into the drive-through, right?
Yes.
And it's wide open there, right?
Yes.
And people are coming in and out of Burger King, right?
Yes.
And you stop at one place to make the order,
Yes.
and you ordered croissants and hash browns,
Yes.
and this was for you and the kids.
Yes.
And then you pull around, turn, and go to where you actually have communication with the live person.
Yes.
And the first thing that you do before you get your food or anything like that is turn over, but Adam is doing it because he's in the driver's seat, right?
Right.
Turning over the cash.
Yes.
Might have been card, but probably not, right?
Right.
You know, do you have a specific recollection now of whether it was cash?
No.
Okay. So assuming cash, but card would be the same, you turn it over to the clerk, right?
Yes.
And then the clerk does what the clerk does with money,
Yes.
and then opens the window again and maybe counts out the change.
Yes.
And Adam would be there with his hand out and change being counted out into his hand, right?
Yes.
And then maybe that change is handed to you so that he can then reach in again for the food.
Yes.
And when the food comes in, he probably takes the bag and gives it to you.
Yes.
And you said that just before that, the Adam was scared because he had been striking Harmony and something different happened.
Yes.
And while he's striking Harmony, the children are screaming.
Yes.
Going in through the Burger King parking lot.
Yes.
Going through the Burger King order spot.
Yes.
And going through the Burger King drive-through.
Yes.
And you did not do anything, as you said, with Harmony,
Right. Right.
She was just laying there in the back.
Yes.
And right there as he drives up to the clerk at the Burger King parking lot.
Yes.
Okay. And you said Harmony is moaning in the back seat?
Yes.
And I don't think you said it, but was it a moan that you understood to be a dying child?
No.
Okay. What was the moan?
I don't know. She was making a noise.
Okay. And you didn't check on her, right?
No,
Didn't throw a cover on her.
no,
Didn't have to turn around and soothe the boys in the back seat to make them quiet.
no. They weren't always crying just because one other kid was crying. They weren't always crying.
She just said they were crying.
But violence, chaos, yelling, and screaming would make them cry.
They didn't. They weren't really. They never really cried that much.
Okay. Okay. Um, did you ask to run in and maybe get some extra napkins to clean up the urine on the seat?
No,
With that smell lingering so bad, did you think maybe to ask if Harmony could go in and clean up?
no,
Did you do anything to deal with the smell of urine?
no, because Adam said she could just lay in it.
Okay. All right. And he was upset with the smell?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And I think actually, you say that the kids may not have been crying. I think that, did you tell the police that you thought the kids were sleeping?
Yeah, they didn't really make any noise.
Okay.
But she just said they were crying as they went through drive-through right before that. Did you not hear her say that?
Kayla, that assault never happened, did it?
Yes, it did.
Okay. Well, you describe physically trying to stop him. Adam?
Yes.
You describe verbally trying to stop him.
Yes.
Nobody wants a person to strike and hurt a child,
Right.
especially a 5-year-old child under your care.
Right.
And you cannot allow that to happen. You can't sit by and allow that to happen, right?
Right.
Okay. But you said that you stopped trying to do anything because he looked at you with the face of pure evil.
Yes.
So you just got scared and shut up, right?
Yes.
Because his face was pure evil, right?
Yes.
And pure evil, a person with pure evil is not someone you want to protect.
No.
And a person who is pure evil is not someone that you love.
That is Adam's attorney a question.
Well, that's
Yes.
hard to say.
Okay. A person of pure evil is not someone you want raising your children.
Right.
Okay. And you would do anything to get your kids away from pure evil.
Yes.
And even though Harmony was your child, you felt the same about her.
Yes.
She was pretty much your child.
Yes, I helped take care of her.
Okay. And when you and Adam split up years later, or March of 2021, you wanted him back.
We were both trying to fix our family and get back.
You wanted him back with the family and raising the children.
Right.
And when you were sitting in your cell thinking about this and reliving it, and you wrote that note about your thoughts about what you wanted, you indicated that the children needed Adam as well as you, right?
Right.
And that's not the face of pure evil, right?
No.
Okay. So you said to the jury Friday, I believe, that you fed the children at the Burger King parking lot.
Yes.
Okay.
We were leaving the parking lot.
As you were leaving the parking lot, you were feeding them?
Yeah, I handed them food.
Okay. Who'd you hand food?
I handed Seamus some food.
Uh-huh.
I handed Declan some food.
Uh-huh.
And I reached behind my seat and was giving Harmony the food, but I just put it down, thinking that she was going to be grabbing it.
Okay. So, do you remember telling the police that you fed the children at the Colonial parking lot?
No,
Okay. Did you feed the children at the Colonial parking lot?
I don't know.
Okay. Now,
Didn't she say the baby's
your
supposed to
car
sleep?
died at the intersection late morning-ish. Does that sound right?
Yes,
And you were at the clinic at 7-ish?
yes,
Okay, so you were in the Colonial parking lot for a while, right?
yes,
All right. And you don't recall talking to the police about feeding your children in the back seat at the Colonial?
no,
All right. First of all, before I ask some more questions, set up the situation. Declan is in the car seat by the behind the driver.
no,
You've got Seamus there now,
yes,
and so you're having Declan in the middle seat,
yes,
and Harmony is on the
Behind.
passenger side behind you,
yes,
and Declan is under a year,
yes.
and you got croissants. What were you feeding Declan?
Pieces of food.
Okay. So you would break off a little piece of hash brown,
Yeah, something. I don't remember what I was feeding him.
and would you hand it to him and make sure he grabbed it?
No,
You just sort of put it back there?
I put it in his mouth.
So you would turn around from the driver's side and put little pieces of food in Declan's mouth?
No.
What?
I reached my arm back and put it in his mouth because he's in the middle.
Okay. And Seamus, okay, so would you turn to reach your arm back and look and make sure you're getting it in his mouth?
I could feel it.
So you reach back with your arm and you feel around for his mouth and put it in?
Yes,
Okay. And then Seamus, you also have to give him small pieces of food, right?
right,
And with Seamus, you break off a small thing and you give him and make sure he takes it in his hand, right?
right.
And so you turn around and reach over to Seamus and hand him his piece of food.
I didn't turn around
Okay. Why not?
because I could see him. I
Okay.
just handed it to him like that. He was sitting in the car seat.
Okay.
Right.
All right. Do you remember describing to the police? Oh, and also you said that you took some and you handed it back to Harmony?
I gave a sandwich to her, yes.
You gave a croissant to her?
Yes.
So you bought the croissant for Harmony or for you?
There was 3 of them.
Okay.
There was one for her, and then there was one for Adam and one for me. And the one that I had, I broke apart and gave to the kids.
Okay. And so what'd you do? Put the whole sandwich back there for Harmony?
Yes.
Did you check and see if she was eating it?
No,
Or not?
because I didn't.
Okay. Okay. And Harmony's position while you're doing that, I think she's leaning against her brother beside her.
Yes.
And then sometimes she's leaning up against the door, I think.
Yes.
And You don't check on her.
No,
Don't check and see if she's eating.
no.
But you make sure that you've put the food in Declan's mouth.
Yeah, because they're younger.
So you weren't concerned about Harmony at that point.
That's not what I'm saying.
Okay.
She is lying.
You feed them directly because they were younger. You don't feed Harmony directly because, or make sure that she's eating. Why?
Because she can open the package and eat it.
Did you hear her open the package?
No, I don't know. I don't remember.
Okay. And so after that, you went up to Bodero's to get some drugs.
We went to Colonial Village.
Sustained.
Okay. So when you went to Bodero's to get some drugs,
Overruled. Council approach.
Didn't she say last week that she didn't even look back there because she was afraid that Harmony was gone? Now she's saying she handed her a burger. She's freaking lying. She said that she was afraid to look back there. She said she was afraid to look back there. Now she's lying, y'all. This isn't good. This is not good. This is not good because this right here is going to get Adam out of it. This right here is not good that she's being caught in all these
so
lies.
after you ate, you got some drugs.
I don't remember doing that.
Council
You remember
approach.
having-
Council approach.
She said that they did drugs. She said they did drugs last week. Did she or did she not say that Adam did his drugs for 20 to 30 minutes? Wow. What the F is this woman doing? She said it last week. Wow. Wow.
Rephrase the question.
And after you ate, you and Adam did some drugs.
Yes.
And you did not ask Bodero to call 911.
No.
You did not ask your friend Bodero to come out to the car to maybe help you while you checked on Harmony.
No.
You did not ask to take Harmony up to Bodero's apartment to maybe clean her up and make sure she was okay.
No.
Okay. And fair to say today you don't know where you got those drugs from?
We were always at Colonial Village where he lived, and he's the one that we got drugs off of.
Okay. And
she's making both of them are making a joke out of this case. This trial, not only is Adam making this trial a joke by not showing up, She's lying now and twisting everything and making this a whole mess. A whole mess.
But you do recall actually feeding all three children in the back seat, right?
Yes.
And you recall that you were feeding them, and do you recall that you said that you were feeding them with one hand because your other hand was in the bag for your food?
No.
Okay.
She has been caught in so many lies. Y'all think she's doing it on purpose to save Adam's butt? No, she did not feed she did not feed Harmony.
So let's talk about
Yeah.
why you left the Colonial. Um, at that point where eventually the car broke down. Okay. Um, did you have concerns about Harmony in the car at the time that you left?
No.
Did you look at Harmony at all in the car before you left?
No.
And you said that Adam, struck her God knows how many times,
Yes.
and that she had been crying, and that Adam actually got scared that he had hurt her.
Yes.
And you never checked.
No.
And you described on direct when you were talking to the state that whenever you all were out in public, Harmony would be covered up so no one would see.
Right.
That wasn't quite true, right?
Not in the beginning.
Okay. And not at Burger King.
Yes, she was under the blanket in Burger King.
Okay. Do you recall saying that she had a blanket on her lap
No.
when you were feeding her?
I just knew the blanket was there.
And that you put little pieces of food on her blanket that was on her lap to feed her?
No. I don't remember putting pieces of food on her lap.
Sort of toss back a sandwich?
Yeah.
Okay. And you had no concerns about Harmony?
No.
You said that she was moaning before she was at Burger King?
Yeah.
And you said that she was moaning after Burger King.
Yes.
And that moaning had you concerned?
Yes.
But you didn't check.
No.
And I think you just said because you weren't concerned.
No, I am concerned. I was concerned.
Okay. And you didn't check on her.
No.
And Adam, you described as being scared that he would hurt her, had hurt her.
Yes.
And where did you go from? Where were you going from the village?
I don't remember where we were going. I don't remember if we were going to figure out how to get money to get more drugs. I don't remember what we were doing. I don't
Okay.
remember why we left.
Okay. So that if this were true, then Adam would be driving around with a critically injured child in the back seat in public.
Right.
And it would have been a pretty important place to have to go for him to take that sort of risk of driving around with a critically injured child in the back seat.
He didn't care.
Okay. And you did or did not?
I felt like I had no say.
Okay.
Anytime I said something, I'd get yelled at.
Okay. And then you say that at the intersection, by the way, what drugs did you do that day?
I remember doing heroin or fentanyl.
Okay.
if we did that or not.
She said the other
Okay.
day heroin,
So when you said on direct that it was
heroin and crack.
heroin and crack, that's not what you recall.
I don't remember doing both or not.
But
She
you
said,
do recall heroin and fentanyl.
wow.
Yes.
Okay. And
I mean, how can her memory fade that fast? You all think she's doing this on purpose to get Adam out of it? Yeah, but see, the charges can be put on her now. If she gets Adam out of it by doing this, they can get her. She said she was too afraid to look back at Harmony. Now she's saying that she
so we
Harmony?
discussed timing with the Colonial at
Why?
7 and then the breakdown late morning, right?
Yes.
So you were at the Colonial for a few hours.
We were at the clinic at 7.
And then Burger King and then the Colonial.
Yes.
And so you were at the Colonial parking lot for a few hours or a couple of hours before you left for wherever it was you were going.
I don't think we were there that long.
Do you recall the tow truck driver, do you recall going back to the intersection and the tow truck driver was there?
You're talking about after the car broke down?
Uh-huh.
Yes, I remember when we got brought back.
Okay. And that was like after 12:30 or so, right?
Yeah, something like that.
And how long did it take you to walk to Mr. Vadero's from the car?
I don't know. It felt like a long walk. I don't remember how long.
Okay. Okay. Uh, so let's see. In that time that you were in the Colonial parking area on the 6th prior to the car breaking down, Harmony was in the car, but she was dead, right?
No.
Basis? Yes.
This is what I think. I don't know if Harmony was dead when
Sorry.
you put her in that thing.
Harmony was on the 7th between your 7 o'clock session at the clinic, dosage at the clinic, to Burger King, to the parking lot, to using drugs, to late morning driving away.
Yes.
Harmony was dead in the car, right?
Not throughout that whole time.
Pardon?
Not throughout the whole time.
She was actually in the trunk of the car, right?
What?
Were you and Adam planning or trying to figure out what you could do with Harmony because she had died?
No, that didn't happen yet.
Okay. Okay. So,
Didn't even make any sense.
somewhere important, you had to go with Harmony in the car. And you break down at the intersection, right? The car
I didn't
does.
have anywhere important to go.
Okay. So at the intersection, there's Webster and Elm Street, right?
Yes.
Elm Street is a big road, 4 lane.
Yes.
4 lane in the sense that it has turning lanes, right?
Yes.
And Webster is smaller, 2 lane.
Well, it was still 2 lanes where we were.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then it changes. And so you were on Webster getting ready to get onto Elm Street.
I don't remember which way we were going, but I knew we were at the light. At the light. First car at the light.
So you don't know if you were in the 4 lane part or the 2 lane part of Elm Street or the 2 lane part of Webster?
We were right on Webster at the light.
Okay. And the light turns green and the car doesn't go.
Right.
And there are cars around you
Yes.
honking,
Yes.
looking at you.
No, they were just figuring out why the car was there. We had to keep telling them to drive around.
Okay. So you and Adam are sort of waving them around,
Yes.
or you're waving them around?
I was waving them around to go around the car.
Okay. And Adam, I think you said, got the duffel bag out of the trunk?
Yes.
Because the duffel bag was in the trunk, right?
Yes.
But Harmony's body was in that duffel bag already.
No.
Overruled.
You tell Adam, well, I think Adam asked you what to do, right?
Yes.
This is a pretty bad situation, right?
Right.
With Harmony in the car like she was.
Yes.
And Adam asked you what to do.
Right.
And you tell him that you should.
Yes.
She told him to put Harmony in a bag. Oh my God.
Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
That's what it sounds like, that she told Adam to put her in the bag. Yes, she does, Julianne.
So you tell Adam that.
Sustained. We'll approach if you want to approach.
And at that intersection, you all pack up and go to Badero's, right?
Right.
And that was your idea.
No.
It wasn't?
No.
Why didn't
I'm
they-
going to refer you to,
Why
I'm gonna
didn't they
put
let her
Perfect on
answer
it.
that it was her idea to put Harmony in that bag? It's what it sounded like to me, didn't it, you? Why are they covering that up? That it was her idea to put Harmony in that bag? Because Adam asked her what to do? Why wouldn't they want that told? I don't get that. I guess, I don't know. I mean, this is crazy.
I'm going to show you a copy of the transcript of your June 3rd interview. I'm going to move this clip a bit because it might be hidden if I had to. And ask you again to review a portion of it, and I'm going to ask you a question, and that is the area.
Okay.
And you told Adam that you should go to Badero's, right?
I asked him if we should.
Okay. So it was your idea. Right?
Yeah.
And you gathered, Adam grabbed a duffel bag from the trunk.
Yes.
You got your purse and stuff from the trunk.
No, my purse was not in the trunk.
Okay. So you got your purse and you got some stuff in the trunk. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. You got some diapers for the kids,
Yes.
and you couldn't take too much with you because you were walking with all the kids to Mr. Badero's.
Right.
And you can't wait around for any kind of help because you have to get Harmony's body away from that car as soon as you can.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, I want to talk to you about discovering that Harmony was dead. I think on direct, you said that Adam opened the door and said something like, baby girl, wake up, or wake up, baby girl.
Yes.
And she wasn't moving.
Right.
And that's when he popped open the trunk, you said.
The trunk wouldn't open.
It did eventually, though, right?
We moved the car seat out of the car so that he could move the seat to get into the trunk.
Okay. And Adam checked her breathing.
He was just trying to wake her and she wouldn't wake up.
Okay. Do you remember Adam saying that Adam put his hand over her heart?
No.
And So that didn't happen? You don't have a recollection of Adam putting his hand over her heart?
No, I don't.
I told you that
Okay.
baby wasn't
But you
dead.
did tell the police that in June of 23rd that he put his hand over her heart to check her.
He was checking her, but she wasn't waking up.
Okay, so he did put his hand over her heart to check her.
He tried waking her up. I don't remember the hand on the heart.
Okay. Do you remember telling the police on June of 2023 that he checked her breathing and like put his hand on her heart?
No.
Okay, I'm going to show you. Copy of that same transcript, okay? And ask you to review that paragraph there, okay?
I bet Harmony was still alive when they put her in that
I
bag.
still don't remember that, but
I
I
bet
can
she's
see that I
unconscious.
said that, but I don't remember it happening.
Okay. But what you told the police back in June of 2023, you were telling them as if it was a memory, right?
Right.
So either it wasn't a memory or that memory is gone.
Hello,
I don't
last
remember.
dance. Why is she lying?
And you also checked Harmony
Hello.
and she wasn't breathing.
Right.
You checked her neck and you checked her wrists.
Yeah.
And you were looking for a pulse.
Yeah.
Must have been panicking.
Yeah.
Did you do that before or after you were waving cars around?
After.
Okay. So after you have checked Harmony, you're saying that you went to the back of the car and you're sort of waving cars around to get them around your car.
Yeah.
Okay. And how long did you do that?
Until we got the stuff out of the car that we needed to get out.
Okay, so are you doing that while Adam is getting stuff out of the car?
No, we're both on each side of the car doing the same thing, trying to get stuff out.
Which side of the car were you on?
I don't remember.
Okay.
She
And
don't
you
remember.
claim that as these cars are going around and beeping and everything, that Adam put Harmony into a duffel bag.
Yes.
And
This woman.
the four of you walked to Colonial Village.
Right.
Now, on direct, you said that you never saw Harmony bleed.
Yeah, I didn't.
Okay. Did you ever see blood on her?
Not that I remember.
Okay. And you told the police that while Adam was throwing stuff in the back and cleaning the car, that you told the police that Adam was putting stuff in the bag and cleaning the car, right?
After
What?
After we got to Anthony's and he brought us back to the car. to get stuff out,
Uh-huh.
and he cleaned it.
Okay. And you said that he cleaned the back seat because he had blood on his hands from hitting Harmony.
I don't remember.
Yes.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. She is such a liar. She is such a liar. Such a liar, y'all. She's hiding something more. She's hiding something more, y'all.
You were asked what Adam was cleaning, and you said that the back seat because he had blood on his hands from hitting Harmony, right?
I don't remember that day of him doing that. I just remember cleaning the car after.
Okay. I'm going to ask you the questions, and then we'll do some more. You said that Harmony had a bloody nose, and he had blood on his hands from hitting her, and he was wiping the seat with a napkin, right?
Overruled. I don't remember it that day that she passed away that was happening.
Okay. And you were asked if Badero said anything about Adam's bloody hand, right?
Not that day.
Okay, I'll go through. And you said no, he had already cleaned up his hands because that event, the bloody nose thing, happened days before, right?
Right?
And you were asked more about whether Harmony had blood on her on her that day.
Right.
And you said you saw dried blood on her face, right?
Right.
And you said that that was the day the car broke down that you saw dried blood on her face.
Right.
Okay. So I'm going to go through the transcript and ask about some of those other things that you didn't remember and see if
Why does she keep lying about it? I don't get it. If she told it before, why is she denying it now? I bet the prosecution is pissed off that she's lying. I don't get it, y'all. I don't get it. The prosecutor is the young guy. He's a young male. She'd been advised, in my opinion, you think? Hello, Carice.
I'm going to show you. Again, it's that transcript from June 23rd. And ask you to review portions of that transcript. I'm going to show you 229 down to all of 229 and 230.
There hasn't been anything mentioned yet of a polygraph. I'm sure they did. I hope they did a polygraph on her. But this could come back to bite her by covering up for Adam like this, because they could come back and prosecute her for the death of Harmony.
Policeman?
That help refresh your recollection?
Yeah.
And so, you did tell the police that Harmony had a bloody nose and had blood on it. He had blood on his hands and was wiping the seat with a napkin.
Yeah, but that happened days before. Happened before she died.
Sure. But the wiping was on the when the tow truck driver was there.
Yeah, when we went back to the car,
Okay.
I remember cleaning.
Okay. And it was for the blood that was on the car?
I don't remember what it was for. Adam just wanted to clean it.
Okay. But you recalled that you did see blood, you said, on Harmony's face,
Yeah.
right? And it was that day, right?
Yes.
And where you saw Adam cleaning was around the area that Harmony was sitting, right?
Right.
And you said that Adam had blood on his face that day? I mean, on his fist that day?
Yeah, on his hand.
And that Harmony had blood on her face?
Dried blood, yeah.
Right. But not from days before. Are you saying she had dry blood from days before?
Yeah, she had dry blood on her face.
From days before.
Yeah.
And you never cleaned her face for days?
No, he just kept her under the blanket.
Hey, Barbara.
Okay.
Does that mean that son
Now
of a
you
bitch
said yesterday, Friday,
was beating her all the
that
time?
you and Adam had talked about what to do together. Is that right? Do you remember that?
Yes.
And that you sort of came together with the plan to say that Adam had taken Harmony to her mother's.
That's what Adam told me to say, yes.
Okay. I am going to switch over now to when you go to fit. Okay?
Which time?
With Adam, Declan, and Seamus,
Okay.
and the body of Harmony.
Okay.
And so Adam no longer had a car after December 7th, right?
Right.
And he no longer had the freedom to drive wherever he wanted to, right?
Right.
And when he drove, there would be somebody else in the car, right? He would be driving someone else's car, right? And sometimes he drove Badero's car, right?
That was way before.
Okay. And You still didn't have any money, right?
Right.
And from 2 days in Badero's car, you go to your mother's.
Right.
And I think you actually go to an aunt's or something, and from there, your mother comes over and gets you off.
Yes.
And you could only stay for a very limited time.
Yes.
She might get in trouble with her landlord.
Yes.
And so you were trying to get into the shelter.
Yes.
And you worked and applied and everything like that for the shelter.
Yes.
Would you walk over there to do that?
Yes, we did.
Okay. So you, Adam, and the kids would walk over to the shelter to apply for shelter there.
We walked to city welfare.
Okay. And would you, Adam, and the kids be in the office all together making the application?
When we filled out the application, yes.
Okay.
And then I saw the case manager. I don't remember if we were together or if it was just me.
Okay. Now, when you told the jury that it fit, you had taken the duffel bag from the ceiling.
Overruled. Yes.
I didn't realize I had said it. Adam took the duffel bag down from the ceiling, right?
Yes.
And Adam was the one that put the duffel bag in the ceiling in the first place, right?
Yes.
And you said that he took the duffel bag down from the ceiling and had it in the shower for hours.
Had it in the bathroom, yes.
Oh, was there a shower there?
Yes.
And did he have it in the shower for hours?
I don't remember.
Okay. Okay. And from the bathroom, where did it go?
To the closet.
In what?
Trash bag.
Okay. And then what?
CMC bag.
Okay. So it went from the bathroom into a trash bag, one of those big black things.
Yes.
And from there, it goes into the closet. For how long?
I don't know, a day or two.
Okay. And there, the trash bag and Harmony's body goes in the CMC bag.
Yes.
Okay. And I think you identified Exhibit 85 as pretty much a duplicate of the bag that you got from CMC, right?
Yes.
And this is a bag that's given when you give birth at CMC, right?
Yes.
And it's for diapers and carrying things around for your children, right?
Yes. Diaper bag.
Pardon?
Diaper bag.
Okay. And from the CMC bag with the trash bag and Harmony's body.
Yes.
Where does it go?
To Portland Pie.
Okay. And then where?
To Union Street.
How?
In a tote.
Okay. Where did it, from where to where did it go to Union Street? Where did it get in the tote?
From the shelter.
So how did the CMC bag get back to the shelter?
It came back from Adam's work to
Okay.
the shelter.
Who brought it back?
Adam,
Okay. Who brought it to Portland Pie?
I did.
Okay. So, are you saying that it's in the CMC? There's a body in a trash bag in the CMC bag in the tote
Not in the tote at the time.
when you go to Union?
When we go to Union, yes.
Okay. And so you told okay. So you take the tote, you take the CMC bag, but not the tote, to Portland Pie. Not the plastic, right?
I'm confused.
So am I. I'll back up. Sorry. To reorient ourselves, at some point, you say that Adam takes the body down from the ceiling tiles.
Yes.
And it's because there's a smell.
Yes.
And it's because other people in FIT are concerned about the smell.
Yes.
And you all are concerned that somebody might be checking the place to find out about the smell.
Yes.
Because you've heard the complaints
Yes.
and you're scared.
Yes.
And I think you said Adam takes Harmony's body down into the bathroom
Yes.
and takes her body out of the duffel bag
Yes.
and puts her body in a trash bag
Yes.
and puts the trash bag in the closet.
In the CMC bag in the closet.
Okay. So from the bathroom, is her body put in the CMC bag?
In the trash bag. The trash bag's in the CMC bag.
And that all happens in the bathroom.
Yes.
And then you said, I believe on direct, that Adam tells you to take the CMC bag to Portland Pie.
Yes.
Tell me about that.
He had asked me to bring her body in the CMC bag to his work at Portland Pie
When?
while we were at the shelter.
Was it right after you say that he put the body in the CMC bag?
Yes.
So like the next day?
I don't remember if it was the next day or a couple of days.
Okay. And where was he when he did this? Was he in the shelter with you saying, bring this body to me?
Yes.
So he's in the shelter with you and at some point goes to work
Yes.
and has told you to bring this CMC bag to work.
Yes.
Why didn't he just take the CMC bag?
I don't know.
Okay. So you have 2 kids and a stroller, right?
Yes.
And so tell me about those arrangements, getting the seat, and you take the seat, all of that to Portland Pie.
Yes.
Tell me about how you did that.
It was a double stroller. So I had one kid in the front, and there's a basket underneath, and I put the CMC bag in the basket, and then the other kid was on the other side, on the other seat.
Okay. So you take the CMC bag out of the closet and put it on the stroller?
Yes.
And is that inside fit or outside fit that you loaded on the stroller?
Inside.
And then you get your kids arranged
Yes.
as well inside.
Yes.
And then you walk down the street. And I think you said it took about 15 minutes or so.
Yes.
And you are walking with your children and the body of Harmony in a CMC bag to Portland Pie.
Yes.
And why? Why was it going there? Did you know?
He asked me to do it.
Okay. You didn't say anything, ask him why or anything?
He said he was doing it so that the smell wouldn't be at the shelter.
Okay. Did you tell him he should take it with him?
No, he called me when he was at work and told me to bring it.
Okay. So he didn't tell you to do that while he was at FIT.
He was thinking about it, but I didn't think he was really going to do that.
Okay. So he mentioned it at FIT, but then calls you from Portland Pie and says, come on down.
Yes.
Okay. And then you have a place at Union Street, right?
Yes.
And somehow the body has returned to FIT
Yes.
before you move to Union Street.
Yes.
And you don't know how.
Adam brought it back.
Did you see him bring it back?
I don't remember.
Okay.
I don't remember if it came back. Yeah, because we had to bring it to the apartment.
Okay, and you brought it. The CMC bag in a plastic storage container, right?
Yes.
And you went to the Union Avenue apartment, and again, you have a stroller with your two sons,
Yes.
and now it is a plastic container that is on the stroller.
Yes.
Okay. And it wasn't a plastic container on the stroller when you went to Portland Pie.
No.
Okay. And when you got to Portland Pie, you and Adam put the body in a refrigerator?
It was his job,
Okay.
so he did.
That was his job. It was
His
to
job
handle.
was at Portland Pie.
Okay.
So he took the CMC bag inside, and he said he put it in the freezer.
I'm sorry. I meant to be asking about Union Street, and I know that I misstate sometimes. So at Union Street, you're on a second floor?
Yes.
And you sign the lease and everything like that. And Adam brings the body upstairs,
Yes.
and the CMC bag is put in the refrigerator.
It's in the tote.
Okay.
When we were walking to the Union Street, the bag was in the tote. He brought the tote upstairs and put it in the closet.
Okay. And from the closet, it went to the refrigerator?
Yes.
Okay.
Y'all remember when they were taking the refrigerator out? I did a live stream the day they were taking the floors out
Earlier,
and the
before
refrigerator.
I was
Yep.
specifically going over your activities at FIT and Union and Portland Pie, I had talked to you about a conversation that you had with Detective
Yes,
Dunleavy
you had a
after the
baby girl
June
after
3rd
Harmony.
interview, right?
Yes.
And you said that you had gone up to him and said that you had forgotten to tell him during the June 3rd interview that you had taken the diaper bag from the freezer and walked with it in the stroller to meet Adam at the back of Portland Pie. That's
Right.
what you told Detective Dunleavy, right?
Right.
And that you said the bag was there for 1 to 2 weeks and then it was brought back to the Union Street apartment, right?
Right.
Okay. A little bit different from what you've just described, right?
Right. But I remember bringing it to his job from the shelter.
Okay.
Counselor, you want to approach?
They took the plumbing out of that apartment that day. They took the flooring out of the closet. They put the refrigerator in a biohazard bag, wrapped
As
it
I
up in
said,
black
I look for what we
biohazard on
consider
it.
to be natural breaking points. This sounds like one of them. So we're gonna break for lunch. So I'm gonna ask you to come back in an hour. So come back at 1 o'clock, please. We'll start at hopefully at about 5 after. I remind you, don't discuss the case with each other or with anybody else. Do not do any independent research. Make sure all your banners and notifications are turned off on your phones. No independent research. All right. Thank you very much. We'll see you about 1 o'clock.
All rise for the jury.
Hey, Wade B, hello. Yeah, this is sad, y'all. She has contradicted every darn thing she
Montgomery, you may
told
step down.
prosecution.
Council approach.
Totally and thoroughly contradicted it. I mean, she acts like she don't give two shits. Why didn't they just take something to fire department and leave her? Because he was beating her up and they would have known she was abused. And they were getting a check on her too. I will never forget the search. My heart sunk. You were boots on the ground that day. You were there actually seeing them take the refrigerator and all that out. Remember? And I said, if they put a biohazard on that darn refrigerator, that means they found something that has blood or human tissue in it. Remember that? I knew something was up. And then they found biological evidence that she had been in that deceased in that apartment. Like they showed the ceilings at the beginning of this trial, the blood-stained ceilings, and they actually got Adam's handprint in that. So that's why he can't deny that he hid the corpse because they actually found his handprint. Oh, it's just awful, y'all. This case is just it's awful. That poor baby, what she endured. That poor little precious soul. It is very pitiful. Laughs to dance because Harmony, she was already being punched in the face by a grown ace man. Severe abuse. Yeah. For her to have blood on her face from days before, that just goes to show that she was letting him beat her up. Before that, why is he not being why is he not being charged with severe child abuse? I don't get that. Why is not she being charged? If they come in a house and a child is being abused, they charge both parents, not just one, but both. How is she getting away with that? I don't get it. Just because she made a deal that she could get out of this without child neglect or abuse charges on her, I don't get it. Me too. I even have dreams about it, Debbie. I have dreams about this case. I knew after that search she was no longer with us. Me too. I knew when they started putting biohazard bags and stuff on things, they found something. I heard all that Friday. I really didn't like the retired CPS worker's job. No, he didn't do his job at all. He failed that baby. He was standing in the line. He was the one that could have saved her. It was his job to save her. He could have saved her if he would have just took the time to look into it faster and more and not just be buddies with Adam. He could have saved her, but he didn't. And now we're here. And where is she? The reason why I think that they are concealing her body is because I think that they were trafficking her. Now, that's just my opinion, but I think that they were trafficking her out to get paid, and they didn't want nobody to know that that's what was happening to that little sweet, precious baby girl. Oh my God. Uh, I just don't know. This case. Do y'all want to take a break and have me come back? I can end this live and restart the live up as they come back, or do y'all want to just stay? It's up to you guys, whatever you want to do. We can end this live and come back. He sure did. He acted arrogant. I also heard him say he recognized Adam when he pulled up. How did he know? Yeah, that was a question that was never asked. Never was asked. I don't get why the CPS worker was not asked how he knew Adam. Was he the one that gave Harmony? Was he the childhood friend that gave Harmony to her? My husband and I went through infertility to have children, to see these monsters abuse these children. I know. I know. It's heartbreaking. It literally is. Go take a break for yourself. Will you guys come back and join me at 1? Or do y'all want to stay? Well, I'll be back when it starts back up. I was just going to end this live in case they flag this live and restart another live, because I'm afraid they're going to flag this live and I won't be able to get even. Well, they every live that I do almost about Harmony, they've been flagging, so I don't get views when they do that. You'll come back at 1. You want to stay? Okay. Well, we'll just stay here. I can check and see if they flagged it yet. Sometimes they do, and sometimes they do it afterwards. But we'll see. Let me see if they've flagged it yet. Because they've been flagging these freaking live streams. I can see. No, so far they haven't. But that don't mean they won't. I believe the CPS worker already was involved before this with the supervised visits. Oh, yeah. I think so too. Daisy needs lunch. No, I've ate chili this morning. I ate me a bowl of chili before this started, so I'm not hungry. I ate a bowl of chili and some Fritos. I know that's not a good breakfast, but hey, it is what it is. I actually slept all day, so I'm not really tired. I'll just stay, you guys. It's 12:11 right now. That's right. It's lunchtime in the South. It's only 9 here. I'm still sipping coffee. Dang, you got up early this morning, Debbie, didn't you? Uh, Let me put a link out if anybody wants to just come in up and chit chat until they start back. I know my body don't. I'm a night owl, guys, but this morning I wanted to get up bright and early for this case.
They're always happy to see you. They make you feel better just by
I wanted to get up early for this case, so that's why I did it. Time to feed the dogs. I will stay, keep you company, Miss Daisy. Okay. I hope this trial don't go on for like till late this evening, though. I'll be so tired if it does. So, yeah. Yes, I did. Had to see my Daisy girl and farm sisters. Aw. Candace was in here, but she didn't stay long. She left, didn't she? I guess this trial probably get to her because, it's a missing child. I would assume that would be why. Sad case, y'all. Very sad. She was beautiful, you guys. That baby was absolutely beautiful and precious. And how he could do what he did to her. How could you do that? I don't understand. If you had anger issues, if he got anger, he should have just ran somewhere else and left instead of just taking every bit of it out on her. I don't know. I don't get it. I don't get it, guys. I don't get it. I don't get it. I hope she, I hope he's haunted for the rest of his life what he did to her. And I'm not trying to be mean, y'all, but I do. I hope she haunts him in her dreams. I know she won't, but I know because she's in heaven. I know God's got her in heaven right now. He took her with him. I believe Jesus came himself and carried this baby to heaven with her. I love you all so much. We are a fantastic community and family here, and we do support missing kids facts. Yes, we've been covering this case the whole time. I've been covering this case from the beginning as new updates came. Now there hasn't been a lot of new updates in the last year since they went in and raided the apartment. There hasn't been no updates since then, but I have covered this case from the beginning and always try to keep Harmony's little face out there. Yeah, she's already admitted to it. Hang on just a second, y'all. Okay, guys, I'm back. He had a girlfriend that was found dead in the motel room, too. Yeah, but I don't. They said that there was no foul play on that one, so I bet she overdosed. Daisy, where do you think Adam put Harmony? I think he dismembered her, and I think he placed her in several places. Because if y'all heard the first testimony that she did, he was talking about using a what is that mixer? A blender to get rid of her NutriBullet blender and a hacksaw. So I think he went in that hotel that night and I think he dismembered her in the hotel room. And I think Kayla helped. And then him and that guy took her out and placed her body all over the place. It's just, it's sad. It's just so sad. I don't believe they will ever find this baby, to be honest with you. Okay. I'm going to just stay here, y'all, since everybody's want me to stay. I'll stay. So far, they haven't flagged this, but don't forget to hit the like. Thank you, Clarice. If y'all have not liked or subscribed to my channel, please hit that like and subscribe button. That helps my channel grow and helps me to bring you guys more content. I think she's in water. just my opinion. That seems to please. That seems to be the goal place is water, but unfortunately, I don't believe she is. Adam was a smart criminal, so he knew how to get rid of her. Although he was stupid about leaving her out in the hallway in a damn uh, cooler. Daisy, can you please play the video where the police took the refrigerator out of the apartment? Yeah, I'll go do that. Let me see if I can find that right quick. Hang on just a second. I'll have to go look for it, but I'll find it for you. I actually have a live stream of when they were taking that out. I live streamed that way back about a year ago. I'll have to go find it. Let me see if I can find the live stream where they were taking her little body out of that thing. Hang on just a second. Let me see. It was a live stream that I did when they were taking Harmony's little body out. Hang on. It's been a while back, but probably a year ago. I think it was last spring when they did that. True Crime Saturday. Let's talk. Summer. Shit. Let me find this. 5 months ago. Let me see if I can find it, y'all. It was about a year ago. Hang on. Okay, that was the affidavit when we first found out what he done to her. Let me see. Hang on, y'all. Let me see if I can find it. Lord, I've done so many live streams. Hang on, y'all. Let me see if I can find it. Itchy. Here it is. No, that's not it. So many of Summer Wells. Kylie Rodney. Huh. Here it is. I found it. What did they take from the apartment?
You could almost.
Let me. All right. Let's see. This is it right here. Is it too soon? Yeah, I think it might be too soon. Curse with curiosity. I think it's too soon. You should be able to here in just a minute, okay? Because it's not been long since I've ended that line.
Investigators were seen gathering evidence yesterday from an apartment in Manchester, New Hampshire. Harmony's father and stepmother used to live there. A refrigerator was among the items removed. Harmony was last seen in 2019 when she was 5 years old. She was not reported missing until just last year.
Attention homeowners.
Hang on,
Can
y'all.
we install one of our...
Hang on. These commercials are crazy, y'all. Hang on. Let me take this down. Let's see what else I can find. These commercials are crazy. Let me skip. Right here's where they took the refrigerator. Live you just did. Is it too soon? Yeah, I think it might be too soon. Curse with curiosity. I think it's too soon. You should be able to here in just a minute, okay? Because it's not been long since I've ended that line.
Investigators were seen gathering evidence yesterday from an apartment in Manchester, New Hampshire. Harmony's father and stepmother used to live there. A refrigerator was among the items removed. Harmony was last seen in 2019 when she was 5 years old. She was not reported missing until just last year.
Attention homeowners.
Hang on,
Can
y'all.
we install one of our...
These commercials are crazy, y'all. Hang on. Let me go back to me and Christine. Here we go. There it is. I feel bad for people who currently live there. We found out something on Harmony.
They took
So let's read what it says. New Hampshire first glimpse inside the apartment. Authorities searched Tuesday in the Harmony Montgomery investigation. We got a good idea of what police sees. It's breaking my heart, said the current resident.
Oh my gosh, can you imagine living there right now and knowing that the place that you're supposed to feel safe and comfortable and your like your safe spot, and it has been a crime scene? That would be horrendous.
What did they put that baby in a fridge or something? Can you guys see this?
Yeah, I see that. But did you see earlier in chat where she found some information saying something like the refrigerator was replaced a couple different times? So why are they taking that refrigerator?
Exactly.
So that's strange to me, unless I don't know how. I don't know. Yeah.
Everybody, hugs for little Dove. Give little
Yes.
Dove hugs. That's so sad. But I don't know. But there was some reason why they took that refrigerator out.
Mm-hmm.
It don't make sense, but they did.
No.
They took it out.
Unless they replaced it a couple different times, and maybe they had to put the old refrigerator back, which that one would be the old refrigerator.
Which we know that Harmony
For whatever reason. I don't know.
Yeah.
But where are these kids going? My theory is that they're going to the landfill. I don't know if you know this, but you can get into have a pickup full of garbage. You could go drive to the landfill, pay a little fee, and then dump your stuff off. No questions asked. They don't search inside of it, nothing. You just dump it off. There you go. And it's done.
Yeah, that's crazy, ain't it?
Yeah, it is. And I feel like, and once it hits the landfill, who's going to search through that?
Right. That's true.
So, I mean, that would be the perfect spot to get rid of a little baby body wrapped up in whatever.
Kimberly said, I thought they took one out and a new one, so the FBI replaced it. They did, I think so. But still, let's see if we can let's see what else we can find out about Miss Harmony. And what else they took out of it.
Well, they took out the floorboards. They took out.
They took out. Go ahead. Ashley actually comes up and tells us she sends us pictures about what they took out. Hang on, that day.
This is a hot flash. This is a hot flash.
To come and search the property. And I had been told by a very credible source that they did, in fact, obtain a search warrant, which really is not surprising in a case like this or any important case that you want to investigate, because you really do want to maintain the integrity of the evidence that's collected so that everything can be used in court properly and nothing can hinder the results or the investigation, or of course, any future arrests that are made from it. However, that being said, search warrants aren't just issued because they're asked for, and they are not easy to obtain. There has to be probable cause, and you have to be very specific on your probable cause, on your facts and your circumstances, and what it is you're looking for and where. Which means that something was either shared to police or happened that now sent police in this direction to get this search warrant and execute this search. Investigators are conducting a new search this morning in connection with the disappearance of Harmony Montgomery. WBZ's Katrina Kincaid is live outside of the Manchester, New Hampshire home where the search is happening. Katrina, what are you seeing at this moment? What can you tell us?
Anna, so right now there are federal and state investigators. The FBI is here in Manchester. We're on Union Street. I'm step off to show you what we're seeing right now. Is they are at the home of Adam Montgomery, former home of Adam Montgomery and his wife Harmony's stepmother, Kayla Montgomery. Right now, Union Street as well as Orange Street is taped off. Behind this Manchester Police Department critical incident response unit truck that just moved actually closer to the home is an evidence tent with green. They were going in and out of that truck and putting things onto the table before. There were multiple evidence boxes that they had all out. We currently can't see it because they moved that truck closer to the home, but that is what they were going in and out of before. People in various kind of white full piece suits were coming in and out of the house. Now, Harmony was last seen in 2019 between November and December when she was 5, but police didn't know that she was missing for over 2 years. And right now, no one has been charged with her disappearance, but her father, Adam Montgomery, is currently being held in Hillsborough County House of Corrections on several charges, including felony second degree stemming from alleged conduct against Harmony back in 2019, and her stepmother Kayla was also taken into custody by Manchester, New Hampshire police last Friday and charged with 2 counts of perjury. Right now, there is still a $150,000 reward for any information leading to any information about where Harmony might be. We're going to stay on this, on what's happening here and the closure of the street and the investigation throughout the day. In Manchester, Katrina Kincaid, WBZ News.
Now, this was a large-scale investigation, not just your typical home search. Law enforcement officers from multiple agencies were conducting this search. Several law enforcement agencies, including the FBI, were seen outside the Union Street apartment complex where investigators were focused on this second-floor unit where the couple once lived. Law enforcement officials were seen setting up a green privacy tent during the search so that the investigators could pack all of the materials and evidence collected in a discreet way, hidden away because there was such a large crowd just gathering around the property. So they had this green tent set up to where they could actually, take everything that's collected, go in there, package it up, and evaluate everything. Not, of course, like analyze the evidence, but you get what I'm saying. As all of this was unfolding, during the search at around noon, the FBI was seen bringing a refrigerator outside from the home and placing it inside the evidence.
It's time to take action. Start by talking to your doctor to see if this will.
I think we all know that. So let's scooch that.
That poor baby. Who knows what happened?
I think might actually be the house that they was living in, maybe. Oh no, this is the house. See, this is where they took the flooring out down here at the bottom. That red part right there, where that is, that's where they took pieces of flooring out.
Oh yeah, in the closet.
In the closet, yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, they took it out of the closet. And look, they took. If you look right here, let me make it bigger. I don't think I can make it bigger. But if you look right here, you can see they took some of the base or the sheetrock out of it too.
So,
looks like
man,
there.
I wonder if they put her in the closet for punishment.
Sheet. Sorry.
I wonder if that's where her punishment was, is in the closet.
I don't know. I don't think she was alive there. Okay, this says here, Sabrina Martin, 28, has lived in the first floor Orange Street apartment building adjacent since Thanksgiving 2019. She said Adam and Kayla Montgomery moved into the second floor apartment in December 19. They were evicted in October of 20. So they lived almost there a year. So Harmony was not alive if she moved into that apartment because Harmony was not seen after December. Now this looks like to me a criminal report or something for Harmony. A 911 call?
I think I think she sent a whole slew of them. There's a whole slew of 911 reports.
911 had a call map to this area. Male and female screaming. Will be attempting to call back. Can't leave VM. Second caller states there's a lot of yelling and she walked by and sees a baby car seat in the vehicle, believes there's a baby inside. And that was in 2018. So Harmony would have been with them on that one.
Yeah, wait till as you read these reports, they get worse and worse. And I'm just thinking, why has not anyone stepped in on this child?
I know,
for
y'all.
this child, for all for the children that are in the household. Period.
Top dog, you want to come up? Come up, Top dog. Amanda might pick you in here tonight. Okay. Let's see. This here is suspicious person. I guess this is Adam. Daniel Williams is the officer. Let's see. Oh, Adam Montgomery, 22. Dang, he looks rough there, don't he?
He looks like he's on drugs.
Yeah. He's suspicious. On 6/26/12, approximately 16:30 hours, which is 4:30, while checking in the area of Central Canal Street for report, a male subject filed in the area of Julian's after a fight. Located Adam Montgomery walking by 150 Down Street. Montgomery was wearing a black shirt and black shorts, which was consistent with the description of the male subject that reportedly punched someone. Montgomery stated that he had not been involved in a fight and stated that he recently got out of Concord State Prison. Montgomery is currently on probation, and at this time, Montgomery stated that he was going to meet his friend on the west and that he was going to walk across the bridge. Montgomery is coming from his girlfriend, so he lied out of that. That was just a punch thing, though. I don't know what this is.
Yeah, he does sound like real trouble.
There's another 911 call, and that's an 18. We'll go over that with Bashley. Let's see. Newsland has obtained 29 police reports and calls for service to Harmony Montgomery last known address. 4 reports indicated DCFYF notifications, dictated tip line. Wow. So that's how many times that they've been called for Harmony. Oh, hang on. Sorry, guys. Let me take that down for just a second, okay? Because I don't want nobody's information to get out. Okay. Apparently, my phone doesn't know the difference between. Oh, there's Top Dog. Top Dog, what's up?
Well, hello.
Hey, Top Dog.
What's
How you
going
doing,
on?
Miss Christine?
Hey,
Not
Kelly.
much.
Well,
Bashley asked me earlier in your chat if I would come up and speak with her over the photos and a little bit about Harmony, and I told her that she has to provide me a little bit of information because, like I said, I have not followed up on this case, so I wouldn't know a whole lot, but I can give my input and my briefing on it with her and try to explain some stuff to her.
heck yeah, she's gonna try to come up when her child gets asleep. And
He's got a toothache. Her baby's got a toothache.
aw, I hate
But
that.
yeah, she was going to send Christy up
Days when Top Dog would come
with them.
hang out with us. He was so smart.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she had questions about the refrigerator. Now, that refrigerator that the FBI took out of that apartment, keep in mind, that refrigerator could have been already in that apartment when they first moved in. Something could have been wrong with the refrigerator, and the maintenance people in that apartment complex could have removed the refrigerator to the basement or stored it away somewhere, and then maybe brought it back or something like that. Who knows?
That's
and
true.
it could have been removed a couple of times. And
that's what I was thinking.
That refrigerator was moved from that apartment complex by law enforcement is due to the fact that is part of evidence, or there's some body fluids that they found inside, or there could have been some body parts or some kind of body manner that they found in that refrigerator. And they taken it to get analyzed. And when you take something, evidence like that to get analyzed, you have to properly wrap it and do a chain of custody. And you got to make sure you mark it as biohazard. And then it's going to take several months to get, they got to send it to the state lab or the federal lab. And then it's going to take several months to get analyzed and to get results back.
Absolutely right on that. Wow. That's exactly what it is. What about the carpet? Why did they take up the floor and the wall?
They took that carpet out because due to the fact her body could have been laying there dead, decomposing, and there's some body fluids, blood, anything like that in that carpet, and it could have seeped into the floorboards. Because keep in mind, any body fluids that go through carpet or anything that goes through a carpet, it ends up down in the bottom of the floor. And then they can do a blood test. They spray that aluminum, and then they do the nightlight and all that for traces of blood. And they probably got a hit on it, and they ripped it up, and they take it to get analyzed to see whose blood it belongs to. Because that's all they got to do is get a DNA test from the mom, the biological mom, or a family member, or the father, and then get it analyzed through that. That way they'll have a comparison.
Right. Wow.
They can't make any determination. They didn't find a body. I'm going to tell you that right now because the coroner was not there.
No, it wasn't.
And then if they would have found a body, they would have had the coroner's van there to take to the examiner's office to get the body exam to find out the cause of death and what caused her death, and also how she died. Was it blood forward trauma? Could have been shot. She could have been stabbed any kind of way. but I think he might have overdid it and probably just beat her to death from anger or coming off of a meth high or something like that, and he just lost control because she was complaining or something happened and he just lost it.
I agree. I think you're right. You can tell Top Dog is used to be a U.S. Marshal, so he knows. Man, he was right on the button, wasn't he? He was right on the button about what was going on. I miss old Top Dog. So, do you think that baby probably was in that? Do you think she was in there?
It could have been okay. First of all, see, if I was invested in the case, the first thing I would do, you got to find the last time she was last seen alive, and then when they got moved from the grandmother's house where there was no electricity to that apartment, you have to pinpoint, talk to the neighbors, talk to the stepmother, see what she says, see if she lies, write your facts down. You gotta find friends, associates, ex-boyfriends, and all that. You talk to everybody, family members. Try to pinpoint the time that he moved into that apartment, and also how much of a big gap there was in between him moving from the grandmother's house to that apartment. So if he lived in his car for 2 or 3 months, where's the car at? They need to look for that car. They need to take it into evidence. They need to analyze that car. I remember last time she said something about that car was at a tow yard. It could be being held by the FBI for evidence and no one can touch it and they just leave it there. Or they haven't got any leads or any facts, because to get a search warrant, you got to have two things to search. You got to have voluntary consent to search from the property owner or the person that is has that apartment in their possession, or you got to have facts, proven facts, for a judge to sign off on a search warrant. You can't just say, "Oh, judge, I want to go and search this apartment." No, you got to tell them what you're looking for. Where'd you get your facts from? Why do you believe that individual or something is there that's what you're looking for? And then that's what you go on. And then that's what the judge will say, okay, yay or nay, and he'll sign off on it. And they can do it in the middle of the night. They can do it at 2, 3, 4, 5 in the morning. They'll wake up the judge.
Wow.
Yep. So I believe, this is my opinion, it's allegedly, she died between the move to that apartment, and she could have been already dead, and her body could have been moved into that apartment and put in that closet. And then later on, it could have been started to decompose and started smelling. And so he might have wanted to put it in that refrigerator. And then he went to the maintenance people in that apartment complex and could have said, hey, something's wrong with my refrigerator, or my refrigerator is nasty or dirty. Can y'all replace it or something? They might have replaced it, removed that refrigerator.
Oh my God, you guys. Is this guy not God? He's hitting it on the button. Everything that happened, Top Dog predicted this. This is when they first found the refrigerator. This was before they found out what happened to Harmony. And Top Dog is literally telling us exactly what happened to Harmony here. This guy knows his stuff for sure.
Refrigerator, put another one in there. The maintenance people, not the law enforcement. And then later, when the law enforcement came in, they could have got a tip from either the stepmother. She could have said something, or the actual mother, or a friend, or a neighbor. Somebody could have said something and tipped them off to go to that apartment to do that search.
Wow. Right. Something went down, didn't it?
Yep. Something definitely went down for them to go there and search. And they were searching the sewers and everything. They're looking for any kind of contents of clothing, bloody clothing, any kind of liquids.
Thing he said.
Blood, anything like that could have been thrown down there. Could have been the actual weapon could have been thrown down the sewage drain. You'd be amazed what people throw down in the sewage think that's it's gonna flush or go down a drain.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I agree.
For a knife or anything like that. Yeah.
So she went missing 2019. Is that right?
Yes, I think it was in December.
Okay, she went missing in 2019. But what I'm trying to say is, when they lived at that house with no electricity, and it was supposed to be grandmother's house or somebody else's house that had no electricity, they were running a generator. We need to pinpoint that time when they left that house to the new apartment.
It was in 2019 when they left that last house, the one with the generator. It was in around December 10th of 2019.
Okay.
That's when Harmony was last seen. Harmony was last seen moving out of that house. The neighbors seen her that day, but a week later they seen Adam and Kayla, but never seen Harmony a week after that.
Okay. So let's think about this for a minute. That was right when COVID hit, and everybody was, there was no vaccine at that time, and people were starting to be mandatory to stay in. Isn't that right? Isn't that about the same time?
Well, let me ask you
Well,
another
that was
question.
right before it
Let
happened.
me stop you there for a minute. Okay,
Okay.
2000. You said December 10th of 2019. You said they moved out of that house. How long before they moved into that apartment? Could have been 3 months later, a year later. When did they move into that? That's the whole key right there. And also, she's on the second floor. First floor got to have residents. They must have seen people move. They got to have neighbors. Neighbors could have seen them move in. Because,
Right.
people are nosy. They could have seen something. They could hear noise. They could see a moving truck,
Mhm.
anything like that. They might have stepped out. Somebody drove by or something like that. They could have seen them moving in. Saw a little girl going up there. What was
Right.
he? What when the last time she was seen at that grandmother's house with a generator? The last person that seen that little girl, what was she wearing? What was her description? Was she wearing her glasses? Was she wearing a pink sweater? Was she wearing blue jeans? Purple tennis shoes. I mean, all that stuff is important. It's key
very
evidence. Very important. Everything is very important in the case. Just like Summer Wells, everything's important in the case.
Mm-hmm.
But that's the whole key on that. That's why I like to speak with Bashley, whatever her name was, just to get some insight because she's got all the records and she's got a lot of stuff. But what she needs to do, she needs to try to talk to. She needs to try to talk to family members, friends, maybe neighbors. Reach out to them. Maybe see if they want to talk to her.
Well, now
maybe
she knows a lot. We'll fast forward it to the picture of the refrigerator. Hang on.
I wasn't there, so I'm just alleging and I'm assuming.
Hang on. Let's see what this is.
Digging up some grass.
Hang on, y'all.
Sorry.
Easy to try to balance classes, writing papers.
Around the fence line or doing something, but this is an old church I think is abandoned and is closed.
Let me see if I can.
It's called House of Prayer.
It's called House of Prayer.
Let me see.
Here's the refrigerator, y'all. This is inside of the refrigerator.
It's 872.
This is the refrigerator.
Light Holler Road. Because that's only 7 minutes from 110 Ben Hill Road. So when Candace left 2 times off that hill, she could have took, God forbid, she took Summer's body to that church area. Because keep in mind, that church used to be a cult church.
Okay. So this is before I was friends with Candace and Don, so I don't want to. That was Top Dog's intake. So this is the refrigerator here. Let's see if Bashley comes up at that time and talks, because she was actually boots on the ground. I thought Bashley came up, but maybe she didn't get a chance to come up. Or did she come up that evening? But that was actually when they took the refrigerator and all that out. It ended up going from Harmony to... But there's the refrigerator. And then I'll show you all the picture of when they took the refrigerator actually out for Harmony. Picture of the refrigerator. There it is again. The refrigerator. Right here. This right here is the flooring in where they took the carpet out, the refrigerator and everything. Y'all with me? Poor baby Harmony. I'm sorry you were so sad and treated so badly. You are so loved by so many people who are going to make sure you get your peace. We love you, Harmony, very much. I know. It's the break is till 1:00, I think. So we got about 12 more minutes, I think, of the break. But yeah, I've done Harmony's case before this as well, but we didn't know what was really going on. She was just missing. But I had done Harmony's case for months and months and months and months ago. And then, so yeah. So let's see. They're still waiting. Let me pull this up. If y'all need to go get you something to eat or take a break, take you a break. Do whatever you need to do. Because they will be coming back. I'm starting to feel a little drowsy myself, but I don't know why, because I slept all day yesterday. Shoot. Where did that remote control? I always lose a remote control. Oh, here it is. I put it up on this thing. Oh, you guys. Top Dog was smart. He got it right. He was on it. He was on it. Y'all, I was wanting to go to the Salvation Army today, but I think most of this day is going to be with this case. And probably the rest of this week. Ronald, the girls is blocking you because you get over there on your mommy's channel and you run your mouth and say bad things about Daisy and the crew over here. And then you come here trying to be butter pie. And the girls get mad about it. If you want to be great on the farm, you need to be loyal to the farm. Not go over to your mommies and talk ish about the farm. Ronald, you can be over at mommy's and not say bad stuff about the farm people over here. Ronald McDonald. That's why the girls get you every time you come in here. Can y'all hear me? Is anybody in here? I'm not even seeing comments. Am I even getting comments? Okay. Do not trust him, Miss Stacy. I know. Ronald can't stay away from the farm. He's got 550 million, 400 trillion, 1,000 trillion, billion trillion accounts that he comes in here and trolls. So, y'all can hear me? Okay. We'll just take a little mind break from this case because it will get to you. You're back from lunch now? Good. I hope you had a good lunch. Hope y'all have a good lunch. I may take a nap through this second half. I hope I don't, but I'm starting to get a little bit drowsy, but I might not. Can a mod block him, please? All I can do is time out. You should be able to block him too, Debbie. Debbie, you should be able to block him, not just time him out. You should be able to block him. All mods can block. Okay, Carice. They should be back shortly. Huh. What's not normal? Somebody just sent me a message and said that's not normal. What's not normal? Not this device, Daisy. You need to fix my wrench. I don't know why it wouldn't. I don't know why, Debbie, it won't let you block. It should. It should let you block. All mods should be able to block. I don't know. Daisy, you was a nurse. You should help Debbie with her skin problems if she's crowd. Listen, Ronald, you better be Ronald, you better be good now and quit. Quit being mean. You want to come and be great on the farm. If you want to be great on the farm, you better be nice on the farm. You'll get it in trouble. Oh, I didn't even see her in here. Daisy, please let all of the mods know to block Lady 7 up. Well, hey 911, give it to God. How are you? He's two-faced, cannot be trusted. Oh, there's a lot of that. There's a lot of that on these YouTube streets, y'all. So much of it. I'm just tired of it. I seen a picture of Amanda's little baby girl yesterday dressed up at the Super Bowl. They dressed her up as a cheerleader for the Kansas City Chiefs. And she was so cute. Daisy, I'm already great on the farm. Needs me to be great. Come on, Ronald, really? Why can't you be great in the church house then? If you're great on the farm, hey Frankie, then why can't you be great in the church house? You need to be more nicer on the church house in the church house than you are on the farm. And I don't see that happening in the church. I see you being mean, Ronald. I see you being real mean. These girls always get him. If the girls don't get him, Bo Evans comes in and gets him. He doesn't have a chance. Ronald, it's real simple. You're not here. Try and be nice to Daisy, and we will think about allowing you here. Show us, Ronald, because we do not trust anything you say. Especially when he's over talking bad about the farm in the church house. Over there in the church house talking bad about the farm. Shame on you, Ronald. It's okay, Diamonds. Shame on you, Ronald, being over there in the church house talking about the farm. People, talking about farm people over there. Farm people's the best people they are. They're the good people. If y'all trust Candace, you should have no problem trusting me. Now listen here, Ronald. Don't pick on Candace. You don't know her. You don't know Candace, Ronald McDonald. Ronald was right. He's so stupid. Oh my lord. You know why I think Ronald comes over here and hangs out with us? Because I don't think Ronald gets the attention over there in the church house like he does the attention he gets on the farm. I think he gets more attention on the farm than he does in the church. That's why he comes over here. That's why he called in that night and wanted himself voted onto the farm in the barnyard party. I don't know, Debbie, why you can't block. You should be able to block. Y'all, since I've been covering this trial, I haven't had nothing but bad dreams. Weird dreams, actually. Bad dreams, weird dreams. I've dreamed about going back to work. I've had all kinds of weird stuff happen since I've been covering this case. This case can actually work on your emotions real bad. You should be able to, Debbie. You should be able to. I'm so tired of rain and dreary, dark days, depression. All it is depressing. All of it is depressing. Cold, rain, muddy, dark, dreary days. That's all it's been this spring. Usually spring is not too bad. But it's yeah. Wednesday's Valentine's Day, you all. Valentine's Day. Um, we got 3 more minutes. They should be coming back. I think didn't they say at 1 that they would be back at 1 o'clock? So Ronald, how does that steel toe boot feel? You love giving it in church. Don't feel good, does it? Right? That's true. Ronald, if I go into church, will I get the steel toe boot? I went over there the other day and I couldn't talk, so I left for people screaming at me. Is Ronald still in here? Ronald, what are you going to do next time I go up on panel and I get screamed at? Are you going to go? Are you going to go and save Daisy on the panel from being screamed at and cursed at? Are you going to tell them not to go up there so me and Prayer Garden can have a one-on-one conversation instead of having two crazy women come up on panel and scream at us, scream at me and curse and use God's name in vain and everything else? One more minute, and then they're supposed to be back, I guess. I don't know. Let me see here. Still waiting. Still waiting. Still waiting. I'm still waiting for the trial to restart back. Still waiting. Still waiting. Waiting for the trial to start back. Y'all, I'm bored. I'm sorry. Come on in, everybody. Come on in. Hang on, y'all. Let's see. Huh. I guess a few more minutes. We'll wait. The devil is a lie. The devil is a lie. The devil is a lie. Kayla is the devil and Adam is the devil. They're both the devil, the devil. They both need to go to jail. They both need to go to jail. They both need to go to jail. Daisy, I never called in and I'm never going to give you the same kind of protection that you give me over here with your mods. Ronald, why not? Ronald, maybe if you went over and said some nice things about the farm instead of sitting over there saying mean stuff, they wouldn't get mad and delete you over here. But you go over and say real bad things about the farm. And then you come over here and expect us to be nice to you, and it's not that way. You got to go over there in the church house and be nice. I know it's hard to do, but you got to do it to be able to get some respect over here. When respect is given, respect is taken, it will be given or given and taked. Ronald, dang. Um, Kayla, to me, looks like she didn't give a shit about nothing. Nothing but that next shoot up or that next snort in her nose. You know, that's all she cared about. Hey, Laura P. Howdy, howdy, howdy. Come on in, everybody. The trial is getting ready to come back. The defense is questioning Kayla, but the thing is that Kayla just don't have a good memory today. Kayla's been having slips in her memory. From even last week, she's been slipping up. From even last week, she's not been remembering things. So I don't know if she's doing it to try to save Adam's tail or if she's doing it. I don't know. But let's just say if Adam gets off on this murder trial and doesn't get charged with Harmony's death, then they're going to go for her next. And she'll be the one on trial for the murder of Harmony. So she better quit trying to take up for this man. She can't keep up with her lies. I know she can't. There's more to this story than what she's saying. She sure has a bad attitude today. Oh, yeah. They're coming back, yeah. She didn't give two shits about that baby. She's told conflicting stories, like one right after another. They've caught her in lies. Okay, here we go, guys.
Ready to bring the witness back? Honest.
They got her shackled. You can hear them. You can hear the shackles.
Counsel, the
So they at least got her butt shackled.
issue that I looked
What she
at
needs.
earlier. Do you want to approach?
That buzz is wore off of her now. She's more alert. She was buzzed out of her mind this morning. It looks like it's worn off of her.
Please ready? Please rise for the jurors.
All right.
Please be seated.
I'm going to go a little, sorry, a little bit backwards from what we were talking about when we took the break and talk about the order of the children in the car in the back seat. Declan, I think you said, had a car seat.
Yes.
Seamus had a car seat.
Yes.
And Harmony would wear a seatbelt.
Yes.
And I think that you said earlier today, Declan was in the middle, Seamus was on the driver's side, and Harmony was in the passenger side.
Yes.
In May 16 of well, actually, in June of 2023, you described Harmony in the back seat after Burger King, leaning on Seamus's seat.
Yeah, she was always leaning on one of the car seats.
Okay, and you said it was Seamus's.
Okay, so I must have it mixed up. I don't remember. I always thought Declan was in the middle.
Okay. If you told them on the 23rd that it was June 23rd that it was a Seamus, it could have been.
Yeah.
Okay. And then when you were on May 16, 2023, you were talking about feeding the children, and you said Declan couldn't eat yet because he was an infant, but I gave Seamus a little piece at the time he was in the middle. Is that right?
Yes.
And that was as if it was a memory, that you were speaking from memory.
Yes.
And do you recall, because you talked about feeding Declan and putting the pieces in his mouth, do you recall if you did that?
I remember feeding one of them, both of them. I don't know.
Okay. And you talked about putting a sandwich on Harmony's lap, but not looking at her, right?
Right.
But you saw that she had a blanket on her lap, right?
Yeah, she always had a blanket on her.
And it was on her lap, you described it, right?
Yes.
Not over her, it was on her lap.
Right.
And that you were not looking, but you were sitting and just handing stuff back.
Right.
Okay.
Did she just not say she fed both them boys, that she stuck food in their mouth?
So, a couple of things on Union Avenue and what you described at Union Avenue. I think that you described the tote was in the, not the tote, the plastic thing with the tote inside was in the closet, and then the tote was put in the refrigerator.
The bag was in the tote in the closet. Then the bag ended up in the refrigerator.
CMC bag.
Yes.
Yeah. And it was in the refrigerator for a bit until it was taken out to go into the bathtub.
Yes.
And after it was in the bathtub, it went in the freezer.
Yes.
Okay. And you talked about events in the freezer. I mean, in the shower. And described for the jury lime.
Yes.
And that lime was used in the shower.
No.
Did you say that lime was put in a bag?
Yes.
So that was on the floor of the bathroom. Is that what you're
Yes.
saying? And why lime?
Adam got the lime. I don't know where it came from.
Okay. Did y'all research lime and what it might do?
I did not.
Okay. It's not like anything was dissolving in the shower or anything, right? With the lime? In the
It
bathroom?
wasn't in the bathroom. It wasn't used in the shower.
Okay. But nothing was dissolving or anything with lime, right?
I have no idea.
You were in there.
Not the whole time.
Okay, you said that Lime was put in a bag and then Harmony's body was put in a bag. You didn't see any reaction of her body to the lime, right?
No.
Nothing changed.
I didn't see her body getting put in the bag with the lime. Adam said that he was going to be putting her body in the lime, in the bag that has the lime in it.
Okay. Okay. And you talked on direct about a tool. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And when you first spoke to the police, you told them that scissors were the only tool used in the shower, right?
From what I remember, yes.
Okay. And the scissors were used to cut clothes off of Harmony.
Yes.
And you used the scissors.
Yes.
And you cut off Harmony's hoodie.
Yes.
And you're saying Adam used the scissors.
Yes.
And cut off her leggings.
Yes.
And those were the only tools in the bathroom, right?
That I saw, yes.
How big's the bathroom?
The bathroom wasn't that big.
Okay. You saw the things that were in the bathroom, right?
Yes.
And you claim to have seen a bag of lime in the bathroom, right?
Yes.
You didn't see any tools, right?
No, I saw a bag of lime and trash bags.
Okay. And there weren't any tools sitting outside the bathroom, right?
No.
Okay. And you didn't hear any power saws?
No, because it was really loud.
What was really loud?
Our neighbor next door was a drunk and very loud, always blasting his music.
Okay. And you think that the music could have overcome power tools if they were used?
I believe so, yeah. It was very loud all the time.
Okay. And when you first talked to the police, you actually denied that you helped Adam in the bathroom, right?
Right.
And you denied that you had anything to do with what he did in the bathroom.
Right.
You said that Adam didn't want you in the bathroom.
Right.
And then when you had to admit that you were in the bathroom, you ended up admitting that you cut off the hoodie, right?
Right.
And you ended up admitting that you were zipping up the bag.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So you were in the bathroom for a while?
No.
For a few times?
Like a couple times, yes.
Okay. And otherwise, the shower was going?
Yes.
And so presumably the water is doing something?
Yes.
And a bag of lime on the floor in the bathroom would generally not be touched by a shower that's in the tub, right?
No, it was in the corner of the bathroom.
Okay, away from the tub.
Yes.
Okay. But the shower, I think you said, was going continuously
Yes.
the whole time.
Yes.
And you could hear that.
That's what I saw.
Saw or heard?
I saw. I couldn't hear it, but I saw.
And you saw it going the whole time?
Not the whole time, but I assumed the whole time.
Okay. Okay.
Because he told me what he was doing.
Okay. And you and Adam were working together to take the clothes off of Harmony and put her in the bag.
I didn't put her in the bag.
You zipped up the bag.
He needed help zipping up the bag. I was there in the beginning and I was there in the end.
Excuse me. Sir, you need to step out or turn the pager off. Okay, please step out. Thank you. You would re-ask your question, Attorney Smith.
I forgot what it was. So what you're saying now is you didn't know if the shower was going the whole time.
No.
Okay. Now you didn't know if Adam used any tools in the shower because you weren't there the whole time.
Right.
But you never saw any.
No.
And the police specifically asked you about tools
Yes.
and specific types of tools, right?
Yes.
And you told them that the only tool that Adam had was a box, a big box under the counter in the kitchen.
Yeah.
And that when he pulled out that box one time when he was losing it, he broke the counter.
Yes.
And it was a pretty big box, right?
Yes.
And you did not see any other power tools in the apartment
No.
before or since?
I'm sorry?
Before that day or after that day?
No.
Okay. And they actually showed you pictures of power tools
Yes.
to ask you about those power tools.
Yes.
And did they show you a picture of a big table saw?
Yes.
And that was or was not similar to what you had seen in the apartment?
It was similar to it.
Okay. I'm going to show you a picture. Do you recognize this picture?
Yes.
And is that what you're saying? Well, how do you recognize this picture?
It's a table saw.
Uh-huh. And was that the type of tool that you had seen in the apartment?
Yeah, there was a table saw in the box.
Okay. And I'm gonna ask that this page be marked as an exhibit, Your Honor. It's not, it's pre-marked.
Attorney Smith, for identification or full?
Full.
Any objection? All right, it can be marked as a full exhibit.
And they also showed you a picture of a circular saw, right?
I don't know the difference.
Okay, I'm going to show you another picture. And ask you if you recognize that, what's in that picture.
Yeah, that's what it looked.
Pardon?
It looked more like what it was than that one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And you actually told the detective that it looked like the cordless compact circular saw.
No, it wasn't cordless.
Okay. You say it had a cord.
Yes.
Okay. And Your Honor, I'm sorry, I did not have this pre-marked. I would like this offered as a full exhibit.
To be entered as a full exhibit.
Thank you. And this is, thank you. And do you remember the detective saying out loud that, did it look like the cordless compact circular saw? And you said, yeah.
No.
Okay. got a copy of Defendant's Exhibit E for ID. And I'm gonna ask you to, again, look wherever you want. Let me put this in an easier position. But read that portion at least.
Yeah, it wasn't cordless.
Okay, but the photograph that the detective had showed you was, as he said, of a cordless compact circular saw, right?
Right.
And the photograph that's been marked as I is in, at least indicates it's a cordless compact circular saw or cordless circular saw.
Yeah, that's what it says, but it wasn't cordless, the one that was in the house, the apartment.
But that was the one that it looked like?
Yeah.
Okay. And then Detective Dunleavy showed you another photograph and asked if that perhaps looked like the tool under the sink.
That one?
No, a different one.
I don't know.
Do you recall him showing you a picture of a miter saw?
I don't even know what that is.
Okay. We'll get there.
Okay.
So earlier in direct, you were given a picture of a power tool, right?
Yeah.
And you had signed that photograph, right?
Right.
Or I'm sorry, initialed it, right?
Yeah.
Do you know when you initialed it?
No.
Pardon?
No.
Was it recent or a long time ago?
I know I did some recent and I did some a long time ago, so I don't remember.
You signed some photographs recently and signed some a long time ago?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to show you. And I keep saying sign and I'm misstating. You initialed, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 63.
For identification or full?
It's been in as full.
That was recent.
This you
Yes.
signed recently
Yes.
in one of those prep sessions.
Yes.
And back in March 16, 2023, you did not sign Exhibit 63 as the tool that you had seen, right?
Right.
And if I may publish, Your Honor. And the name of the type of saw on that photograph that you recently signed was M18 Fuel 18-volt lithium ion brushless cordless size grinder with paddle switch tool only. Okay.
Yes.
But back in March of 2023, when you were shown photographs, you identified the one that looked most like the tool as the cordless circular saw, right? I'll show you Defendant's Exhibit I.
I don't get what you're trying to say.
This cordless circular saw photograph was the one that you identified most like the tool that was under the counter.
Yes.
Okay. If I may, Your Honor?
Yep.
So how was it that you came to initial a grinder with paddle photograph? What happened? What was the exchange where you initialed it?
Because my mom had a similar tool just like that one. Adam asked to take it, and I said, no, you're not taking it. It's my mother's.
Okay.
And he wanted to take it, and I don't remember if he took it or not because he would have did it behind my back.
Okay. And there were never any new tools in the apartment, right?
Not that I knew of.
And you didn't see any new tools around the time that you're talking about the things that you and Adam did in the shower.
Right, but he also brought lime and whatever else into the apartment, and I had no idea.
Okay. And you also talked to the prosecutor about tools in your prep session, right?
Right.
And in that prep session, you said you didn't know of any tools, but Adam said he wanted to, right?
Yes.
And that came in the most recent prep sessions that Adam told you he wanted to use tools.
Right.
And you didn't say when they were asking you about tools in June 3rd or June 23rd, you didn't see any tools, but Adam wanted to use tools, right?
Right.
And you didn't say in March 16 of 2023 that you didn't see tools. There was an old thing that looked kind of like the circular saw, but Adam said he wanted to use tools, right? And when you're prepping for your testimony here, I think that you said your parole hearing was coming up in May.
I don't know about my hearing. I know my minimum is in May.
Okay, and so you are hoping for a parole hearing and to get out in May, right?
Yeah.
But it's not guaranteed, right?
No.
Okay. And on that time where the state had you initial that fuel grinder, did they show you the picture and say, have you ever seen this?
Yes.
And you said, yeah, my mom has one.
I said, yes, my mom had one. I saw that she had one of those.
Okay. And when they showed you this picture, that you thought it might be important to the case, right?
Because Adam asked to take it, and I told him not to.
Okay. And that's a real clear memory, right?
Right.
And it's something that you never mentioned in June or March 22, 23, right?
Because it didn't get brought up. I wasn't thinking about that.
Well, they were asking about tools, weren't they?
Yeah, but I wasn't thinking about tools that my mom had. I wasn't remembering that Adam wanted to take that.
Okay. Okay. And what was that tool? Did you remember what it was?
A handsaw.
Okay.
That's what I call it anyway.
Okay. And what were the circumstances that you saw it at your mom's place?
because my mother works with wood. She has her own refurbishing company, and she does her own woodwork.
Okay.
And she just got it. It was brand new in the box.
Okay. So if it was brand new and purchased, it was brand new in December of 2021.
Yes.
Okay. The police showed you photograph of the CMC bag when you were doing the interview in June of 2023, right?
Yes.
And you identified that as the same type of bag, the same as the one that you got from Catholic Medical Center when you had your child.
Yes.
And you actually thought that it was your bag.
Right.
You thought they had found the bag.
Yeah.
And you had thought that because you recognized this little spot in the photograph. I may publish, Your Honor. So let me talk about what you've described as the treatment of that CMC bag. You say that Harmony's body was taken down from the ceiling at Fit and put into the shower at Fit.
Yes.
And put into a trash bag and into the CMC bag.
Yes.
And that body stayed in this CMC bag for a while.
Yes.
And then you took the CMC bag down the street to Portland Pie.
Yes.
And then the CMC bag came back to and that Harmony's body was in the closet in that bag at Union, right?
Yes.
And that then it was Harmony's body was in the refrigerator in that bag.
Yes.
And then Harmony's body was in the bathroom with water running and her body and lime and all that stuff in that bag.
Yes.
And then in the freezer.
Yes.
And then taken away.
Yes.
And you believed that this bag was the same bag.
Yes.
Because of that little dot there.
Yes.
Because the last time you saw the bag, that was the only stain on the bag, or something.
Not the only stain, but that was a stain that would not go away.
Ah, did you wash the bag?
No, but I tried getting it off.
How?
By rubbing it off,
Okay.
wiping it.
Pardon?
Wiping it.
Okay. Okay. Now, after the thing in the shower, Adam became pretty despondent, right?
What does that mean?
Hurt inside.
Yeah.
And you said that he tried to kill himself.
Yeah.
And you told him that he had to live and be there for the kids.
Right.
And that the kids need him and you needed him and he shouldn't do it.
Yes.
And
Basis?
without your, if I may rephrase, Your Honor.
Oh, you may rephrase. The question is withdrawn. The objection is sustained.
Without saying exactly what you said, you tried to talk about your lives together to give him something to live for.
Yes.
Okay. And the main focus of that was the kids.
Yes.
Okay. The completely changing the subject, I want to take you back to the summer of 2019, and you testified about Kevin and Adam having an argument and you overhearing it.
Yes.
And the argument was about Kevin Montgomery's failure to pay bills that he had promised to pay, right?
Part of it, yeah.
Okay. You all were kind of left in the lurch because those bills weren't paid, right?
Yes.
I may have a moment, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything else? When you're ready.
If I may just have a moment.
Attorney Knowles, I need you to have a microphone there, so I don't know if you. Thank you. Whenever you're ready.
Thank you. So, Kayla, you just said that part of that argument was about failure to pay bills. Can you tell the jurors what the other part of that argument was about?
Was about Adam hitting Harmony.
It was about, I'm sorry.
Adam hitting Harmony.
Okay. And this bag that you have identified?
Yes.
Is it similar? Is it identical to the one that was brought to the Econo Lodge?
Yes.
Is it identical to the one that Adam left in the U-Haul?
Yes.
And the stains that you mentioned, when did they make it onto that bag?
Before we left Guilford Street.
Before you left Guilford Street.
Yes.
And so that would have been before Harmony's body was ever placed in the bag.
Yes.
Before the defendant murdered Harmony.
Yes.
Before he beat her to death in that parking lot.
Yes.
Was that
Sustained.
Was that before he beat her to death in the parking lot?
Yes.
Attorney Smith just showed you several items, saws. And I want to be very clear. The saw in my right hand was what the defendant discussed.
Objection, meeting.
Sustained.
Foundational question. Did he testify on direct that the saw in my right hand was the one that the defendant used, discussed using to dismember Harmony?
Yes.
Did you say that on direct? Because that's in fact what he did. He discussed using this to dismember Harmony.
Yes, he did.
And the saw in my left hand that the defense attorney showed you just now, was this similar to the item that was under your countertop?
Yes.
Attorney Smith asked you, she asked you about if that's when the defendant was losing it. What does losing it mean to you? Was that when he was hitting you? Was that something else?
Everything. He was abusive. He, in all ways, physical, emotional, and mentally.
You said physical, you said emotional, and you said mentally.
Yes.
And let's unpack that. How is he physical with you? How is he physically abusive towards you in that period before you escaped him?
He thought that I was telling on him or cheating on him or trying to kill him.
Okay. And how is he physical with you in those interactions?
He wanted me to tell him who I was cheating on him with or if I was working with the cops, and I kept saying that I didn't, and he kept hitting me anyway. And then I started telling him that I did, even though I wasn't, and he still kept hitting me anyway.
And let's talk about that. Why would you tell him that you were doing these things, working with the police why would you tell him that, even though you weren't at the time?
So that I wouldn't get hit.
Did he still hit you?
Yes.
You said that he was emotionally abusive to you. Tell the jurors about that.
Because he'd go back and forth with telling me to tell him that I was working with the cops, and he would accuse me of sleeping with the guy downstairs, sleeping with all these different people, that I came out of the window one night. I couldn't take care of the kids. He wouldn't let me do anything without him being there.
You said that he was mentally abusive to you. Can you tell the jurors how?
By asking me if I was working with the cops and making sure that I stuck with the story that he brought me to work and dropped me off and was bringing Harmony to her mom.
And can you tell us who came up with that story?
He did, Adam.
And you stuck to it.
Yeah.
You stuck to it even though you knew you weren't working at the time. I'll rephrase. Did you stick to it even though you knew you weren't working at the time?
Yes.
Attorney Smith asked you about Adam being pure evil. Did you think that Adam was pure evil?
When he would start going crazy, yeah.
And you mentioned the evil eyes. When he looked at you in that moment, evil eyes. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
And was that right after he'd beaten Harmony?
Yeah, it just got worse.
Were there also good times with the defendant in that period?
Yeah. But it was mostly bad.
And in those bad times, were you hoping for the good times?
Yeah.
Kayla, do you still love the defendant?
I still care about him because he's the father of my children. He was my best friend. It's been hard for me to just let go.
Kayla, I want to switch gears with you just a bit. You mentioned that after the defendant had beaten Harmony to death, after your car died at that intersection, after the defendant realized that Harmony was dead, that he got a duffel bag out of the trunk. And Attorney Smith asked you about him getting that duffel bag out of the trunk. And you said that the trunk would not open.
Yeah.
And he had to go in through the back seats.
Yeah.
Can you tell the jurors why the trunk wouldn't open?
When the car died, nothing was electronic was working. The windows wouldn't go down. The car just stopped working.
Kayla, I'm going to switch gears with you again. And I'm sorry to bounce around like this, but you talked about Mr. Badero, Anthony Badero, being a source of drugs, an occasional source of drugs.
Yes.
And Attorney Smith asked you about how these drugs would be purchased.
Yes.
And I believe the testimony that she asked you about was that sometimes you'd pay for them, sometimes he'd give them to you for free. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
Would Mr. Badero also accept food stamps or SNAP as a form of payment for drugs?
Yes.
And when you were living in the car, is that a form of payment that he accepted?
Yes.
Did that lead to your family having to eat baby food as a result?
Yes.
Who was eating baby food while you were living in that car?
All of us. Myself and the boys and Harmony.
Attorney Smith asked you about trying to keep things quiet in the parking lot of the Colonial Village Apartments that morning around 3 a.m. when you woke up and the defendant was beating Harmony, striking her blow after blow. And you talked about the children not screaming. Is that because at the same time he was telling them to shut the fuck up? I think that was your testimony on direct.
Yes.
Who was he telling to shut the fuck up?
Harmony.
And was that before, during, or after he was brutally beating her?
Before and after.
Attorney Smith asked you several questions about Harmony, the changes that were happening to her. And she said that it was difficult for Harmony because of all the changes. And you agreed with that, but I want to ask you about that. Was it difficult for Harmony because of all the changes that she was going through?
Why don't you finish the question and then I'll rule on the objection.
So Kayla, was it difficult for Harmony because of all the changes she was going through, or because she was terrified of the defendant?
Sustained. You may rephrase the question.
Kayla, was it difficult for Harmony because of her fear of the defendant? It's a direct question. It's not a leading question. So Kayla, was Harmony, was it because of all of these changes, or was it for some other reason?
Overruled.
Or was it for some other reason?
I think it was all of it.
And let's talk about all of it. Can you tell the jurors what all of it is?
Adam being abusive, physically and mentally, and everything she went through from her mom and her dad.
And Kayla, when you say Adam being abusive, you're talking about the accidents that you would have.
Yes.
During your cross-examination, this was last week, the defense attorney said during her examination of you that Harmony died in the car with you, right? And you weren't able to explain the answer that you'd given. Who else was in the car with you, with Harmony, when Harmony died?
Adam and the two boys.
And who was striking her repeatedly right before she died?
Adam.
Are you aware that the defense argued in their opening that something happened to Harmony in the middle of the night, and that thing killed her before the defendant was even around?
Right.
So is that true?
No.
Did Harmony die in the middle of the night alone with you when the defendant wasn't even there?
No.
So when you testified during the defendant's examination that you thought Harmony was sleeping but then found out she was dead,
Yes.
was that in the middle of the night, or was that the next day after your car broke down?
That was the next day.
That was after the methadone clinic.
Yes.
Kayla, you were just asked, so you were asked last Friday, about a letter that you'd written with various demands. Do you remember that? It's the defense exhibit G.
Yes.
In that letter, you discuss betraying the defendant, and the attorney asked you if you wrote betraying, but you weren't asked to explain what betraying meant. Can you tell the jurors what you meant when you said betraying?
I felt like I was betraying him, Adam, by telling what happened to Harmony. And I was fighting with myself. Because I didn't want him to be mad at me for doing the right thing.
Were you referring to the secret that you'd been keeping for 2 years?
Yes.
Were you referring to telling the truth about him beating Harmony to death? I'll strike the question, Judge. Last week, you were asked to describe a conversation that you had with the defendant where he agreed to take the fall for Harmony's death, but you weren't asked to explain what that meant. What did you mean when you said take the fall, or when he said take the fall?
That he wants me with the children. And no matter what happens, he's the one at fault.
Was he taking the fall for something that you did?
No.
Did you beat Harmony to death?
No.
Was he taking the fall for what he had done?
Yes.
You said that in the spring of 2020, the defendant was acting strange. He was accusing you of telling on him for what he'd done to Harmony. What did you mean when you said he was acting strange?
Every time we got high, as soon as he got high, he started freaking out and just accused me of working with the cops, thought there was cameras in the house. The TV, smashed every phone we had, just destroyed the whole apartment.
When you were asked about lying to the grand jury, you said that he was stuck in your head. What did you mean by that?
That I stick with the story that he told me to say.
And that was stuck in your head during your testimony.
Yes.
I want to talk about that list of items that you gave, your requirements, the things that you'd like before testifying. Did you get immunity?
No.
Where are you currently living, Kayla?
New Hampshire State Prison for Women.
Kayla, did you get to keep your children?
No.
Do you have any rights to them?
No.
Are you even allowed to speak to them right now, Kayla?
No.
You said that after the defendant repeatedly struck Harmony, after he put the blanket over her, after she moaned, after the strange crying, moaning stopped, after he did drugs, and after the car died, you thought that Harmony was asleep under that blanket.
Yes.
Why did you think that she may be sleeping after Adam repeatedly struck her?
Because she usually just goes to sleep after.
Kayla, why stay with someone? Why stay with someone that does this to you?
Because I was scared. And I still cared about him.
Why defend a person that does this to you?
Because I was scared what would happen. I didn't want anybody getting in trouble.
Why stay with someone? Why stay with someone that does what he did to a helpless girl like this?
Because for some reason I still cared about him.
Why defend someone that beat her to death?
I don't know. I was scared.
Attorney Smith asked you about a proffer agreement, your agreement to provide information about what the defendant had done, what had happened to Harmony. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
And she asked you about how none of those statements could be used against you. I think you
Yes.
agreed with that.
Yes.
So I'm going to ask you, Kayla, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 102 for identification. And I'm just going to ask that you review that document. And look up when you're ready. Kayla, is that the agreement as you remember it?
Yes.
And do you recognize any of the signatures on that final page?
Yes.
Which one do you recognize?
Mine and my attorney and the AG.
Is that the true and correct agreement?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I move to admit states what's marked for identification as states 102.
Any objection? No, Your Honor. All right, the ID may be stricken and be entered as a full exhibit.
I'm going to take it back. Kayla, does that agreement discuss how your statements can be used against you?
Yes.
Tell the jurors how your statements can be used against you.
If I lie.
Does it say what other than your statements can be used against you if you lie?
I can get charged with anything.
Does it discuss evidence related to Harmony, her body?
Yes.
Can that information also be used against you?
Yes.
Now, is that the information that you went to that meeting with?
Yes.
And you knew about that before you testified yesterday and today?
Yes.
Kayla, do you remember being, excuse me, do you remember being asked by the defense attorney last Friday about deciding to take an agreement with the prosecution?
Yes.
Do you remember Attorney Smith asking you the following questions, and you providing the following answer? She said, but you knew they had you solid on the perjury charges, right?
Yes.
And you said right to that. You were never getting around that one. Attorney Smith asked you. You were never getting around that one.
Right.
And so you decided this would probably be.
Overruled.
And so you decided this would probably be the best you could do to get as few consequences as you can, as possible, for your actions as possible, right? Do you remember being asked those questions?
Yes.
Because people facing criminal charges make strategic decisions to admit to some lesser offenses to try to limit their legal exposure or get as few consequences for their legal actions as possible, right?
Right.
Now, the defense asked you about that legal strategy. So you think that they would be aware of it, right?
Yes.
Are you aware that falsifying physical evidence, that abuse of a corpse, it's lesser than murder?
Yes.
And are you aware that in their opening, they told this jury that that they can find the defendant guilty of falsifying and abuse of a corpse?
Yes.
Can you remind these jurors who killed Harmony?
Adam Montgomery.
If I could have just a moment. No further questions. Thank you.
I think you testified that you were aware of what was said on evidence, right?
Yes.
How were you aware?
I'm sorry.
How were you aware of what was said at openings?
I was told by my lawyer.
Your lawyer told you what was said at opening.
So, I don't know. I'm not like here right now.
Pardon?
Can you rephrase the question, please?
Your Honor, may we approach?
This is a good time for us to take our mid-afternoon break. So I'm going to have you go back into the jury deliberation room. Don't discuss the evidence. No further conversations about this between each other or with anybody else. Don't do any independent research. And we will have you, we'll take at least 15 minutes, okay? All rise for the jurors, please. Council approach, you may be seated.
Having a curated selection of toys, treats, and chews that are tailored to your dog's play style, whether they're tough on toys or they just enjoy a good chew or really love those squeaky plush toys, can really help contribute to an increased quality of life for them. I know our dogs love both Super Chewer boxes and Bark boxes. Bark box toys are often going to be softer, a little squeakier, whereas Super Chewer toys are significantly tougher for those really strong dogs. One thing you can always count on, though, is that these toys are engineered to be fun for dogs.
Barbie is so much more than that.
Let us show you.
Hi, Barbie.
Barbie. She's back. Barbie, you still in doubt.
Get the lawyers, please. Yeah, you can stay here. You can come on up. I'm just waiting for the lawyer.
Hey guys, I'm sorry, I dozed off. They're probably on break right now, right? What's going on? Does anybody know what happened? Kayla got another migraine. What? What happened? Did she? I dozed off, y'all. Y'all know how I am. I'm a nighter. Even though I slept all night last night, I still sleep during the day. They're on break. They have been forever. But it's been over. But it's been over something. Daisy, are you seeing the updates on the church shooter from yesterday? 36-year-old transgender born male and the child 5 shooter brought in with them is expected to survive. Oh, wow. Should have been back 10 minutes ago. Dang. Kayla is constipated. They can't get her off the pot. Well, she lies so much, it's probably hard for them to. Was she telling more lies? I'm gonna have to go back and listen to this part that I missed. I'm running a fever, guys. I think I'm sleeping a lot because I got it. I'm sick again. Ooh. I appreciate y'all hanging with me while I'm sleeping and watching this. I love you guys. She lies about lying. Yes, she does. She lies, lies, lies. I do believe Adam hurt that baby, but I think there's more to it than what she's saying. Um, but I'm afraid that her lying is going to keep him from getting charged. But he'll have to take the stand against her. We don't know, Daisy. They are 10 minutes later than they said. She probably fell asleep on the pot. Did she say she had to use the bathroom? Maybe Adam will come in. I don't know. It's crazy, ain't it? All this gets so emotional. It's just so emotional. It's just too much to think that people are that evil, you know? It's just too much to think that people could actually do that to their own littles or to somebody else's littles. I know, Debbie. It makes you want to go back in time and save. Daisy, you gotta quit falling asleep and leaving me in here with your very boring. Ronald, you better quit. They'll get you. Oh my goodness. Ronald. Hey, love to lurk. How are you, honey? I'm late. Had to do a little job this morning. Hey, Polly Pam. I hope you start feeling better, Daisy. Thank you. Kayla is going to give me a migraine. A 15-minute has turned into 30 minutes. She's probably got a migraine because her Xanaxes has wore off of her, and she wants to get her some more Xanny. Oh, was Can in here? Uh, I slept all night. I don't know why I fell asleep again. Which I know I got a fever, so that could be why. But I don't know. It's just, I guess it's where it's raining out and it's just during the day and it's just, I don't know. I don't see how it will get him out of any trouble, but may get both more in trouble. Well, he's definitely going to get in trouble for the abuse of a corpse and tampering with evidence. Um, but I'm afraid that he might not get that second degree murder charge. That's what I'm scared about. Because technically, she's not on trial for murder, but they're trying to make it look like it's her. Why do you run fevers so often? Is that normal? I think either I don't know. Either it's I have UTIs a lot, and I think that maybe that it's because where I had my bladder attacked from my hysterectomy, that that might be the reason why I have UTIs a lot, but I have UTIs quite a bit. Either that or I got a stone. Not sure. But I'm having a lot of pain in that area down there. So again, so usually when I do that I have a UTI. YouTube is making it hard for me to comment. Oh, I'm sorry, innocence. I wonder why. They're talking about a mistrial? I'll tell you what. We've caught her in so many lies. Like she lied from stuff she said like a few minutes beforehand. She'd turn right around and say something different. Did y'all notice that? Did y'all catch her in lies that she said like today? Like she said one thing today earlier when they was asking her, and then she turned around and said something totally different. I have all comments checked and still only see my comments. Really? Wow. I think she helped more in the bathroom than she's admitting. And how could she stay in that apartment with your other kids while he's in there hacking up his own daughter in the shower? I think she helped him too. Either she helped him in that bathroom more, or it, that's probably where Harmony was, to be honest with you. Harmony probably was dismembered in that bathroom because I think they went, didn't they go to the motel room and check that to see if they could find anything on Harmony? And the only thing they could find her was in the sewage of that apartment. Because remember, they checked the sewage in that apartment too. Not only did they take the floors and the ceiling and all that, but they took the sewage. They found evidence in the sewage. So I think that's where they dismembered her. I think that she was dismembered. I really do. I think Kayla helped him because that's a small tote bag. Don't have my comment and then comment stops for me. I can see your comments. But yeah, I think Kayla helped dismember her. I do. Ronald, come on. You were picking on my mods. I got the best mods ever, guys. Be nice, Ronald. There she comes back, y'all. I took me about a 30-minute nap, y'all. Maybe I'll stay awake now. It's 3 o'clock. Yes, Stacy, but I commented 2 times before this, having to check. I don't know what's going on with YouTube. I'm sorry. Oh, did she cry some more? Did she give crocodile tears? You can dye your hair. Hey, cool gamer. Hey. Had to close. I'm back. Okay, here we go.
Bring in the jury. Counsel. Actually, never mind.
I bet that jury's so confused. You can't use your wrench. Let me check, Crystal. Let me get my phone. Check. Sorry. Go on here. What's going on?
All right.
Hang on. You got your wrench, Crystal?
Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, I do realize that was more than 15 minutes. Sometimes there are some issues that come up that the court has to deal with before we can bring you back in. We have dealt with that, and the defense may proceed.
Hey, I forgot to give Nora a. Let's see if I can get her.
When we took the break, you had indicated that you learned information about what was said in opening statements by Adam's attorneys about the case, right?
Yes.
And you were, I think the state asked, were you aware that he said something happened in the night of December 6th to December 7th with you alone in the car?
Yes.
And he also said, were you aware that Adam was conceding that he had been involved in the manipulation, well, the abuse of the court's charge?
Yes.
And the falsifying evidence charge?
Yes.
And you learned this the morning before you testified?
Yes.
And you learned this because your attorney spoke to you about it?
Yes.
Overruled.
And learning this allowed you to prepare for the answers that you would give?
Yes.
And you discussed the ways that you would deal with this information?
Overruled.
Not really, no.
Okay. You thought about this information and you knew that that was different from what you had told police and the prosecutors before?
Yes.
And you thought about this information and this pointed the finger at you, right?
Yes.
And you certainly didn't want to have the finger pointed at you, right?
Right.
And you wanted to think about and prepare yourself for how you would respond to those questions. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. And it was sort of like the prep sessions with the state and with the police, that you could think about things that had happened and maybe give a better or different explanation the next time you spoke to someone.
I'm sorry, I'm not. Yeah.
When the police, during your interviews, raised questions or skepticism about information that you gave them, you'd sometimes change your statements, right?
Overruled.
No.
Well, when the police spoke to you in June 3rd, you said that you were not in the bathroom and that you were not involved with what happened in the shower when Harmony's body was at Union Avenue, right?
Right.
And then the next time you talked to the police, you said you were a little bit aware, and then you slipped up and said something, and the police said, "Did you cut any of the clothes off?" And you said, "Yeah, the hoodie," right?
That's not how that happened, but
Okay. But you had denied anything, and then as time and their questioning went on, you acknowledged that you were a participant, right?
right.
Okay. And you talked on direct about Adam losing it in after Harmony's body was in the shower, right?
Not that day, but yes.
Okay, sometime after, right?
Right.
And that he was accusing you of cheating on him,
Yeah.
accusing you of trying to kill him,
Yes.
accusing you of having cameras all over the house,
And other things, yes.
and accusing you of blaming him for Harmony's death to the police.
No.
Accusing you of telling the police.
Right. You already said that.
Pardon?
You already said that.
Okay. So he was accusing you of telling the police that he had caused Harmony's death.
Yes.
And accusing you of telling the police that you were trying to poison him.
Yes.
He was scared of you.
No.
Okay. And none of that was true, right?
What do you mean?
You weren't cheating on him, right?
Right.
And you weren't trying to poison him.
Right.
And you weren't accusing him of Harmony's death.
No.
He had just sort of lost his mind for a while, right?
Yes.
And in that time period, he got violent.
Yes.
And you told the grand jury when you were talking about that time period that he punched you twice.
I don't remember saying how many times, but yes.
Or a couple of times?
Yes.
And that sounds right? Or do you want to see your grand jury testimony?
No, I was going to say yes.
Okay. And he punched you twice, and oh,
The objection is sustained.
you told the grand jury he punched you twice or a couple of times, right?
Right.
And then in March, this started to happen again, right?
It never stopped.
Okay. And you have a picture of, and I'm showing you States Exhibit 99 of you with redness along your eyes.
Yes.
Right? And this is a picture that you took of yourself and sent to other people, right?
Right.
Because you were angry at what he had done to you.
I sent it to my own family.
Okay. Yeah.
Right.
And you left him,
Yes.
but he was the one that got arrested,
Right.
and you filed a restraining order on him,
Yes.
and went back with your mother for a while,
Yes.
and went to the shelter for a while,
Yes.
and tried to get back with Adam.
Yes.
And you're saying it was not a couple of times after Harmony's body was taken away, it was constant.
Yes.
And then he had also, we talked about, become despondent and sort of suicidal.
It happened twice, yes.
She just said it happened twice.
Overruled.
And you took care of your kids, right?
Yes.
And took care of Adam.
Yes.
And continued on with your life.
Yes.
Okay. You said that the state asked you about Adam being pure evil, right?
Yes.
And that's what you said you saw in Adam at the time that you say that he was beating Harmony.
Yes.
And you're saying that a child was beaten to death beside you, looking like pure evil, and you continued on with your children and your life with Adam.
Yeah, but it wasn't okay.
Okay. And you did nothing about Harmony's death.
No, I asked him to stop and he didn't.
Okay. I'm talking about after Harmony was died, you continued on with your life, right?
Yeah, but it wasn't okay. It was abusive.
Okay. And you don't like that, abusive, right?
Right.
And you would not approve of abusive behavior.
Well, I was taking it.
Okay.
When I shouldn't have. It took a while for me to just leave him. It's really hard.
Okay. Now, the duffel bag in the trunk of the car, you eventually got the trunk open, right?
No, we didn't get the trunk open.
Well, you eventually got a bunch of stuff out of the trunk, right?
Yes.
And were you present when Mr. Badero drove Adam back to the car?
Yes, I was with him.
And the kids were where?
With us.
Okay. And at that point, you were trying to get the rest of the stuff out of the car.
Yes.
And you were able to take some things out of the car.
Yes.
From the back seat.
Yes.
And from the trunk.
Yes.
And let's talk about the letters talking about betrayal. Remember talking about that on redirect?
Yes.
Anyway, those letters were the handwritten notes that were taken from yourself.
Yes.
And you are talking about betrayal of Adam because you don't want to hurt Adam.
Right.
But I think you said on redirect, but you had to do the right thing.
Right.
And that's what you meant when you wrote the word betrayal, was that you didn't want to hurt Adam, but you had to do the right thing.
Right.
And after you wrote that letter where you didn't want to hurt Adam, but you had to do the right thing, you went and lied to the grand jury.
When I was subpoenaed, yes.
And that was after the letter about betrayal, right?
A few months after, yes.
And that was not doing the right thing, right?
Right.
because you knew how Harmony died, right?
Right.
And you knew when she died, right?
Right.
And you knew where she died, right?
Yes.
And the right thing would have been to tell the grand jury that information, right?
Right.
And you did not do the right thing.
Not yet.
Okay. And then I think you said that Adam and you talked about, I think you called it take the fall, because he wanted you to be with the children.
Yes.
So Adam agreed to take the fall for what happened to Harmony to protect you.
No, not just to protect me.
To protect you being there for the children.
Yeah.
Okay. And he said if anything happens, he would take the fall.
Right.
And you expected that he would do that, right?
No.
You didn't expect that he would do that.
No.
Okay. But he did, right?
No.
Ah, okay. Sorry. He took the fall in the sense that both of you represented to other people that he had taken Harmony to Crystal.
Right.
Okay. So he was allowing him to be the focus of anybody's questions, not you, right?
Right.
And you said that you said that Dunkin' Donuts, that you stuck with the story even though you didn't work at Dunkin' Donuts on the 30th, right?
Right.
And I think you said that Adam said make it sometime around Thanksgiving, right?
No.
The story about him going with Harmony off to Crystal.
Yeah, because we got kicked out of the house, but it was just that time.
Okay. And you were the one that picked the date that you would say that you were working at Dunkin' Donuts, right?
I don't remember that.
Okay. Well, you said that you continued with your story even though you knew you didn't work that day, right?
Right.
And you continued with the story because in the middle of grand jury, you learned that they had gotten the Dunkin' Donuts records, right?
Yeah.
And you continued with the story because you weren't prepared to say anything else.
I didn't want to say the other issue of what happened.
Okay. And you had been advised prior to the grand jury testimony, those ground rules were saying every time that you lie, you might get stacked charges, right?
Yeah.
And one thing that has been the focus of everything that you have done since being arrested is to be in as little trouble as possible, right?
I'm sorry.
You have said things to try and get out of trouble or keep the trouble as little as possible, right?
No.
Yeah. Well, when they continued asking questions, you could have asked to see your lawyer, right?
Right.
But you continued with the story, right?
Right.
Because you didn't have another one to say.
Because that's what Adam told me to say. I didn't know what else I was going to say. I just stuck with the story.
Okay. So you didn't know what else to say, so you stuck with the story, right?
Right.
And you had talked before about betraying Adam, but weren't ready at the grand jury.
Right.
Okay. And And you said that you were afraid to do anything because you were afraid of what would happen, right?
Right.
And I think one of the things that you told the state that you were afraid of what would happen was that Adam threatened to have Kevin kill you?
Yeah.
Okay. Kevin is the uncle that used to live in 77 Guilford Avenue, right?
Yes.
And the one that was in that fight with Adam that you said that you overheard in the summer.
Yes.
Okay.
Kevin is the one that reported Harmony's abuse. She's lying.
Cooperation agreement that you reached before talking to the police about what happened that you said happened to Harmony, right?
Right.
And one of the things that it said was that your statements couldn't be used against you, right?
Right.
And they wanted the truth, right?
Right.
And you told them when you first spoke after having this agreement that you did not go into the shower at Union Avenue when Adam was manipulating the body, right?
Right.
Or-
Right.
And that was not the truth, right?
No.
They lucky charms.
And you didn't get in any trouble for it, right?
Right.
You just changed your testimony, right?
Right.
Basis?
So they're gonna try to throw Kevin under
Your
the
statement,
bus.
right?
Right.
And as time went on and they would approach you with things, you might adjust your statement to fit some of the questions, right?
Right.
Okay. And by that agreement, you were supposed to only tell the truth, right?
Right.
And your story changed somewhat, right?
Right.
And at the grand jury, you were only supposed to tell the truth, right?
Right.
And you lied.
Right.
I think we're
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Anything further from the state?
Are they done with her? Whoa, this whole day has been nothing
There are no
but.
further questions.
All right, you may sit down.
Oh, they're done with her. Wow. I think they made her look like a big fat liar, for sure.
State may call us next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Wow.
At this time, the state calls Ms. Courtney Garcia to the stand.
It must have been her family leaving. Okay, Debbie. That must be her family leaving. Wonder who this is. Her friend?
When you get there, if you could please just remain standing for a brief moment. Ms. Garcia, if you would please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony that you will give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please feel free to have a seat.
Thank you.
And feel free to pour yourself a glass of water if you'd like for any reason. Ms. Garcia, as we're being recorded here today, would you please state your full name and spell both your first and your last name for the record?
Yes, my name is Courtney Garcia, Courtney Garcia.
Okay, thank you. And what city do you live in?
Manchester, New Hampshire.
How long have you lived here?
About 5 years.
And are you currently employed?
Not at the moment.
Okay. What kind of jobs have you had in your life?
I've had some supervisor positions. I've worked as a counselor in the addiction field, restaurant jobs.
Okay. And currently, right now, do you have any children?
I do.
Okay. How old?
13 months.
It sounds like a handful.
Yeah.
Let me ask you, with regards to the name Adam Montgomery, have you heard that name before?
Yes.
All right. How do you know Adam Montgomery?
He is a childhood friend of my husband,
And what's your husband's name?
Matthew Garcia.
With regards to Adam Montgomery, have you met him in person before?
I have.
And also, at any point in time, were the two of you working together?
Yes, he was one of my employees.
Please, Your Honor.
Just a minute.
Garcia, I'd like to show you what's been marked State's Exhibit 101. Do you recognize that person?
Yes, that's Adam Montgomery.
That's Adam Montgomery. Same man, Adam Montgomery that we're talking about.
Yes.
I'd like to ask you very specifically about Mr. Montgomery. I'd like to ask about Thanksgiving of 2019, if I can.
Okay.
Did you see Mr. Montgomery on Thanksgiving of 2019 or around that time?
I did on Thanksgiving.
On Thanksgiving Day?
Yes.
Okay.
It was in the evening.
I'm sorry, in the evening?
Yes.
Okay. And I would ask if you can just kind of scoot a little bit more forward, actually. You saw him in the evening, right?
Correct.
And when you saw him in the evening, let me ask, did you become aware of where he was living at the time?
Yes, I did. He was living in his vehicle.
What did the car look like?
It was a Chrysler Sebring, very bald tires, silver to my knowledge.
And where did you see him that evening?
I saw him at the Pestataquag, I think that's how you pronounce it, apartments in Manchester, New Hampshire, in the parking lot.
What, if anything, did you do for him that day?
My husband and I provided Adam gas money, and we offered him a place to stay.
And that was on Thanksgiving, correct?
Correct.
All right. And what did Mr. Montgomery say to that when you offered him a place to stay that night?
He probably didn't want to stay all night with them because he beat Harmony up. And she probably would have seen what he did to Harmony. I do believe Harmony died the way Kayla said, but I think Kayla was involved in the hitting of Harmony. I think she helped. Oh, I can't stand it when they put them tears out. It's too little too late to cry. The baby's been gone for almost 3 years now. So she passed away in 2019, 2019, 2020, 2020, 21, 2020, 22. It's over 3 years, right? About 3 years. She's been passed away 3 years now. Y'all, I don't know what this woman's seen, but maybe I pray that somebody gave little Harmony some attention and somebody was She passed away December 7th of 2019. So 4 years would be in December of this year would be 4 years. Because she passed away at the end of 2019. It was December the 7th, according to what Kayla said. It was the 7th.
To Thanksgiving and staying, what did the defendant say when you made that offer?
Adam was kind of for it, but Kayla and Adam ended up not agreeing to stay at our location.
Okay. And let me ask you, is that a conversation that you directly had with the defendant?
Yes.
And I believe a second ago you just said also Kayla. So Kayla, is that Kayla Montgomery?
Yes.
That particular day, did you see any other members of the family there?
Yes, they had their 2 sons and Harmony in the back seat.
Okay. And how did you see her in person in the back seat, or did you just know that she was there?
I just know that all 3 children were there. None of the children got out of the vehicle.
Okay. Did you look into the vehicle at any point to put eyes on them?
We offered them food, so I believe at one time I kind of put my hand in, and that was that. I didn't really look at the children, saw what I was there for.
Okay. And from your recollection today, how many children were in the car at that time?
3.
Thank you. Moving forward from Thanksgiving, I want to talk to you about the couple of months after that. Did you see the defendant again, Adam Montgomery, sometime between December and January, December of 2019 into January of 2020?
Multiple times.
Okay. And at any point in time during that month, December going into January, did you have a conversation with him about Harmony and her condition?
We did, yes, or I did, yes.
Okay. Where did Mr. Montgomery say she was at that point?
He told us that he brought Harmony back to her mother.
Do you know what her mother's name is?
Crystal, maybe?
Okay. And let me ask, with regards to that, I apologize. Did the defendant ever tell you what her name is? I should have asked a better question there.
No, he did not.
And with regards to how she was back with her mother, what did the defendant tell you about why that happened, or how it happened, or when it happened?
He told us that he brought her back to her mother because Harmony was having multiple accidents in the vehicle.
And by accidents, what do you mean by accidents?
She was using the bathroom in the vehicle.
What, if anything, did the defendant say about Harmony now being with her mother as compared to Harmony being with Adam?
I'm sorry, not.
Sure. At any point in time, did he talk about what kind of, with regards to what Harmony was being provided for, what she could be provided for from her mother as compared to what Adam was able to offer at that time?
A home.
A home?
Yes.
Just a moment, please, Your Honor.
So why didn't he take the baby to her mother? Why did he leave her?
Let me ask you, Ms. Garcia, at one point, were you interviewed by officers of the Manchester Police Department about this interaction that we talked about today that you had with Adam Montgomery?
Yes.
Okay. And during the time that you were speaking with them, did you tell them that the defendant told you that she was better off with her mother than with him at the time?
Basis? Hearsay. I'm sorry, the defendant.
Yes, I'm asking whether or not she reported those as the defendant's words at that time.
The objection is overruled.
Go ahead, Ms. Garcia.
Yes, he told us that she was better off with her mother because she could provide her a home. Adam could not.
All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Garcia. I don't have any further questions for you. I believe defense counsel will have a few.
Hi, Ms. Garcia. You indicated on direct examination that a place to stay was offered for the night.
Correct.
Adam was kind of for it.
Yes.
Kayla wasn't.
Correct.
Thank you.
Anything further, Attorney Gotti?
Nothing else we'd ask this witness to be excused.
Any objection?
No objection.
You may step down. You are excused.
Thank you.
Just a brief moment. Your Honor, at this time, the state would call Ms. Kimberly Frame to the stand, please. Thank you. that the testimony you give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Thank you. Please feel free to have a seat. Ms. Frayne, as we're being recorded here today, would you please state your first and your last name for the record and spell them out for us?
Kimberly, Kimberly, Frayne, Frain.
Thank you, Ms. Frayne. Appreciate that. With regards to New Hampshire, do you live in the state?
Yes.
Okay. And generally, what town do you live in?
Meredith.
In Meredith. And what are you doing for work right now?
I'm working in healthcare at a hospital.
Okay. And how long have you been doing that?
Almost 3 years.
How far have you gone in school?
I'm actually back in school now.
Oh, what are you studying?
Where?
What? I'm sorry. What are you studying?
It's kind of long. Healthcare administration.
Okay. And how long have you been, or how long do you have to go before you get a degree?
Like 3 more years.
3 more years?
Yeah.
All right. Pardon me. So I'm going to ask just one question at a time. So I'd ask you to please listen carefully to either my question or any other counsel's question that you get asked. And if I'm talking too quickly or if you don't understand my question, just let me know. I'll be happy to restate it. Okay?
Okay.
All right. Thanks. Prior to where you live now, did you used to live in Manchester back in 2019?
Yes.
And do you know of somebody by the name of Adam Montgomery?
Yes.
Did you ever used to work at a Dunkin' Donuts on Beach Street in Manchester?
Yes.
How long did you work there?
Like 5 years,
About 5 years?
maybe.
Okay. Let me ask, you also know the name Kayla Montgomery.
Yes.
And what was when you, and have you met Kayla Montgomery?
Yes.
Right. What's the relationship between Kayla Montgomery and Adam Montgomery when you first met them?
I met them at work. We worked together. First, I worked with Kayla, and then Adam worked with us too.
With regards to Kayla and Adam, did you ever meet Adam's daughter, Harmony Montgomery?
Once.
One time?
Yes.
Did you ever spend time with her?
Yes, I babysat her and the 2 boys or 1 boy at the time at my house.
At your house?
Yeah.
And would this have been back in 2019?
Yeah, I think it was the summer of 2019.
I'd like to ask some specific questions for you about Adam Montgomery, specifically about beginning in the winter of that year at the end of 2019. All right?
Okay.
Right. Did you ever bring Adam Montgomery jumper cables to try to start a car?
Yes.
How many times have you done that for him?
Once.
Just the one time.
One time.
How did he reach out to you for help?
He either called me or it was on Facebook. I can't remember which. And he said that their car had died and it was freezing out and they wanted me to come jumpstart their car. I told them no, but they kept begging and I felt bad. So I went.
Okay. So you said maybe they messaged you or reached out on Facebook. Is that right? Did you have a Facebook account at one point that just went by the name Kimberly Frayne?
Yeah.
And is that the account that he might have messaged you on?
Yeah.
What time was this? What time of morning was this that Adam reached out or you got these messages asking for a jump?
It was in the middle of the night. I just remember that. It was late.
So did you go to where they were and give them a jump?
I did.
Where did you go?
It's behind Elm Street in, I think it's Colonial Apartments.
Okay. And is that at the south side of town, west side, or north side of town?
It's like right down the road from my house on the north side.
Okay. When you saw them, do you remember what kind of car they were in at that night?
Yeah, they were in a blue Audi.
Now, when you went to meet them, first of all, what was the weather like that night?
It was cold. It was freezing.
So when you got there, who, if anybody, got into your car?
I pulled up and I don't remember the beginning, but I don't think I brought a jumper pack that my ex-husband had, and a good Samaritan came by and him and Adam jump started it, and Kayla jumped in my car with the 2 boys and we just blasted the heat. keep them warm.
To keep them warm?
Yeah.
So you said it was Kayla and the two boys?
2 boys.
Okay. So I know you said before that you had babysat Harmony on one occasion. Was Harmony there with you? Did she get into the car as well with Kayla and the two boys?
No.
Did you see Harmony at all while you were there that night?
No.
And I believe you said a good Samaritan came along. Do you remember who that is or even know who that
No,
is?
it's just somebody in the complex saw us struggling.
Okay. I guess I'll ask this one other question. After that one time, did you ever jump a car for them again?
No, I was distancing myself from them. at that point.
Do you remember the exact day that this occurred in the winter of 2019, end of 2019? Okay. Just that it was very cold out. Is that right?
Yeah.
Just a moment, please, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor. And thank you, Ms. Frayne. I have one more question just for you in general. With regards to conversations that you've had with Adam Montgomery, the defendant in this case, with regards to the conversations, did you ever have a conversation with him about Harmony having bathroom accidents or wetting herself or defecating herself in her pants?
I don't think so. Not him.
Not him?
No.
Okay. With anybody else?
Maybe with Kayla, but I don't remember.
Okay. Well, and I don't want you to guess. So if you remember, you remember. If you don't, you don't. That's okay. And so you're saying your testimony is you don't.
I don't remember.
All right. All right. Thank you very much for your time. I have no further questions for you. I believe defense counsel may have a few.
Thank you.
Counsel, you want to move? Come up.
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, and I only have a couple of questions.
Okay.
You recalled that whatever car that you jumped, you thought it was a blue Audi?
Yeah.
And you know from before that Adam used to drive a Sebring.
It was a silver car.
Okay. This was not the car that Adam used to drive around, right? And you remembered this way back in 2021 when the police first asked you about it, right?
Yeah.
And your memory, even the first time you talked about it, was a blue Sebring. I mean, sorry, blue Audi.
No, I think I might have told them I think I told them it was the silver car, but
Okay.
it was the Audi they were in.
Okay, so you're really clear about that, huh?
Yeah.
So
Thank
what
you,
changed when you
Diamond.
first said the Sebring and then sort of recalled the Audi?
Thank you, Diamonds. God bless you.
Because it was so long ago.
Okay.
Miss
So I
Daisy,
understand
don't fall
that, but what
asleep.
changed
Freddy Krueger might
your
be
recollection of the
you.
type of car?
Thank you. God bless you, Diamonds.
Go ahead.
Thank
I'm
you so
sorry.
much, sweetheart.
I think you said at first you told him it was the Sebring, but then the blue Audi
Thank
when they first
you.
started questioning you on it, right?
Yeah.
Do you know what it was that made you say that it was the blue Audi?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Anything further?
Thank you,
sit down,
Diamonds.
Counsel.
God bless you for that super sticker. Thank you, thank you, thank you. God bless you. Ronald, your friend's been over there on your mommy's running her mouth. That's why my mods got rid of her. I was about to get her myself until my mod got her. Remember the other night, yesterday evening? She was over at Prayer Gardens running her mouth just like you was. We don't forget these people that run their mouth.
It's 10:04, and I don't want to get started with another witness and take you too long beyond 4 o'clock. So we're going to end for the day. I know earlier when I left this morning, there were some reports about weather. I have kept an eye on it as we've taken breaks throughout the day. The reports actually look much better than was originally anticipated. And we're New Hampshireites, so we're used to weather, but it does not look like it is going to be the significant weather event that they had originally predicted. So I'm going to keep an eye on the weather throughout the night. At this
Thank you
point,
for deleting her.
the court will be open. We will. I have every expectation that we are going to go forward tomorrow with trial. So I'll need you here at 8:45. If anything were to change, we would let you know well before then. I know we have contact information for all of you. I'll double check to make sure that that's correct. So keep an eye out on your email or text messages, but I think it is extremely unlikely that we would not have trial tomorrow. So you should all plan accordingly. Put your boots beside the door. So 8:45 tomorrow morning. As I said, don't read anything about this. Avoid all news media regarding this case. Don't look anybody up. Don't do any independent research. And I will see you tomorrow morning for a 9 a.m. start. Thank you so much, everybody, for your attention today. All right. Thank you. Great. Can you just make sure that I'll call downstairs to Ann, make sure she has everybody's contact information. Great. Call downstairs to Ann, make sure before we let them out. All right, everybody. You can be seated.
Ronald, come on.
Last minute issues we need to address? You can do it from there. I think unless you think there's something that would be privileged, but otherwise I say do it from there. Okay. Okay.
We've heard from Attorney Sheehan, who understands that Mr. Guerrero would likely go ahead for some of the cross-examination anticipated of him. So as a result, we suddenly have a conversation with us this evening as to whether or not we will be granted, and we'll have an answer for you on that prior to him taking the stand, probably the day of him taking the stand. So we will hopefully go ahead and be able to resolve that issue.
Okay. When you say the day of his taking the stand, that would be will not be problematic. I don't believe if immunity is granted. If immunity is not granted, it may become an issue. So we'll need time to do that.
Interesting.
Understood, Your Honor. I believe that is. I believe that authorization will likely be given.
Okay. So anything, Attorney Smith, Attorney Brooks, you want to say about that? Okay. Do you agree with what I just said, which is if immunity is granted, I don't see any issue or the need for any hearing prior to his taking the stand. Obviously, as soon as immunity is granted, you will give any immunity letter to the defense right away, right? Okay.
What does immunity mean?
So, and if in the event that were not accurate, then I'd want to know right away because I would want to make sure we have time.
Christine, I'm going to call it out.
In regards to that, Your Honor, I believe as a procedure, we would have to submit the letter to the court. The court would have to sign off on the order before that would happen, and then obviously both sides of counsel will have
immunity. What do they mean?
I would anticipate that would happen well in advance of them testifying.
Okay, good. If there's any issues there, you're going to let me know, I'm sure. So please do.
So much.
Anything else from your perspective that we can accomplish today?
Oh, she gets more.
Okay. Actually,
Christine,
I have every expectation that we will go forward tomorrow. Like
hang
I
on
said,
just a second,
I
Christine.
looked at least, maybe not the last break, but at lunchtime, and it looked like, 3.5 inches of snow or something like that. So I think I have every expectation that we're going to go forward tomorrow. If there were any changes,
thank you, Christine.
I want the best contact information
Thank you, Yorkshire
for you all.
Guy,
And maybe, you know,
Christine,
just in case we can't get
Lee,
to one
Fred,
member of your
Joyce,
team, maybe it makes sense to give us contact information for both. And then once we contact the first person, we would have you contact your
Broken Wings,
co-counsel.
Nancy,
But like I said, I think
Seba got
I
the
have every
second
expectation
spot.
that we will go forward tomorrow. So you should have your witnesses ready to go.
Thank you, Christine. God bless you.
Anybody runs into any trouble, please let us know.
Thank you.
Okay.
Well, most of ours there was a couple in the bushes, but not bad.
Excellent. Attorney Agati or Attorney Knowles, do you need Tabitha Scott tomorrow? Or are you going to ask us for a new transport order, or what's the situation?
We are not for tomorrow, Your Honor. No.
Okay, so you'll keep us apprised in advance, so because we've got to issue a transport order.
Thank you.
I think
Adam is taking the stand
if you would
tomorrow.
give your contact information to the clerk, and she and I can sort
What's
out
he gonna say?
what will happen with that.
Thank you,
All right.
Christine.
Anything else?
God bless you.
No?
Oh, here's
Okay,
my
I will see
cowbell.
you all tomorrow morning. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Diamonds. Thank you, Christine. Woo!
You can give her this stuff. Thank you.
Thank you guys so much. God bless you guys. I got my cowbell. That'll wake everybody up. Thank you, ladies, for the gifting of the super chat. Thank you guys, everybody that gave today. Thank you so much. People, they probably are going to flag this anyway, so I probably won't get any views. But I don't care. But thank you guys so much for supporting my. I love you guys. Boy, this has been a day. I'm curious. I can't wait to see what Adam has to say about I know that's a lot. I can't wait to see what Adam has to say tomorrow about Kayla and how she's involved. Thank you guys so much for supporting my channel. I appreciate every little bit. I'm going to cover this case no matter if I don't make anything or anything on it, because y'all know I love this case. I love this baby. I've been covering her from the beginning. And so, God bless you guys for supporting my channel. I heard you can gift for free once a month. I'm not sure. I'll have to try to see if I can do that. What's up, Christine?
Just getting ready for chemo tomorrow.
How are you feeling today?
I feel okay. I've cleaned my house and stuff, so I was listening while I was cleaning, so
What do you
that's why I
think?
wasn't talking in chat.
What do you think?
I think they made Kayla look like a big fat liar.
Yes, she is.
That's
A big
what I think.
I think.
But you know what though? Kayla. I don't believe Kayla was the one who did the killing blows. I think it was Adam, and
But she
you
stood there
know.
and let him do that. Like she didn't care. First, she said.
I think that she may have cared, but the thing about it is, looking at her and her demeanor and watching her for the last 4 days, she's kind of the ones as like, oh well, she's Adam's daughter, not mine. I mean, whatever he does with her, that's him. He's the dad. I'm not the mom. So oh well, I'm going to turn a blind eye. That's how it seems to me.
Well, did you hear the first part of it when she said she changed her story? She said that 2:00 that morning that baby used the bathroom on herself. And then she said she couldn't remember if she pooped or peed that morning. But in the opening,
She said pooped before.
She pooped. And then she said he smelled urine. So they let that baby defecate and pee on itself and didn't even change it. They didn't even wash her face because she said she had blood on her face from days before.
Yeah. And so it sounds like to me is I don't know why they're not asking how many times have Adam hit her in a month period. Like what? Give us a time period. It's because Adam hit her probably every single day.
Yes, it was every day. It was every day. And you
And then
cannot
they
tell.
put that after she took a beating, they throw a blanket under her so she can sit there and suffer in the darkness alone by herself. and then covered her up as if she didn't exist.
And how much you want to bet she was probably starved too?
Oh yeah. I mean, if they're not going to change her, they're definitely not going to feed her. I
Well, one
think
of
Kayla only cared about Adam, herself, drugs, money, then her kids, then getting food, then everything else, and then Harmony did not exist to Kayla. Harmony,
in her
Harmony
bed.
was Kayla's burden. And
Yes,
I can bet you she said, she's your daughter, you deal with her. She's your daughter, you change her. I got to take care of my boys.
I wonder if
And
he
so
had.
whatever Adam did to her, she probably put it in her mind. Well, that's her daughter. I'm not her mom.
Well,
That's how her dad wants to treat her. Well, at least he's not treating me and the boys that way. And
but why
so,
questioning if the boys were hit? That's what I don't understand. If
right.
Adam
But she sure did get help when she started getting hit. Now, didn't she?
did, yes, she did. But the
But
fact that
Adam had to have a punching bag, and his punching bag was Harmony. Once Harmony, that's how abusers are. Once their punching bag is gone, guess what? They find another punching bag. Why? Because it boosts their ego, makes them feel like a man, and makes them feel like they're big and strong and tough to beat up on a little baby. And so, guess what? Kayla became Harmony, and Kayla went and got help. Now, didn't she? She sure enough did.
but she wanted to go back to him. She's crazy. I hope Kayla gets some good old street justice. That's all I'll say. Well, I'm
I
sure
agree. Whoever said that, I agree.
to me she's worse than Casey Anthony. To me, I mean, I believe
Yeah,
Casey Anthony was an accident. Maybe I don't know, but
I don't know either.
I think that her daddy did it. One, I don't trust Casey's dad, but
Mm-mm.
I felt like when she cried over her dad molesting her, that I think those was real tears. Um,
Yeah,
but but they just simply sit back and let him. I mean,
beat
believe
her,
he
beat
had
on her. Yeah,
and didn't he? How much you want to bet she probably been peed and pooped in there for days? That's why she said it. It always smelled that way, because she probably
yeah.
didn't get up and change her own babies. How much you want to
Well,
bet
you heard what she said. She said,
baby?
Adam said, just let her sit in it.
I know, I know that.
How could you be any? See, I think she was so whacked out of her mind. All she cared about was drugs and pleasing Adam. I guarantee you she didn't care about her kids. She didn't care about Harmony. All she cared about was herself and Adam and getting drugs. And why would the drug dealer just give her drugs for free? I
They
don't
did.
believe that for 1 minute.
That's what I was getting ready to say. I'm thinking that maybe they were selling Harmony. In my opinion,
Or Kayla might have been selling herself.
well, that too. I forgot about that. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
dried blood on her face. The thing that makes me think that is that one time she said when they were in the house that there were people in and out of that house, and it was just chaos. And I just something in the back of my head thinks that they had to cover her body up. They didn't want to just take her out and bury her. They were terrified that they would uncover her body because it would have probably showed something more than just,
SA. Yeah.
yeah.
Well, it has happened. It happens. You heard that this guy came from, I think it was Ohio or somewhere, all the way down to Tennessee for his
Mhm.
birthday so that he can SA a baby.
That's horrible.
Yeah,
Well,
all the way from for his birthday. What time? I
I
can't even.
I think their drug dealer actually knows more than what he's saying. He has to, especially
I
if
want to
they,
know who the drug dealer is.
well, he'll have to take the witness stand.
I want to hear what he has to say.
I do too, because there's no way that he gave him drugs that whole day and did not see what Harmony was, the shape that Harmony was in. There's no way that he didn't see Harmony the way she was. No, I don't believe
Oh,
that for a second.
no.
Oh my gosh. If I could just go back
Um,
to
they just
sometimes
discarded little baby Harmony like she was a a piece of property that
Right.
was no longer needed. Just discard her. Throw the quilt over her. I just
Hmm.
got done beating her and she just won't shut up. So let me punch her a few times and then throw the quilt over her. Let her sit there and think about what she's done. I can hear it in my head.
Hmm. I've
Hang
been
on a
around
second. I gotta yell at my dog. Hang on.
not like that, but drug addicts, and I know how they do. And so, yeah, I know how they do.
Down. My dog is
Poor baby.
obsessed with watching dog TV, and there's certain parts on dog TV that causes her to get like to jump up on my fireplace and like get real close to the TV. And we've got a 70-inch TV, and I'm afraid she's gonna knock it over.
Oh yeah,
Mm-hmm. That's why I'm like, you better get your little booty down,
she's
girlfriend.
big enough to lock it over, ain't she?
Yes, she is. She thinks she's gonna get in that TV. Is what's happened.
Right.
She loves dog TV. She'll sit there for hours and watch dog TV, and we just let her watch it.
That's so cute. I
She is
think
adored.
Adam's lawyer is better than prosecuting attorney. The prosecuting attorney's not.
He's
They're
wish-washy.
yeah, he's wishy washy. They're all freaking wishy washy. Even the judge. They're
Yeah,
wishy
I'm
washy.
like, where's the fire? Where's the like, we're gonna get justice for Harmony? Where's the like, in your
Kayla is
face?
apart up on that panel. She needed her ace ripped apart up there, like that one that did the little 3 month old. Remember when she
Mm-hmm.
with them?
Oh
Where's that?
yeah, she was on it.
She was.
And obviously Kayla gets a little shooken up when somebody yells at her. I would shake her world up.
I would have screamed at her, but they don't want me to be a lawyer. If I was a lawyer, I'd rip them to shreds. There's no
I
for
mean,
one.
you want her to be up there nervous. You want her to be up there scared, you know? You don't want her to be up there all slouching, acting like she's at home on the couch.
I think each time she went on break, she went and got her snorted her another pill. I guarantee you she had some substance in her. I know when she first came in, she had substance in her. You could tell. She was trying to doze off. It makes me mad because they need to put him in general population for a while. Just turn his old butt loose in general population and whisper in the other prisoners' ears what he did to his baby daughter.
Yep. Let the guards let them know, hey, it's him right there.
Even Jeffrey Dahmer took it like a man when that man got him in prison. There was a man that killed him in prison, and they said he didn't even try to fight. He just let him do it. Jeffrey Dahmer
You
knew
pro-
what he had done was wrong, but
you know what though? I think the death penalty is just like it's just an easy way out for them. I think these kind of people should have the death sentence, or not the death sentence, but for life. And I think they should have to be put in with population, not in segregation. No, they should. Why should they feel safe for 23 hours a day when the crime that they did to get there, obviously they had a victim. Their victim didn't have a choice. Their victim didn't feel sorry. Why should they be protected? Their victim wasn't protected. So
right.
why should they be protected? No, they should be put in population with the rest of the people and deal with it. They shouldn't have special privileges and just sit there and lay on their cot and get a college education and get to read and do all the things that their victim doesn't get to do. No.
I know.
Share, look, all the population has to share a cell with other people, not people that are in segregation. No, they get their own cell. They don't have to have a cellie. They don't have to deal with any of that stuff. That's bullcrap.
I know. Well, if they're going to be in segregation, then they need to be in it for 23 hours a day and get 1 hour break.
They do. That's what it is.
Just to have time to sit and think. Think of what
Yeah, but what are they scared of though? They ain't got nothing they ain't got nothing to be scared of. All they're gonna do is sit there and they get their 3 hots and a cot. They get to have book time from the library. They get to, have if somebody puts money on their books, they get to have special food. I mean,
Yeah.
what kind of punishment is that?
She loved jail. She loved it.
Yeah. What kind of punishment is that? That's not a punishment. A punishment is you have to have a cellie and you have to deal with the cellie's personality whether you like it or not. And then when
Yeah.
it's time to go out in the yard, you take your butt out in the yard like the rest of them and not have special privileges like being segregated. No, no,
And there
no.
shouldn't get
You
no
get out there.
TV. They shouldn't get no TV. They shouldn't have any entertainment.
Nothing, nothing, nothing. I'm telling you, but the that's just not how it is.
No, but
If he gets life, he's gonna have a three hots and a cot, an hour day outside. Don't have to worry about no celly. Don't have to worry about being attacked. Don't have to worry about nothing. They just sit there for
Kayla's
23
Kayla,
hours a day eating
Kayla's
food.
girls just like her. They all have little slumber parties. And have you ever not watched the prison movies? That I've watched them, the real life prison shows. They make their little. They take and make their little hooch, and their hooch is
What?
alcohol. Yeah, they'll make homemade alcohol in there. It's called hooch. They'll take
How they
food.
get that? How they get to have alcohol in there?
They take fruit and ferment it and make their own alcohol.
Where's
It's
the cell searches?
Well, they sometimes they do, sometimes they don't, but a majority of the time they get to keep their hooch. They get drunk off of it. Then they'll take like cakes and put them together and make their own little like brownies and treats, ferment fruit. That's what they do. And they get to do all kinds of stuff. They have fun. They get to get out during the day and watch TV. They got a gym. I mean, if somebody's doing a petty crime, I can understand doing that, like for petty crimes.
Right,
But
right.
somebody that's done such horrible things to a little baby girl like that, a child, I
Oh,
just,
I bet you she's in segregation.
I hope her butt is in segregation.
I bet you she is.
The problem is she's going to get out soon, though. She's not going to do time unless they find new choices against toilet wine. What? What's toilet wine? Broken wings?
Toilet wine.
I
Toilet wine. What? What?
can understand if someone
What?
steals or robs, even robbery. If you don't hurt another person, I mean, don't go extreme punishment to them like that. But somebody that's viciously murdered another person, or hurt a child, or essayed a child, or essayed another person, they deserve the worst of the worst of the worst punishment, in my
Yep.
opinion.
If they're found guilty, yep, they should not have any of those luxuries. But
Okay.
jail is meant for to
All goes, yep.
play. What does that say? Play
They play.
butt ball. Does that
They
say
got
butt ball?
basketball.
What's that say? Oh, basketball. I thought it said butt ball.
Yeah, they got basketball goals. They can weight lift, and you can look at Adam and tell he's weightlifting. He's buff as hell. He's been in.
That grown buff man punching that little baby, 5-year-old little girl, and full blown in the face multiple times in a row. I can't even imagine what that little baby's face looked like. That oh, it makes me sick to my
Well,
stomach to even think about it.
You heard Kayla say that it was all swollen and bruised up.
There was blood. There had to be blood. Listen, I've
Yeah,
been punched in the nose on accident, and there's blood.
I've been hit the hardest. Like, I've been hit a lot in my life, and to be a little baby and be hit in the head like that, I'd hate to even think
She
about it.
can't tell me there wasn't no blood, and then but yet there was blood on his hands and his knuckles.
Yeah,
How can there be blood on on his hands and his knuckles, but not on Harmony's face?
right.
I mean, that
I like.
doesn't add up.
You ever watched that movie Bastard Out of Carolina?
No.
Well, in that movie, the little girl gets drunk. Her stepdad beats her so bad she's got bruises all down her butt. She gets drunk and gets on the commode, and they didn't know she was drinking. They were at a family reunion, and the aunt come in to help her off the commode and looked at her, lifted her dress up, and seen the bruises all down her back and her butt, and went and showed her uncles and her cousins, and they beat the shit out of that man that day. They got that man down and kicked him and beat him about to death. That's what I'd like to see what happened to that's a sad movie, Bastard Out of Carolina.
I don't think I could watch it.
You couldn't because it graphically shows things. That little girl she was a teenager
That
when
kind of stuff makes me angry, and I cannot be angry. That is just,
the worst
that's
part about
way too much.
the mother came in that movie and caught him in the act of essaying her, like actually doing it. And it showed it because, it showed it. And it showed him pick that little girl up by the neck and sling her around. The little girl was a good actor. But after that, the mom smashed a thing over his head to get him off of her. And then uh the mom got in the car to leave him, or yeah, got got in the car to leave him or something like that. And he begged her back and she took him back and left that little girl there by herself and left her.
No.
Yes, she did. Left her because she was at her aunt's house living with her aunt, and her aunt, he knew she was home alone and he broke in there to essay her again, and her mom caught him. But the mom
Oh
ended
my gosh. What a sicko.
grabbing him by the head and
Is
crying.
that a true story?
I think it is a true story. It is. It was made out of a book. Both were great movies. Yeah, I mean, it's a very graphic trigger warning, but she chose him every time over that little girl. And he wasn't her real dad. He was a stepdad, but still, it was very graphic, and ugh, this right.
Anybody could hurt a baby, just, ooh. I have no mercy for them. And I hope that jury can see through what the defense is trying to do
Can
and and convict Adam Montgomery. I pray to God. I would rather everyone pray that this monster gets what's coming to him, and little Harmony gets gets justice than anybody pray for me. I want all of my prayers to go to that, because this baby needs justice, and this monster does not ever need to be out on the streets ever again to hurt another child.
come up, Can, if you want to.
Can.
Hey, Miss Christine, much love to you and prayers. But yeah,
Thank you, Can.
it's just so sad. So
It is
sad.
sad. It makes me so angry. And this poor little girl did not deserve that. She was treated like trash from the beginning. I mean,
I know.
Kayla, I'm telling the way Kayla in her testimony talks about Harmony, you could tell when she said these my kids. Like she segregated the boys from Harmony. Harmony was Adam's. The boys were hers and Adam's. But Harmony, you could tell she didn't want to have nothing to do with Harmony. Harmony was Adam's responsibility. When he had to go to work, yeah, she had to look after her, but minimal. And she just kind of looked at Harmony like she's getting in the way of their family, their little family unit of four, not five. And so whatever Adam decided to do to her, well, it ain't me, it ain't my kids, it ain't none of my business. I'm just gonna turn a blind eye. And then what does Adam do after he beats the hell out of her in her little face? Throws a comforter over her so she can sit there and suffer in the dark by herself, alone, scared, crying, I'm sure, and hurting and suffering. And that goes right through, just to even imagine what that child went through and then end up. I mean, that's why she didn't talk, because she was afraid to say a word, probably. She probably was afraid to say anything because anything would have probably set him up.
I
He's
wonder how many
jacked up on heroin and jacked up on crack or whatever their drug of choice was. Ooh, that makes me so mad.
I wonder how many days did they let her sit in her urine and feces.
Probably a lot.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
In a row. And I want to know how many times, and let's just say even in a week. Why didn't they ask Kayla how many times in a week did Adam punch or punish Harmony? Why did we not get like a baseline of how many times in a month would you say that Adam hit Harmony? How many times? How many punches? How many slaps? How many whatever? Why didn't they ask that? That's important to know, not just this one time, because that would show that he was more than just an abusing her at this one moment.
Yeah.
But they didn't ask that, and I don't understand why they didn't ask that.
I don't either.
That's why I said, let me at her. Let me at her. Let me tell you what, I'd make that girl cry with just words. I wouldn't even have to touch her.
I know.
But it seemed like to me she was not intimidated by women. Like she's more intimidated by guys.
Yeah, she was annoyed by Adam's lawyer. She was annoyed.
Yes. I
But
said,
hey, Peppermint Patty.
with just her like shaking her little head, like, well, they didn't cry all the time.
But she said they were crying. She turned around and
But they didn't cry all the time.
what they said. They said on the way to Burger King were all the kids crying, and she said yes, all of them were crying. Then she turned around and said when they got through the drive-through, they wasn't
Not
crying.
all of them. Not all of them.
Contradicted what she said.
Of course they were crying. They just watched their sister get the heck punched out of her face through 2 and 3 red lights.
Ew, Carly. I
Can
think
you
all
imagine a man full grown fisted punching a little 5-year-old through 2 and 3 red lights? What the heck?
I know.
And oh, I tried to put my arm across to stop him, but he gave me the evil eye. So I didn't want to get hit, so I just go ahead and let him hit her. It wasn't me getting hit, it wasn't my boys getting hit, so oh well.
Hey, Yanni. She was
That's
too
what she
busy
might as well should just said.
doing her drugs. She was too busy doing her drugs. They
She
done
knew
drug.
after she was going to get that Burger King that they were going to go get drugs. Yeah.
Yeah. And
Hmm.
I don't believe for a minute that they gave her a sandwich back there because she first said that she was afraid to look. She never mentioned
Exactly.
anything about
Oh,
giving
I
her.
slid a whole sandwich over there to her and laid it next to her. Okay, sure you did.
She didn't see her.
A whole sandwich. Right. And then she's going to share her food with her kids. I don't believe that.
I don't think they got Harmony anything.
Mm-mm.
She may have been starved. We don't know. We
So
know.
she's concerned about her eating, but not concerned about Adam saying, "Oh, I heard a pop. I think I really did it this time." She wasn't concerned about that, but she's concerned about giving her some food. Okay.
And then she said Adam ate, but then they said Adam didn't eat. She said Adam ate his sandwich in the first testimony. She said that he ate and then he did his drugs. Yeah, she
She was
contradicted.
probably so dang on high, she don't even remember what
No,
the events were.
I think she's high today.
Oh
I think
yeah, she's
she is.
probably on methadone. You can be addicted to methadone.
Yeah, she first said that she was feeding both the babies, that she put food in both the babies' mouth. Then she said the other one didn't take food. Like, how many lies did we catch her in just today?
Exactly. And I can't imagine a 7-month-old, a 2 or 3-year-old, and a 5-year-old just sitting there in the back seat, just blah 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 for hours and hours, not talking, not crying, not doing anything, not getting antsy. I can't imagine that. No, usually even 7-month-olds are antsy.
Probably soiled. All the babies were probably soiled really bad.
Yes, they were. But yet, poor Harmony got the brunt end of all of it. I
She did.
guarantee you that wasn't just Harmony's smell that was back there. It was all three of them because that mother sat there and was too lazy. Well, did you change your kids? No. Did you change Harmony? No. Well, Adam said Harmony should sit in hers. What?
Yeah.
But yet she didn't change her kids either. She was too lazy and too high.
Why didn't they let them? They were about to tell that she gave him the idea to put Harmony in that bag, but they stopped it before it was told.
Oh,
They
I see. I didn't hear that part.
you see that where she was
Mm-mm.
like,
I didn't hear it.
Adam asked me what to do next, and then the woman asked her, was getting ready to ask her, did you tell him to put her in the bag? And they stopped it, so she didn't tell. But I guarantee you, she's the one that told Adam to put her in the gym bag.
Probably.
And if
Oh,
Harmony
she's definitely not innocent in this at
no,
all.
she's not, it makes me so mad. It makes me furious because I'm more mad at her than I am Adam. I don't know. I'm mad at both of them, but I feel like just as mad at her. I feel like she could have been that baby's voice. She could have. That just. Oh
She didn't want
man.
it. She didn't want his temper to turn on her and her kids. That's why she accepted whatever he did to Harmony. She knew
She
when a
finally.
man like that has a temper like he does, flying off the handle, and has such a quick, sharp temper like that. She knew that if she said something, it was going to turn on her and probably her boys too. So whatever Harmony suffered and whatever he gave to Harmony, it's none of her business. It's not happening to her. It's not happening to her kids. It's none of her business. That's not her daughter. It's his daughter. That's exactly what she was thinking.
I know. I agree. It's just. It's so sad. It's so sad that nobody was there to help her. I believe other people seen and looked away. I know the drug dealer did. There's no doubt that he was
Hmm.
that involved in their life and didn't see her, you know, being abused and starved and everything else. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I'm curious.
I want to know. I want to hear from the friend who helped distribute Harmony's body wherever Adam put her.
The guy,
He helped. Yeah, I want to hear from him.
I know. I just feel like it's so laissez faire. This court hearing is just not even like it's almost a joke. Like
Well, it's almost like like it's not actually a murder case. That it's like
because
something
they're
else.
letting that son of a bitch choose and pick if he should be there or not. His ass needs to be there.
And the judge has the ability to revoke his choice of being able to choose whether he's there or not. She could revoke it and say he has to be here in court, but
I know.
she's wishy-washy. She's letting him have his
I know.
rights,
Well, after
even
she,
though Harmony didn't have any rights, but she's
right,
gonna let this killer have his rights.
you could tell she was getting upset with Kayla. She was snappy a little bit with Kayla. So she does have
Kayla needs to get snapped on.
Candace. Candace said she's got many stories. Yes, she does. She's got a lot of
Many
stories.
stories,
I
many
just
stories that she don't remember
for her to
telling.
tell him for them to have an agreement that he goes down instead of her makes me think that she was hitting on her too.
I feel like she said, I think they might have said that because Adam is a career criminal. He knows that she would go down too.
Mhm,
Whether she put her hands on Harmony or not, she
mhm.
still is an accomplice.
Absolutely, she is. Oh, thank you,
Hmm.
Miss B. Thank you for being a member for 9 months. Thank
Yay, Mama V.
you. Yay,
Thank you,
Miss.
Mama V, for my blanket.
Oh, thank you for gifting those memberships, Christine. You don't have to do that. Thank
Well,
you,
I
lady.
thought, oh, here's a good opportunity. There's not a lot in chat,
Uh-huh.
and the memberships are going to go to our people, not the bushes. But there was some that got from the
Yeah,
bushes,
but there
but
could be still supporters in the bushes too. Just not they don't have.
yeah,
I didn't
that's
see
true.
anybody that was mean in there, so they
No,
could
we
still.
got all good people as memberships right now.
So too badly beaten, bruised. How hard it is to get Pampers if your child needs them unalive for bathroom accidents. Yeah, he was probably finding any reason to hit her. Ain't no
Yeah,
kid
because then he started turning on Kayla.
for a long time. Ain't no way. That's true, Candace. They ain't gonna sit in a car that long.
No, not those young kids like that. Not any kids.
She should be charged with abuse of a corpse and tampering with evidence. I agree. She should be charged with more
An
than one.
accomplice. She's an accomplice. She stuck Harmony's body in a stroller with her two children and wheeled that stroller to Adam's work. Are you kidding me?
Uh huh.
That is an accomplice if I ain't never heard of accomplice.
Just like the Daybell lady didn't want to go to the courtroom and judge made her be there. Yeah.
Yep. The judge has the right to revoke their ability to choose if they want to be there in the courtroom or not. Yes, ma'am, they do.
Yeah, that she
Yep.
didn't even tell her to sit up straight. Yeah. She was slouching around, acting like she was annoyed that she had to answer those questions. Ooh, why do they let these people away with this stuff? Why do they
She might
let
as
it?
well have kicked her feet up right up on that stand and just, kick back.
No, I mean, I can understand if it's a petty theft or something like that. Nothing that, like that kind of crimes, like they do need to be punished, but not like in a bad way. But these some bitches, I'd make their life miserable if I was the corrections officer. Make them.
Oh, let me tell you, they'll listen. They'll get they'll get now that this trial is out in public. Oh yeah, there are some. They'll get their justice one way or another. That's for sure. You can count on that.
I know. I just I wish that God would just let us know. I wish God would talk to us all more. I wish He
God ain't
would.
gonna let us know. No,
I
he ain't
know.
gonna let us know.
God's got His time that He does the judgment. Adam and Kayla both is going to have to stand before God for the blood of her, just like with Cain and Abel. God said, "What did you do to
And
your brother?"
I hope little Harmony is standing right next to God too.
I do. Oh, I believe Jesus came and carried her to heaven for what she went through. I think when
And
she
do
went,
you think that she was still alive when he shoved her in that bag?
I don't know because Kayla's allegedly checked a pulse and breathing. That's
Well,
what. Yeah.
what's Kayla? Is she a professional?
No, no.
No.
She
Who
probably
knows? You don't know.
probably still had a heartbeat. I guarantee. She was probably in a coma though. She probably, if he hit her that
She
hard,
probably had brain swelling.
yeah, brain bleed. She probably didn't know
Hmm.
what happened. I believe that God just took her out of that situation. She'd been through enough in that little short life she'd been through. She'd had to be jerked away from her foster parents, going back to Crystal, back to her foster parents, back to Crystal. Then the foster parents didn't want her. She had to go to another foster home, and then back to Crystal into a monster's hand. I mean, the poor little baby didn't have a life. She didn't
Didn't
have
she
any.
didn't have a chance.
So now she's in heaven at home with her father, her real father, Lord Jesus Christ, and the angels. So the angels are up there taking care of her.
Yeah. I mean, just listening to Kayla say that the
Me too.
blood was dried blood, which tells me that she had been beat the day before.
I
And
know.
oh, did anybody see Harmony? No, the comforter was over her face, over her.
I know.
How often was the comforter over poor little Harmony? I would say a lot.
A lot. Yeah.
I would say a lot.
I would too. I noticed that they
And
got.
that image just burns me up.
I think everybody's just thinks about this baby since this case has come to the. I mean, before a lot of people didn't know exactly what happened to her. Now that this is coming out, people are starting to find out that this is a more horrific case than we could ever dream about.
Yeah.
You know,
I was listening to you playing back when me and you and Top Dog were talking about the case when they were pulling out that fridge. He was spot on.
was
He
freaking
knew.
on.
He was spot on.
I
He
I
his
miss the days when he would come up and talk to us about true crime.
yeah, his police days really
Gee,
did. He kind of knew. And so what's that tell you? The police that were investigating and the investigators, they probably knew. Just like how Top Dog kind of knew, because I mean,
they see that shit
look
all
at
the time.
yep, and know what the moves might be. So They probably knew. That's why they kept on Kayla and Adam both.
Yeah, I agree.
But I will say one thing for Kayla.
They're both
Don't
like
any don't attack me. At least she's telling the truth now, or at least some of the truth, so we know what happened to poor little Harmony, and she's not still missing.
yeah.
Well, I mean, she's still missing, but we know what her demise was and who did it.
Candace Adams in jail. Kayla is only doing like a year or two, and that's it because she told on Adam. They're letting her out.
And
Basically,
they always say the first one that makes the deal is the one that's going to walk, and that is the truth.
yeah. But I do think
Hmm.
Candace is more involved than what she's saying. Although she
Oh
has
yeah.
told her involvement. I mean, she's told the worst of the worst. She's, I mean,
She's even admitted that she lied to the grand jury. So, I mean, I
yeah,
do think there's a lot of truth in it, but I also think that because of her drug addiction, it caused her not to be able to remember certain things. And she may have filled those in with things that she thought that might fit. You know what I mean? Not
yeah.
because, I mean, she was using what, heroin?
That day she said she was using crack and heroin. I think it was heroin.
Both?
Yep, both of them. But then
That she had to be out of her ever loving mind, her and Adam both.
today she said fentanyl, but back then fentanyl wasn't a thing. So that means she's been doing fentanyl since then. Because I think when they found her, she was in a halfway house when they found her too. So she was on drugs too, I think.
Who, Kayla?
Yeah, even after her and Adam broke up, I think she got on drugs. Method. They were on
Yeah, I
meth,
mean,
crack, and
that's
heroin.
all. That is, I mean, crack and heroin? Golly.
Hey, Shih Tzu Mama, how are you?
That's why she didn't give a crap about her babies or Harmony.
I know. I think that she should never get custody of her kids ever again, ever.
Yeah.
And if she has any more, she don't need them. You know, she had another baby after her and Adam like split up. She had a baby girl from Adam. She got pregnant.
No.
Yeah, I think that she had the baby when they were together, but not long. She left him after because there was an incident where they got into a fight and he had the baby girl in her hands. So, but yeah, she not only had those two boys, but after Harmony died, she got pregnant for a baby girl, and so she's got a baby girl by him too.
How
So,
in the world could she even trust a monster like that around her children? After watching what he did to Harmony,
hey, Deborah Ann,
you
I don't.
can't think for 1 minute an abuser is going to just not abuse you when they're abusing another family member. When that family member is gone, they're going to move to another family member. Could be
Oh yeah,
you, could be the kids, could be,
the
huh?
girlfriend that had the girl that died. He
Yeah.
was really hitting on her too. They found them both in a car. He was homeless in a car. I have a little I adopted this very easily could have been. I remember meeting Harmony with him on our way back from a family vacation in Concord, New Hampton Mall play area.
What?
You met Harmony?
You met Harmony?
Dawn?
Don, you want to come up here and talk?
I have a little I adopted that very
Drop
easily
a link. Drop the link there, Daisy. Let's see if Don wants to come up and talk about it.
way back from the family vacation in Concord. Wow. So you
You
met
want
me?
you want to come up and talk about it?
Wow.
So we can. I would like to know, how what you thought,
Thank
what
you.
the demeanor of the family was, and what the demeanor of Harmony was. If you want to come up and talk and tell us, that would be great. We'd be grateful to you.
Yeah. Wow. Poor
If
baby.
you come up, I'll step down, Daisy. If she comes
No,
up, I'll step down.
you both can stay up here. I can have
Okay.
two people up here. You don't have to go down, Christine.
I don't know.
Oh, goodness. It's just so heartbreaking.
Oh, I would love to hear what she has to say.
I would too.
I would love to hear what what Adam's demeanor was, what Harmony's demeanor was.
I know. I don't know if she'll come up or not, but
Come up, Dawn.
uh,
You don't have to be on camera. You can use your just when you come on to on StreamYard, just hit the little camera and it'll put a slash through it, and that means we won't see your face at all. We'll just see, just hear your voice and whatever avatar you've got on. It could be a letter, a number, whatever.
I can't believe that Beach got pregnant after he killed Harmony again from him, and then had a baby.
Wow.
He don't deserve the blessings of children.
I wonder if that baby was hooked on drugs
You know it
when it was
was.
born. It
Why her?
had to be. If she was doing
Yeah,
crack and heroin. I mean, my goodness,
yeah. I don't know how old
that's
the little
crazy.
girl was, but I know she was born. So she had got pregnant with that little girl because they broke up that next year in 2021. So, or 2000, yeah, they broke up in 2021. Well, she'd had got pregnant few months after Harmony was unalived, I think.
Yep, you're pregnant for 9 months, so
Yeah, after Harmony was unalived.
man. And here they still didn't have nowhere else to live, and she's oh
Yeah, Harmony passed away December the 7th, and they finally, according to Kayla, got rid of her body in March. So they ran around with her body for
wow,
1, 2, 3, almost 4 months.
4 months
Yeah.
toting that baby's dead body around. Oh my gosh, it just makes me angry.
Mhm. And now,
And if she said that he left in the U-Haul uh, in the middle of the night, and then he came back at sunset, he couldn't have went too far.
no, no, he didn't.
Yeah,
I think she knows. I
she
think
knows.
that she knows he dismembered her. And
If
then,
she definitely knows that he dismembered her, but
yeah,
um, I want to know why he felt like he needed to drag his buddy in to dismember, or not dismember, but to distribute Harmony's body in other places. Why didn't he just do it
I
himself? Why did
know.
he involve this buddy?
She said her voice is gone right now. It's okay, honey. You don't have to come if you don't want to. It's okay. The couple who adopted Jameson also wanted to adopt Harmony if they could at least visit Jameson and Harmony. That's why Crystal started looking for Harmony. Not because she
Hmm.
wanted to Harmony, it's because Jameson's adopted parents was wanting to know where was Harmony. They reached
Hmm.
me. She said, I'm really sick at the moment. I'm going through what you're going through, Christine. Oh,
Oh, I'm sorry.
we're
It's
sorry.
rough, isn't it? It's really rough.
She said Harmony was with Kayla. Was
My
Kayla?
prayers are with you.
Yes, prayers are with you.
Harmony was with Kayla. Hmm.
Was Kayla,
How
was Harmony
how was
good?
Harmony? What did Harmony look like? Did she look okay? Did she look happy? Was she
Oh,
quiet? Did she run around like a normal little 5-year-old?
Dawn. Prayers for you, Dawn.
Oh, due to a tumor in my chest. Oh, I'm sorry.
Everybody's got cancer, it seems like.
A lot of people that since I've been diagnosed, I've known at least 6 or 7 other people.
Oh, you know they were a coupon mama.
That's the same thing I thought too. Where did they have time to get pregnant again? I mean, they had to been having relations in front of these kids
Well,
then or something.
after their car broke down and they only was homeless for a couple more days, and then they moved in with their mom temporarily, and then put Harmony in a she was out in the hallway in a cooler of the apartment complex. And then when they moved out into the halfway house, they put her in a ceiling. and that's where she
Yeah,
left it.
that's where, isn't that where Adam's handprint is up there
Yeah.
that got stuck in Harmony's DNA as it decomposed?
Yep. Yep. So he can't lie out of abuse of a
He
court.
can't lie out of that because his handprints are in it.
Admitted to it. That's why he admitted to it.
Yeah, there, you can't lie off of DNA.
No, you can't. Oh, could you imagine?
So now the question is, so what's Adam trying to say, that Kayla's the one who unalived Harmony? Because I mean,
That
I thought according to Kayla, that Adam said he's going to take it all.
well,
He'll go down for it and not her.
this
So why is he fighting that?
this is what he's saying so far about Kayla. That he went and was doing his business. He left to go do his
Uh-huh.
business. Kayla
Yeah.
alone in the car with the kids, and when he came back, Harmony was dead, and he helped cover up.
Maybe it was, maybe could have been after she got punched in the face about 7 times
I don't know.
by him after 2 or 3 red lights. Could that be how she end up not alive? Because narcissistic people cannot say, they can't admit that they've done wrong. They have to always blame someone else.
I know. I know.
What did Dawn say?
Don hasn't said anything back yet about it.
Uh,
Didn't
yeah,
Kayla?
this thing just really irritates me to death. And
Well,
I'll
I
be
remember her.
I'll be in chemo while you guys are watching it, so hopefully I get
No,
reception and I'll be in the chair while
watch.
getting it. Huh?
Upset though. Don't get too upset watching this. Going through
I
that chemo.
know.
You don't want to do that because isn't it the hardcore chemo tomorrow?
No, it's the Taxol and the um I forget what the other one is called, but it's
Oh,
2 of them this time. But then next time it's the 3 next week.
right. Well,
But it still makes me super sick. 12
I
hours after I get chemo after that, then my temperature spikes and feel like
you're so
I
sick.
feel like I'm gonna die.
I know, and I'm sorry. I hate it.
Hey, but I'm still kicking through it, right?
Hey, did the pajamas fit? Do you know if they fit yet?
Yes.
Do
I
they?
love them.
Do
I did
you?
a video, but I haven't been able to upload it yet.
I didn't know if you liked honeybees or not because you sent me all that bees.
Oh, yes, I do.
Bees.
I
So,
sure enough do. Thank you. I love it. And they're mug lugs too.
huh? Yeah,
It's mug lugs too.
they're supposed to be comfortable.
They are comfortable.
Good,
I
good.
love them. Love, 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 and love. And I'm going to take the little eye thing with me when I go do chemo tomorrow so that when I go for my nap,
Yeah, you
I'll
got your.
just put that over my face. Yeah.
Always helps me when I work night shift. I definitely had to have it sleeping days. Dawn said I looked through the pictures we took that day, and I didn't see any of her. She was very happy until we left, and then she got nervous. Kayla wasn't even paying attention to her. Oh,
Oh,
Dawn, I bet you'll not forever forget that. She said, now I believe Kayla was there waiting for drugs with everything that has came out. I do too.
yeah.
Oh, Dawn. She got nervous when you left. Oh, poor
Uh,
baby.
did she, Dawn, did you know Kayla?
Maybe she just remembers Harmony from that area.
Or were you at a park or where?
They were
I
at a
can't
park.
remember. They were at a park.
Yeah, they were at a park. So
Did
sad.
your kids play with Harmony? Was she allowed to run around and play?
She said that she wasn't even paying attention to her. Kayla. Christine, my computer died. We just got a new one, so my testimony should be on its way as soon as I get retyped, and gifts will be with it. Oh,
Oh, thank you. You don't have to do that though. You're just send a card. That's enough. Thank
Dawn,
you though.
Dawn said, I remember Harmony because of her being blind in one eye. She was wear pink little shorts with a white shirt with a mermaid on it with pink trims around the arms. Oh,
Oh, was
baby.
she allowed to run around and play? I mean, did your kids play with her too? Harmony, did they play with her? And was she allowed to run around and play?
I don't know if someone asked this, Miss Daisy, but who does Dawn think actually unalived Harmony? I'm sure she probably thinks Adam with Kayla helping, because all of us think that.
Yeah, I think Adam's got a temper problem.
Hmm. I mean, why would his own uncle turn against him? His own
Right.
uncle. And now Kayla said that he threatened her with his uncle, the uncle that cared enough about Harmony to turn it in to the
I don't
law.
believe that.
I don't believe it either. He's the only hero in
Mm-mm.
this whole thing.
He was the only one who was really actually shook up to even
He was so
to
twisted he
that
couldn't
there
even.
he couldn't do more for poor Harmony.
I have chemo tomorrow too, Christine. I'll pray for you. I'm stage 4 with mets to the brain and liver.
Oh
Oh,
my goodness.
sorry.
I'm
Well, you
so sorry. We'll pray for each other and I'll have you in my thoughts and prayers tomorrow too.
Dawn, I
I'm
want you to
sorry.
do that in the name of Jesus. Whenever you get time with Jesus, you rebuke the spirit of cancer in the name of Jesus. You declare and decree life over you. And I'll do that now. I rebuke the spirit of cancer on you in the name of Jesus, and I declare and decree life on you and healing in Jesus' name. And you continue to do that, okay?
Amen.
Amen. Because God gave us a beautiful life, and it's not our time. When cancer is a spirit, cancer is evil, and it prematurely takes us from this earth, and that's not what God's plan is. God's plan is for us to live a full, healthy life. So
And you
please
got to
keep
fight for it sometimes. You got to fight for it. Don't
even
give
though
up.
it's stage 4, if we rebuke it, it can't go any further, and God can give you healing. But you gotta speak life. You can't speak negatively. Only speak life and rebuke it.
Yep. You got to fight hard for the life that was given to you.
Mhm.
Absolutely.
Dawn said, we went to build a bear workshop. We were at the Concord, New Hampshire Mall. So she was at New Hampshire Mall.
Oh, okay.
People don't know the power of this, the name of Jesus. And people says, well, it's their time. No, it's not. Your time is not to die early. That is not your
Mm-mm.
God-given time. That's the devil who intervenes. So that's why we have to step up and rebuke it and declare our life that God gave us. He gave us a full life of happiness without sickness. That's a spirit. And we
Yep.
rebuke it and declare and decree, because God said life and death is in the tongue. It absolutely is in the tongue. She said, there's a play area there in Harmony played with a little boy I adopted. Oh,
Oh,
I bet you wanted to take Harmony home with you.
well, at least we know she was happy at that moment.
Thank you, Broken Wing. Thank you. It's just sad. This whole situation, sad, 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 sad.
It
So tomorrow
is.
will be your ninth treatment.
Mm-hmm. We're almost at the half mark.
Almost 13. You get the bad stuff right,
Yep. The worst stuff, really. It's all not good, but it'll be the worst stuff on the 13th mark.
and you get 8 treatments of them, right?
Yep.
Mm.
Yep. And then we
Mm.
can get it out of there.
Yep. Hopefully that'll
We're
start.
almost there. I just don't want to take a break. I don't want to,
You just
my doctor said I can take a break if I want to. I can skip one if I want to, but I don't want to. I want to just plow
give
through
it.
it. Plow
Yes.
through it like a trooper.
At least until they get it, they take it completely out. You know,
Mhm.
once they
Yeah.
get it out, then you can kind of kick back a little bit, and you know.
Yep. But I do know that after today or after tomorrow, 12 hours after chemo, that's when the worst stuff starts.
Yeah.
So around 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning is when my fever spikes to like to pretty high, and I start getting that bad, really super bad headaches and stuff. So this time I'm going to be prepared. Before I go to bed, I'm going to take some 2 ibuprofen, and I'm going to take my
Yes.
nausea medicine.
Could you take
And
ibuprofen?
huh?
Did you ask your doctor if you could take ibuprofen?
Oh yeah, I can switch off and on from Tylenol to ibuprofen.
Okay,
So
good.
I'm going to do ibuprofen first, and I'm going to. Well, you know what? I need to ask this because that's pretty close to
Oh, look
chemo
at here.
treatment. I might have to do Tylenol first.
She said, I'm stage 4 and I have been doing amazing. My doctors are super impressed. They looked at me like I have 3 heads. You just
Uh,
keep on and you keep praying to God and you keep rebuking that spirit of cancer and you rebuke the
yeah,
spirit of death. You rebuke sickness. You rebuke the spirit of infirmity and you declare and decree healing and life over you. Don't you give up on God. Don't do it.
and staying positive and counting your little blessings help.
There's a play area at the Concord Mall. We stopped there to take a break for our long drive ahead, and you got to meet this beautiful little baby girl. Thank you
Aw,
for sharing, yes, a little bit of harmony with us.
yes, thank you, Dawn.
Hmm.
And I'll be thinking of you tomorrow.
Yeah. Well, if you get sick, you make sure you call me. I don't care if it's 2 o'clock in the morning, we'll talk. When you start feeling bad.
Shoot. When I start feeling bad and my temperature spikes, I feel like I'm like, it feels like I'm on a hangover or something. It's like everything's spinning and my
Yeah.
skin feels like just the touch of it, just clothes touching it hurts. My
We
head
got
hurts. My nose bleeds. It's a hot mess.
we got to thank Mr. Christine because he really does take good care of her.
And he does. He doesn't not only take care of me, but he takes care of my grandma, his mom and dad, and the animals and the
Yeah.
house. He's
Yes.
like super mom.
He feeds you and waters you, don't he? My daughter used
And
to say
gives me sunshine.
and gives you sunshine. Dawn said, it bothers me so much now that Harmony is gone. I could have been little, I could have, it could have been my little I adopted. He came from a similar situation. It breaks my heart. Yes.
You
I,
can't do that to yourself, Dawn.
yeah.
You just have to know that you helped one little child that was in need. You cannot do that to yourself. Don't do that to yourself.
Diamond gifted 5, or no, she gifted 1 membership, 5 memberships.
Uh, thank you, Diamond. Boy, you're just on fire today, honey. Yay!
God bless you, Diamond.
See, anybody that says we're not a family over here is sadly mistaken.
Thank you so much. Let me see who got the memberships. I gotta look on this one because I can't work that thing good enough to do it. Oh, Hillbilly Nitro, Steph Ann,
Yay, Billy.
Page, Myrtle Burke, and Lone Star got it. Yeah!
Yay! All of our people. Woohoo! Thank you, Diamond.
Oh, Laura P gifted 5 memberships too. Thank you,
Hey,
Laura P.
oh, Laura P. There's my Lori P. Thank you, Lori P.
Thank you, Laura P.
Wait till y'all see what Lori P sent.
Time got it. Cool change. Got it. Yorkie mom got it. Yeah.
Woohoo!
Laura P. Woohoo. Doing diamond.
That's our Lori P.
Thank you
And
guys so much
Diamond.
for contributing to my channel. Thank you guys. You all and Christine and Diamonds and everybody that's contributed to my channel today. Thank you so much. Miss V.
Woohoo!
A lot of them joined memberships today. Yeah.
Yeah. You got at least 20 new members.
I know. Dawn said today and next 3 days is steroid day. Woohoo. LOL. It's my favorite time during chemo. Okay. We are going
Well,
to members.
we're going to what? To be members? Yes.
Thank you guys so much. I love ringing this cowbell. I don't know why.
You know what's funny? When you ring that cowbell, the volume goes down.
It does?
Yeah.
Well, good.
And then when it stops and you start talking, the volume goes up. I don't know how, but it does.
It could be your earphones.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, my earbuds.
Thank you guys for gifting memberships and supporting my channel, all of y'all. How do I
Yes.
do that? There should be a button at the bottom screen that gives you a membership, I
How do I
think,
do
or
that?
you can go to my page, or one of my mods can, if you don't mind, to put the link out for the memberships. Thank you guys supporting my channel. I've been on here 8 hours and 22 minutes and they probably flagged this thing. So, but I don't care. But thank you guys so much. You all have, thank you. Thank you. God bless you
See,
all.
it don't even matter if they flag it or not. You're good to go. Let them flag it, Daisy. Let them flag it.
Let them flag it. I don't care.
Flag it. Let them flag it.
Please, no matter what. So,
Let them
but
flag it. It don't matter.
yeah, I just hate that y'all are having to go through that. It saddens me.
Well, but look, at the end, I'm going to get a new boob job and a tummy tuck.
Woohoo! Woohoo! Get you a boob job and a tummy tuck. Then you can get you a
Yeah.
You know what a BBL is?
No.
Brazilian butt lift.
Oh, yeah, that would be nice
I
too.
heard that was painful.
Oh, is it? Well, I don't have a problem with my booty boot. I'm a hiker, so I got calves like a daggone marathon runner, and I got a butt like a marathon runner too.
There you go. Well, then you get your boobs along with it, and you'll be good. BBL.
Yep. Get that baby pouch out of there.
I
Boom.
would love to have a tummy tuck if I lost weight because of the C-section, the hacked up C-section that I had caused my stomach to drop and ruin my figure. I had like a perfect figure before I had my babies. And where she hacked me, she cut me almost completely on top of my private area. It caused all the muscles to fall, and she ruined my stomach practically. But hey,
Well, heck, my elasticity in my stomach is out of here. Like it doesn't matter what my. Oh yeah.
hey, them
So
tummy tucks, you can't even tell you've had a baby when they do them.
well, if they give me a choice of where I'm want to take the fat from, I'm going to say my stomach. Then they
Yeah,
have to give me a tummy tuck, right?
yeah. There you
So,
go.
but I will say this: it's the healing process for both of those is going to be a long one.
Well, if they don't have to cut the muscle. With me, with a C section, they had to cut the muscle. So the pain is
Yeah.
more intense. With you, they're just cutting the skin. So that doesn't hurt as bad as the muscle.
Then they got to put those two draining tubes in the
Yeah, the
like
two.
in your breast area. Oh my goodness, I'm not looking forward to that. That's going to make me.
Well, it's not too bad. Um, at first, you'll have a lot
That's
of.
for you. You like to watch people popping pimples and peeling feet and
But you got your
all
baby.
those nasty things. Not me. I don't like that stuff. Mm-mm.
Well, the thing
Look.
is it doesn't hurt as bad with the skin being, because with my hysterectomy, where they cut me up and down, they still cut the muscle, but it wasn't as painful because I didn't have to use those muscles. But I had more internal pain where they had to cut my bowels out of my uterus because my bowels were adhered to my uterus and all that. So
Dang.
a lot of pain, internal pain from that. But yeah, you get everything over here. People's like, oh my God, she talked about worms. I'm a nurse. I'll talk about anything gross over here. It doesn't matter.
You
Let
should
us.
hear some of her stories of when she was nursing. Oh, I
I
mean,
mean,
her and Lady of Love will go all day long telling these horrific stories, and I'm over here gagging.
like, why would you get online and talk about worms? Because that's what we were talking about. We were talking about having C. diff, and then somehow
Yep.
got on the worm subject.
I
But
think
it,
we were talking about kids in the country and,
mhm.
you know, stuff like that. I believe. I think that's what we were
Yeah,
talking about.
but we got people obsessed with my bowel movements, and I had
Hey,
to take
listen, you're
contact.
living rent free up in their head. You're living rent free up in their head.
That's
Yeah, baby.
what you get over here with me. I'm not going to pretend that I didn't have a worm when I was a child. And Jinkies is lying if she
Hey, it
said
is what it is.
she had pinworms, because I remember mom and dad taking her to the doctor and getting her medicine for them.
It is what it is. At
No,
least you're telling the truth.
exactly. I'm not going to lie about it. I mean,
It happens.
it happens.
It happens.
You wouldn't believe the people that's went on about that. The worms.
That's all right. Let them go on about it. Let
They
them go on about it. It happens.
I mean, come on, y'all. Everybody gets worms. Just embrace the
It
bad.
happens.
I thought my messages were just really delayed. It's pretty sad that they only content they have is you talking about worms. I know. It is. If I sit and dictated if I sit through all of these people's lives and wrote down everything contradictive that I could say about them, one day I'd be all day for
Who
one
has
thing.
the time for that? Who has the
No,
time?
come
Nobody's
on.
got time for that. No, nobody's got the time.
Don has a question for Christine.
Oh,
What's the
okay.
question?
What's the question? Question away. Question away. I'll
Um,
do my best.
but yeah, I mean, these people must sit and listen for hours and go over my stuff and say, "Oh, well, maybe I can find that to make a um, clip off of, or maybe I can find that." I mean, Prayer Garden, come on, do you want me to go through all of your damn lives and find out little things on you and nitpick the shit out of it? I
Nah,
don't.
you ain't got time. You ain't got time.
I have a
You
special
got
kind.
crafts to do. You got shopping to do. You ain't got time for none of that.
I got so much other things to do. Yeah. I
Yeah.
ain't worried about what these other creators are. And I know a lot of people's like, oh well, Bullhorn Betty deserves this, da da da. But they are picking on Bullhorn Betty so bad that I feel bad for her.
Why
Cause
are they
she got
picking on Bullhorn?
a freaking copperhead. Hey Nay Nay.
What happened?
She almost got bit by a copperhead. It bit at her and it sliced her leg, but it didn't like make a mark. And everybody's saying that she's lying and she's faking about it. No, you can
Oh,
clearly say that it nipped her leg. And there's just some, I thought I had mean comments, but there were some really mean comments in her comments. And I thought, you devils, why are they hating on her so much? I mean, I know Betty can be contradictive. I mean, she's a little feisty, but for people just to, I mean, I thought I got picked on a lot, but she gets picked on way more than I do. And I left a comment and said, "Glad you're okay," because you could see where the snake had actually nicked her leg. And just
yeah,
so there's so many people going that go hard for her, and really all she's doing is trying to help out like the Layla San
yeah.
Olivia case. I mean, if it wasn't for her and Olivia, she
I
wouldn't
bet you
be.
she has way more supporters than haters anyway.
She probably does. I mean, But if it wasn't
Mhm.
for her and Olivia, they wouldn't have brought. I mean, Layla said and Nellie wouldn't even. They brought her case to you two. So I don't know. I just feel bad for her sometimes. You guys, they give her a hard time, and she's doing her.
Bullhorn has a pretty thick skin, don't she?
She does, but man, there's only so much thick skin you can take. I mean,
Yeah.
it gets to you. Yes, I'm getting two different chemo drugs and one immunotherapy drug right now.
Is it Taxol and what is the other one said? What's the other
Hormady.
one?
I can't help
Does it
it.
start with a C
Mean to her, and all she's doing is just trying to. I know I don't agree with Bullhorn Betty
or
when
a
it comes
Doxol?
to this, but the other cases she does try. She's bringing. I don't know. She just is doing her own thing. She's not. I don't know. I just feel like people need to consider that people are human beings, and you know, they can only take so much, and that your verbal abuse on people, you got to sit back and think about when it might be good for you to say nasty things to someone, but that could affect that person's whole week or day. She
Yeah.
has more haters than supporters. I don't understand why though. Why?
I would rather be good to somebody and know that when I left they felt good about themselves than trying to hurt somebody.
I don't know. It just hurt my feelings to see people coming after her. Like I wanted to take up for her in her chat, and that little voice said, "No, Daisy, this ain't your ball game. Stay out of it." Because they were just coming in being so mean to her, and I thought she
Yeah,
only.
but I think she can handle herself.
I know, I know,
She
I
can.
know.
I think she can handle herself and
We do need more love in the world. I know how bad it can get and how it can just load up on you, and you just sometimes you wonder why people hate you. You just wonder
yeah,
where's this hate coming from. They don't even know me. Yeah, you
I
might see me
know.
here, but let me tell you something. If you was laying on the side of the road, not breathing, and Daisy come by, Daisy would probably save your life and not think twice about it. Or
That's
if you
true.
got in a car wreck near me, Daisy would not
Yeah.
only save your life, but she would save the people in your car's life because I have done that before. When I've come up on a car wreck one time and the ambulance were boot shooting around, and I got on their asses and told them they needed to get the little boy out of the car because he's talking out of his head. And I was like, y'all need to get him out and get him out now. I've come up on those things before. I
Yeah.
don't play when it comes to human lives. Christine, wanted to know if you got steroids as part of your pre-treatment. Also, make sure you take B12 so you don't have to have blood transfusions.
Yeah. Yeah. I get steroids as a pre-treatment. I get steroids. I get Benadryl, and I get Pepsid as a
In
pre-treatment.
the scene tactics she participates in is why she is so hated. Oh, I don't know what she does behind the scenes. That's one thing y'all can't say about me. I don't do no behind the scenes. I don't do no Discord or nothing. It's barely to get a hold of me during the day when I'm not live.
That's true.
I mean, it's the truth because I've got
I
other.
called her about 700 times the other day to try to get her to get
I
the
don't.
court thing on. I'm like, she better. I tried a bunch of different ways. The only ways I knew how to get hold of her, she's still sleeping through it.
Anybody that knows me knows I don't like to chit chat long. I don't. I like to talk on the phone sometimes with people I trust, and then I don't like to
Yeah.
chat much
See,
because
look, all my hair is gone, so all of it.
you look cute. Either way,
But my eyebrows, I still have eyebrows, which is weird.
well, that's good.
And I still have eyelashes, but I don't have any arm hair, leg hair, underarm hair, no hair anywhere else, not even private areas, nowhere. But I still have my eyebrows, which is, I don't know how that's happening, but it is.
I have to go into my portal to spell them correctly.
What?
Oh, I didn't know what she's talking about.
Oh, she might be talking about our chemicals. One of them's probably Taxol, and the other one's probably
Yeah, P and C, she said. And Keytruda?
yeah, yeah. Do you have to take the Red Devil too? That starts with a D. I forget what the D one is,
So
but
she's four.
I start that on the 13th round.
Yeah.
But I get really tired really easily, and tomorrow is going to be. But my house is clean. I'm clean. My house is clean. So when I come home tomorrow, I can just come home to a nice, clean, washed up house.
Yeah.
Take my shower. I get a listen, Dawn. When you get done with your treatment, here's what I recommend. You shed that chemotherapy clothes off, go get in the hottest shower that you can bear, shower yourself down, clean all that stuff out of your pores, and then when you get out of the shower, you blow your nose. Get all of that crud out of your nose and out of your sinuses. Don't leave that stuff up there. Blow your nose and then lather yourself up with some lotion, get you some clean pajamas on, and dive into bed.
Right.
That's what I do.
Get all cuddled down.
Yep. And then I call Daisy.
And then you call me. And
And then Daisy talks to me till I fall asleep.
Hey, I don't care. You call me anytime, even at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. That's probably the best
Oh,
time
yeah.
is 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning.
You're probably on a live at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning.
I have been, but last night I
I
slept
know.
all and got up early this morning, but still fell asleep in the second half for a
I
short
know, but it was Sunday, so you usually don't get on Sunday anyway.
That's true. I don't.
Yeah. So you got an excuse for Sunday.
That's
We'll
true.
forgive you.
It's okay.
Yeah, we'll
But
forgive you this one time.
take her to Benny's grave one day this week when it stops raining. All it's done is
Yeah.
rain, rain, rain,
You gonna
rain.
decorate it?
I'm gonna plant a big, beautiful rose bush on it.
Good.
Them ones
You know what's really good that's easy that you don't even have to fiddle with is knockout roses.
that's one we'll get knockouts. If the deer don't eat
Yep.
it, if the deer don't.
Those knockout roses are very hardy and they're beautiful.
Oh,
And
I've
they
got.
come in a whole different, like a whole big bunch of different colors too.
I might plant a couple of them up there on his grave because it's a big
They
grave.
come in every color you can think of. Those knockout roses, and you don't have to sit there and manicure them either. You just let them go wild.
Yeah. My husband said that Daisy's being mean to Whiskey. Whiskey's her new man.
Really?
Yeah.
Daisy's like, what, pushing him around or what?
Yeah. She's pushing him around. But that's her new
She's,
man. I
she's
said that's.
probably like, get away from me. She probably knows Whiskey's ready to.
Well, she's pregnant by Beanie right now.
Oh, that's why she's pregnant.
Yeah, she's pregnant, and Daisy's baby is almost as big as Whiskey, and Whiskey's probably about 16 months old, and Daisy's baby's like 7 months old. So where he milked off Daisy, he's huge. He's a big boy, and he's Benny's baby, so
But
he
he's
could.
really docile, though, right? He's got a different temperament than
Yeah, but we're
Benny.
gonna ban him. We're gonna castrate him so we can keep him on the farm without him going.
Can't you make it quicker than that?
Well, we could probably pay a vet to do it, but that's the most easiest way, I think.
But that can't be. That's
I want to keep him. I want to keep him. I'm gonna try to keep him on the farm if he don't, but he's gonna be huge. He's gonna be as big as Beanie. Uh,
Has he
it,
got the curls in the top of his head like Benny?
Not yet, but he will. He's starting to look like Benny. There's sometimes I'll look up there and think it's Benny standing up there. That's how much he. But Benny's blacker than him, though. Benny's black was a lot darker, but I miss Benny.
I know. Benny had a good personality, but when
Oh,
they start getting of age and they start getting wild,
yeah,
and he weighs that much, almost 2,000 pound bull,
yeah. He would
and
have
what
been.
he was doing to the car and stuff, and if he would have got a hold of one of you all,
He would have
That
killed
ain't
us.
worth it. Yep, it ain't worth it.
He would have. He would have killed us. He would have killed whoever he got a hold of.
Yep, not meaning to, but when those hormones take over, that they lose their ever loving mind. I've seen bulls like drooling,
Mine.
like
Oh
like
yeah.
big drools just hanging out of their mouth because they're so like
Yeah.
you know
And the horn
wanting to
more dangerous.
mate.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He would have never been able to pick up that car like he did without them horns. He picked up the car with them damn horns.
but even if he didn't have horns, he would have. He could. Those bulls will still ram your vehicle.
Yeah, they will. But
They
if
do
they don't,
not care if they got horns or not.
if Daisy's baby gets castrated, he won't be like that. He'll be like her. He won't get
Right?
in an
He
uproar.
won't have those urges.
Yeah, and he could stay with her, and she could have her baby. The other baby, I hope, is a female, because if she is, I can breed her with um whiskey or whiskey too, Daisy and the baby, if he has a female. But usually, if a bull has males, they'll still. I'd say she'll have another male.
Yeah, it seems like Benny. So he hasn't reproduced any females. He's just only reproduced males, right?
Yeah, he just had one, and the second one's on the way.
Yeah,
So
I bet you it's gonna be a male.
I bet it'll be a male too. If it
Yeah,
is, castrate it right off the beginning. It's easier on them.
yeah, that's true. Especially if you're gonna keep it and it's gonna be more like a pet more than like a breeding animal.
Yeah. I want to keep the first baby that they had, because that was the first calf born on the farm. He was. So the second baby, I don't think we'll be able to keep it.
I bet you keep it.
If it's a girl, if it's a heifer, then I'll keep it.
Next thing I know, I'll be calling Daisy and she'll have that thing. She'll be in the rocking chair rocking it.
Yeah, and I'll be able to milk Daisy because Benny's not there to stop us from milking her.
Yeah.
So,
Ooh, you can make cheese. You can get some. You can make butter.
poor Dawn.
Huh?
She had
What?
said she'd have her heart stopped and restarted. You had to. I know what you had to have. I forget what it's called, but
Is it called AFib or something like that?
the procedures where they shock you.
Yeah, my father-in-law had to have that done,
My
and
mom
it
did,
helped a lot. It helped him a lot. It got his heart back into rhythm.
and they can actually put an internal defibrillator inside of you now, along with a
Yeah,
pacemaker.
I'll tell you what. Medical medical has come a long way. The
Hmm.
medical field. I mean, there
It
are
has.
some amazing things that they can do now.
Yeah, and it's changed a lot the 3 years that I've not been working. It's probably been 4 now.
Yeah. Hey, Daisy, let me jump down. I'm getting a phone call. I'll be
Okay,
back.
I'm gonna get off here too. Love you,
All
girl.
right. Love y'all. Love ya.
Love you.
Bye. Love you.
Bye.
Thank you, Lori P. Love you. Bye.
Bye, Christine. Guys, I've been on here 8 hours and 44 minutes. So I think I'm gonna go ahead and take a rest for the night. I might come back on later on tonight. I ain't for sure. I love you guys. I thank you so much for being here with us for Harmony today during this trial. Please join me tomorrow morning. Adam will be taking the stand. I know it's early, you guys, but please join me. If you've not watched it, please go back and watch this. I love you guys. God bless you all. Stay prayed up. Stay safe out here on these YouTube streets. They're dangerous. I love you guys. God bless you guys. Take care and pray for one another. I'll see you either tonight or back in the morning. Love you all. Bye bye. Good night, everybody. Bye.